right, small brief introduction. The pyrotechnics courtesy of StreamYard, if you want to call it that. Right. And the normal greetings and salutations as we always do when we come on. We say Uncle Jocelyn, peace, power, and profit to the family, to everyone out there in the sphere of air and opportunity, especially when it comes to the financial markets. All the entrepreneurs, go-getters out there who are shaking leads and making things happen. I'd like to extend a warm wish, heartfelt greeting to you because you are the future. And I say that with the utmost respect because we need more people to be more progressive and who are doers, right? People who are making things happen as opposed to standing back watching things happen and can't wait to complain, right? If it doesn't happen, right? So shout out to you all again. Peace, power, profit to everybody again. Coming to you guys live on this Taco Tuesday. Yes, again, it is Taco Tuesday. Hope you traded Chipotle today, Del Taco, Polo, any of those types like that, right? All right. Hope everybody again had a profitable day in the market if you did trade it. Of course, if you traded it, I didn't say invested, but traded it, right? Hope you had a profitable day. Again, hope your decision making is being led by, sound due diligence and discipline, leading the way. Only way you could be profitable in the markets if you come with a more calm disposition or learning how to read the tea leaves, so to speak, right? How to dissect the data report, right? Some data, right? How to dissect, a financial report. How to go through a news publication, right? How to, to go through the charts, right? Perform that surgical technical analysis that some of you guys are very, very awesome at, right? How to read those 8K forms, those 13D filings, and all these different filings that come out, right? These offerings and so forth and so on. And also, can't forget the main topic of the day. Also learn how to read the bond yields, right? How to go to the treasury.gov website and look at those yields, right? Historical context all the way up to the present day. And seeing where we are as quote unquote a nation, right, of debtors, trying to figure out how we're going to pay back this debt, right? This debt that they got us underneath, right? They're dragging everybody with this debt, right? Can't seem to win for losing because of all this debt, right? And everybody want to cry and complain when the general public says, "Hey, I want y'all to erase some of our debt." Now, I find it very ironic that the general public really doesn't push back a lot when corporate welfare is the topic of discussion. When it's corporate welfare, you rarely hear people out loud, I should say, speaking out against these greedy corporate companies, these greedy corporate institutions who are first in line to receive your tax dollars in the event anything happens that may take away from their money from hanging out in the Hamptons, right, during the summertime, or flying to the Riviera or whatever, taking a cruise around Nova Scotia somewhere, right? It's never an issue until those dollars become an issue, effective or adverse, I should say, if you're on that side of the boat. But technically, the American citizen or Main Street as we know it to be, you really don't get a lot of pushback, right? However, when it comes to the American people who understand the system, understand the financial system, the monetary system, all those things, when we go forward and say, hey, why don't y'all eliminate some of our debt, right? In come the self-righteous crew, in come all these people who are indignant and belligerent towards the reality of your tax dollars of funding everybody else's pipe dreams, but you dare not ask of your government to do something for you, or you will feel like a slacker, right? Or you will feel like you're not carrying your fair share or pulling your weight, whatever, right? Complete delusions of grandeur, right? Complete delusions of grandeur, mind you. However, it seems to be something that a lot of people can't necessarily grapple with positively because they're too busy trying to live this self-righteous presentation, I should say, in front of their peers and family members or whoever. But it's all ludicrous, right? It's nonsense. Like who, forcibly says, okay, I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna go out there into the world. I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna try to provide for myself, and my family, right? I'm gonna do everything I do to climb the corporate ladder, right? Get a little extra education if need be. Go more into debt to try to get a better, pay valuation on my skill set, and yet, things, or ends still don't meet. Well, you say, okay, well, I'll chalk it up. If something ever happens and I'm consumed, or my savings is consumed, then I'll just take that L. I dare not go to the government though to ask for help, because I don't want nobody to look at me, sideways, or like I'm mooching off the government. And to that I say, well, who is the government? Do you work for the government, or do the government work for you? Are you paying the government, or is the government magically just paying itself? Because if you can't answer those questions with a straight and narrow answer, then something is wrong. You have pretty much drunk the Kool-Aid, and you're feeding into the whatever aspect of media that you may listen to that got you thinking that you don't deserve what you're already paying into in some form of a pretty much an escrow, right? Your taxes are a form of escrow to a degree. Now that money goes and sits in the treasury, then they get dispersed to the typical agencies that obviously feed off of it. Programs, again, the reproductive organs of an amberjack fish and Gulf of Mexico. Right? I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all didn't sign up on that. Gender study courses in Iran. Yes, I said the country Iran. Right? Things of that nature. Right? Your money is going out to those so-called situations, and you had no say in the matter. Right? But again, rarely do people complain if they feel like there's nothing, adamantly, that they can just say, okay, hey, I see what y'all doing. Rather do people complain. They're not asking enough questions, is my point. And somewhat leads into the topic of discussion tonight, and that's, in essence, try to understand where are we. Some of you guys kind of like, 1 year, since COVID really became a real an anomaly in our lives, locally, nationwide, countrywide, whatever, internationally, whatever. We're kind of within that 1 year window for a lot of people, right? When it really began to set in and it mattered. Like, we're dealing with this pandemic of epic proportions. Of course, nothing that we ever seen in our lifetime. Last one happened way back during the Spanish flu days, right? Early 1900s, right? So, we're all trying to make sense of this. Like, how are we going to rebound from this? How are we going to survive after this, right? Our families, again, our businesses or our jobs or whatever, education, the kids' future, how they're going to be able to, come out of this, feeling comfortable with what happened for as a course of action that came, after the fact, which obviously is up for debate, right? But there's so many moving parts. But one thing is for certain, people really got hit economically, right? The economic crunch hit a lot of people. And I'm not gonna say everybody, because that's the cliche or the colloquial thing. Well, I mean, everybody, no, everybody did not suffer. Everybody did not get, adversely affected. So much so that we saw, people who had, large amounts of leverage at their disposal, they actually increased it, some of their scenarios by, 2 and 3 to 5 to 6 to 7 fold. Literally. Again, we saw Elon Musk go from, maybe down in the low to mid aspects of being, on the Forbes richest people list to the wealthiest man literally on the planet in a matter of 1 year. This is not production. This is not organic growth. This is not, somewhat building a better mousetrap and the whole world needing it, because at that point everybody just needed to drive a Tesla car that had no gas emissions and this, that, and the third. No, that was not the case. Albeit those are some great inventions and we love it because we know where the world is going in terms of that innovative value. However, you weren't running out buying Teslas. So of course that the gains that he sustained was definitely because markets said we need to find a flight to safety. We need to hide out somewhere, park our investment dollars until this thing comes, to some kind of form of an end, meaning the coronavirus, that is. And so Tesla and many others like Apple and Google and Facebook and Amazon and the whole gun, Teladoc, so many of them, Zoom, so many of these stocks became what they call hideouts, right? Honeycomb hideouts, right? If you will, right? Some of you guys may not be familiar with that, right? Honeycomb hideouts. Also, there was another, I should say, instrument of opportunity that a lot of people overlooked. We heard about it during certain broadcasts. If you watch any kind of financial shows, you might have opened up a publication here and there, read a little excerpt about something dealing with, debt, hint, hint, wink, wink, a little debt, whatever. But you really never paid any really true intention to, whether it really mattered to you in your life, right? Unless you are, again, a financial wizard, a person who takes their time and looks at all things monetary, right? All things dealing with government when it comes to your money, because they're using, again, your money to finance who? Other people, right? Other nations, corporate welfare. And a lot of people, again, went homeless. A lot of people went without food. A lot of people barely had housing, barely. I said barely, right? Can you see? Barely, right? A lot of people went without a lot of things. They made the ultimate sacrifice for a lot of people who actually had, right, the haves, to actually get richer off of it. Well, someone say, well, you can't fault anybody for that. That's just capitalism, right? That's capitalism. That's how the wheels of capitalism grinds, right? Well, we know there's several different types of capitalism. Let's not get it twisted. And let's get out of our feelings and start getting into our value to think critically, right? Yes, the basic understanding of capitalism obviously gives, the average person a chance to achieve the true American quote-unquote dream, right? Financial literacy, financial freedom, whatever. But then there's also other forms of capitalism, right? You got neo-capitalism, you got crony capitalism, right? You got these other, hyper aspects of capitalism that are obviously insidious in nature because it comes with some kind of aspect of implicit bias, right? Withstanding the fact that normal capitalism obviously canvases any and all things, right? Given the opportunity, fairly and squarely, any and all things, you have a chance to achieve financial success in what we know to be capitalism. Now, it's a gift and a curse because, again, there's certain aspects of it that I like, and there's other aspects of it that I don't. Of course, that's just me personally. Don't sue me, right? Right? Don't sue me. But in essence to that, it does set the premise. It does set the blueprint to us to realize that, okay, you can come here with an idea, and you can obviously splurge that if you can get into it, in front of a lot of people's faces. Again, we see that regularly when we cut on like YouTube. I mean, there's kids out there, again, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, right? They'll sit on YouTube and color, unbox some crayons, do an etch and sketch, and lo and behold, millions of other children and millions of other parents will watch it. Some of them will watch it just to see if it's safe enough for their kids to watch it. By way of that, that's a view, etc., etc. Once it's locked in, the algorithms is locked in. And millions of views will be tallied just from a kid being able to do that. Right? Which obviously opens up the window for that child to build subscriber base, opens up the opportunity for that child to now, submit to get Google AdSense ads attached to their video. And now they can market to the clientele of people who will sit there and watch a 5 or 6 year old kid color in or outside the lines. Of course, this ain't no, this ain't no Andy Warhol. This ain't no Picasso. These are little kids again. That's that whole that precious, marketing scheme kicks in, and next thing you know, they got a view, they got a like, they got to subscribe, and next thing you also know, they got a big check coming by way of Google or Alphabet company. Let that marinate for a moment. Not necessarily building a better mousetrap, making life easier for everybody. You'll say, well, it's a detox. It gives my kids something to watch and keep their attention. While I go out and try to conquer the world, or try to at least dig myself out of this debt bubble that I'm in, right? But nonetheless, this is what's happening under the idealistic aspect of what capitalism is, given the opportunity equally and fairly. Now, some would say, of course, it's not equally and fairly because a lot of kids that do it, there may be a divide, based upon, ethnicities and, cultural values. So there's a divide. And I'm saying that because I saw an interesting study the other day where they were speaking about this, where I think it was on Bloomberg, how some of the content creators over at TikTok a lot of the most well-founded content creators on TikTok, they was highlighting a couple, black content creators. And the content creators were putting out the stuff that the other people were imitating or borrowing, right? And yet the people who were borrowing end up getting more publicity, more attention, more views, whatever, than the actual content creator that put out the stuff. Because apparently when people go onto these sites, they're visually going on first. Optically, they see, oh, it's a black guy, or it's a black woman, or it's someone else, or Indian, anybody you want to consider to be minority. And then they'll watch it for a couple of days, then they turn off. But if it's, someone who's white or whatever, if they watch it, oh, this is great, right? No matter if the person's off beat, if they off, choreography, whatever, doesn't matter. 1 million+ views. You got people want to give them, spotlight, interviews, deals, obviously ups their brand recognition, and then things takes off. Now, we know this to be true. We don't have to placate that. We don't have to, pander to somebody saying, oh, that's not fair. No, stop it. This is 2021. We're not going to play the games any longer. We're just saying equal opportunity does not reside comfortably across the board, across the gauntlet like it should. And so you're kind of forced with other opportunities out there that you have to endeavor in. You got to constantly keep pushing to try to find a way to be successful. And I'm saying all that to say, within the backdrop of dealing with all this amassed debt, which is, again, it brings it full circle back to the conversation, the topic of tonight, dealing with the bond markets, dealing with the aspect of the power, right, or the lack of power behind the USD dollar, interest rates, values, right, valuations on our economy, valuation on us as individuals, entrepreneurs, investors, or traders, TikTok content creators, YouTube, kid content creators, whomever the case. Some people are well positioned to weather the storm due to the system's, value of letting certain people obviously have better spotlight. I'll just say that. And that goes to corporate welfare too, because again, these are the people who are first in line to want to eat when it comes, some kind of, adverse or economic drawdown, right? They're first in line to eat, right? All of these, airline industries, these corporate companies who can't seem to stand, a 5 to 6 month downturn and economic drawdown in terms of their capital, allocations or their book, garnishment values, or what they're able to receive for profit, right? They don't have money set aside for rainy days because it's all set up in executive bonuses, buybacks, whatever. And so before they cut those programs off, they would rather go to the debt market and beg from it there. And if they can't get it from that perspective, then they'll go to the government, right? And demand, not necessarily ask, they will demand to get, a share of taxpayers' dollars to bail them out. And you, again, the end user that pays for all of this, who sometimes end up having fake outrage because they've kind of suckered you into the propaganda to think that you should not ask nothing of your government, because this whole ideology is that we want less government, right? Not big government, but less government, right? Just be there, but be out of our way. Let us go out there and live our life on our terms, right? Stop regulating everything. Let us live. But they're in charge of the money that you're paying into this system or this government to lobby it and leverage it where, it seems or deems to be necessary for you to have the quality of life to live in this so-called country, which is supposed to be the greatest country on the planet, right? To live in this great country and not necessarily have to worry about a lot of things. Again, the biggest thing that overhangs over the majority of Americans is what? It's debt. The one thing that can really get people into a very progressive state in life, innovating, creating, just being able to have a sigh of relief, is if they would just take the time to really think about eliminating your debt. Right? So it becomes a topic of discussion among those who really understand how the system analysis works and why it's important that, if you're going to be a part of the economic fold or the machine or the, let me do my part, right? That kind of, mentality, right? Well, guess what? You should also be entitled to the real benefits. Notice I said the real benefits, not the okay. I get to go to McDonald's at 2 a.m. in the morning. I get a police that can roam my neighborhood. I got a fire department sitting around the corner just in case my house catch on fire. Right? I got a Walmart I can go into at 24 hours or whatever. Right? We're not talking about those things, right? Because those things even come with a price, right? True story. Right? We're talking about actually you getting the benefit of some real kickback in terms of the money that you're putting into the system and feeding it. In the moments like what we're dealing with today, that we just dealt with pretty much all of 2020 with the coronavirus. Right? So out of that, how much money was born out of that? What, $1,800 and $3,200? So out of basically a whole year of going through economic crashing and businesses going out of business, people losing houses, homes, life, limb, everything, right? Your government was able to muster out a measly $3,200. Some of you guys been paying into this economic machine since forever, and they was only able to muster out you a $3,200 overall stipend. After dealing with everything you just dealt with the coronavirus, $3,200. $1,400 the first check, $600 the second one, and then this last one was what? $1,400. Well, no, $1,200 the first one, $600 the second one, and then $1,400 the last one. Right? My math might be out. Y'all check that math. Right? No, but think about that. Right? And so of course there was a lot of bureaucratic pushback and fighting it, fake fighting. I call it fake fighting in Congress to kind of act like they was pulling teeth to get money that was already your money to send it to you personally, not the corporate welfare donors and lobbyists who sit at their back doors at around or in or around Washington or whatever and beat them down the street with bags of money to say, hey, do my bidding, do my bidding, do my bidding, cut us the checks when necessary, get us these grants when we need it, right? Those are the parasites, right? Who come in, come to the government first to get paid. The same way a debtor's timeline aspect would go into effect if a person obviously comes up against economic hardship. You have all these people waiting in line to kind of feed off that debt like a parasite, right? The typical system, right? Senior debt note holders, right? Senior creditors, and then you have those who are down the line. Right, all the way down to the investors who are the last ones to get paid in the fact that the company obviously dissolves itself or they become insolvent and they have to dissolve their assets. Well, guess what? You're last to get paid. Now, you've been feeding this machine since forever. You could have been a shareholder for 10, 15, 20 years. Every dollar that you pumped into this company, if it folds and go under, well, chances are you still be the last one to get paid. Because who gets to eat first? The creditors, the debtors. See how the game works? And so interesting enough, what we've been witnessing here over the past, I don't know if you want to say what, I don't know, last month and a half, 2 months, it's actually been happening before that, but we'll go off when it became more of a publicity fire media ring response where people were actually starting to show some, being nervous, I should say, was the bond market, right? The yields, right? We got yields are starting to crank up all of a sudden. And now everybody's like, oh man, God, we're in trouble now. We're in trouble now, right? And the only ones that are really saying that are people who what? Overweight certain sectors of stocks that are, super inflated on a lot of hype. Again, no organic growth because, again, who was really making organic growth moves during the middle of the pandemic besides those these essential plays, right? We're talking about consumer staples, right? Again, those are essentials. People like Walmart and Procter & Gamble, toothpaste, toilet paper, food, right? Essential things, right? You didn't need a cruise, right? You didn't need to hop on a plane and fly to wherever, right? You didn't need all this extra stuff and cars and whatever, right? So those were, technically deemed to be the essential stuff, right? But however, some of those trades did benefit, but ultimately, it's interesting. I was looking at a stat today. All right, in terms of the forward PE ratios, in terms of where a lot of these indices are, these industry aspects are, as of today, based upon what we were doing, at pre-coronavirus levels, right? You had the S&P 500 sitting at around about a 19 or 18 PE, right? Maybe around 20, right? This is 2019 going into 2020. Today, right? Today, the S&P 500 sits at about a 27.8. So you're talking about a 28 PE, forward PE. Today. Again, that's 500 of America's so-called greatest blue chips and great companies, or whatever, Fortune 500 companies, whatever. Again, majority of those companies did not produce no really true organic growth during the coronavirus. Yet, they still was able to benefit off the bubble that was, propped into or inflated underneath them because of this so-called, if we're going to backstop the overall debt of America, not the individual, in a way where it really benefits that person. We're not talking about, okay, your little mortgage loan and your car loan, and well, some of them, well, the car loan probably, whatever, but definitely mortgage and some of your things that, it came to renters and, stuff like that, right? Some of your credit cards here and there, right? Your student loans, okay, the biggest debt burdens that most people get, right? That stuff, okay, yeah, granted. But we're talking about really, really saying, okay, well, let's do a purge and help a lot of people out. The same way we're going to bail out these companies that got their hand out. The same way Harvard endowment, Harvard, excuse me, I'm about to say Harvey, right? Harvard, right? Doing the first EIDL loan scenario, or the PPP scenario that came out under the first CARES Act, they themselves qualified just by being in the system for $20 million. And here it is, y'all know they got like almost $1 trillion endowment. They got a $20 million check sent to them. I bet even, asked, did they even fill out any paperwork? I think it was just, they looked at the system and said, okay, here's Harvard School, here's they NAST or the IC code scenario. Here's them in the system. Here's their Dun & Bradstreet number. Here's all this stuff. Send them a check. The Los Angeles Lakers received $4 million. Chris, the state company, right? Yeah, they received like $20 million. Seriously, right? Stuff like that. Again, that money was really designed for small mom and pop businesses, or businesses that had a certain level of employees, right? People who really got hit and it was, didn't necessarily have that kind of level of financial backing like a big corporation would. That money was scarcity to the people that needed it the most. Those people had to go out there and lobby and pull teeth and picket, literally, the government to make sure that money get directly, sent to them in the way that it was supposed to be sent to them. Again, the ultimate hustle of the system is that it's always going to protect who? It's true creditors and debtors first, right? They feel like big, large corporations, American government feel like they're indebted to these people, these private organizations. Literally, that's how they're thinking. So, of course, they're going to take care of them first because, again, they're going to show up at the fundraisers, the luncheons. They're going to cut a check. They're going to, drop a bag off. And so, by proxy of that, they're basically taking bribe money. Let's call it what it is. They're taking bribery money, right? And putting these people at the head of the line, the lunch line, right? As opposed to the people who, deserve the free lunch, right? They're going to cut those people out of the line and send the people who, don't deserve it, right, in the front of the line. Right, so this is the hustle. So again, a lot of the, the scenarios that happen with the rates being raised, obviously, I would say inconsequently to that of 2018, right? Which happened a couple times. We had a couple rate points. I think 2 quarter basis point rates hikes under President Trump at a point going into the heightened aspect of tariff or the trade war, which obviously kind of gutted the markets in terms of gutted the equity markets because, again, they were trying to realize all this new organic growth, all this new potential, make America great again. We're going to build all this stuff. And so people went out there, start ordering things in advance. They start, greasing their supply chains and pipelines early to make sure that they're going to be, able to supply them what they needed in this so-called great economic boom in terms of make America great again. We're going to build back America, whatever the case. Right, I'm mixing both of their slogans, of course, there. All right, but those things really didn't necessarily materialize. So in came, okay, now we got to backstop all this warehousing of all these supplies that are now being heavily taxed because of the tariff war. that was obviously engendered under Trump because he wanted to kind of go after China. He made it personal. It didn't make economic sense to a lot of the economists out there. It's like, okay, yeah, but then a lot of people tried to, eat crow and say, you know what, this is good. No, we need to go against China, right? But everything, again, that a lot of these people benefit from is coming from China because America's not a manufacturing hub, right? They're not. It is not, right? So where's you going to get these products from that you can't seem to live without, right? You kept muddying up the water with Mexico. Of course, we know all about that in the border. Right, you know what's going on in Brazil? They do okay, but they ain't got enough to really supply. Right, Canada, Europe. I mean, where's you going to go? Right. So again, we understand the parameters of the situation based upon just how the landscape looks. Right. But yet, still at that time, of course, we had interest rates that were trailing up near 2-3%, somewhere around there. Somewhere around maybe 2, maybe on the high 2.5, whatever. And then the interest rate cuts, right? I think at that time the Federal Reserve had shrunk their balance sheet to around about, I think at that time it was around about 4 trillion. It was around about it was between 3 to 4 trillion. I remember we did a video concerning that. And of course this was around about 2018, right? 2018, somewhere around that time frame, right? Before they start, obviously having to cut rates again, right? Now, if you go and look at the federal, balance sheet, of course, we can stroll through that a little bit today. Well, we know why it's ballooned because people say, well, it's because of COVID. Well, no, there was things that were happening even before COVID happened, where it started actually growing the federal balance sheet again, based upon the reverse repo operation that was starting to happen. Again, this idea that quantitative easing part 3 had never really subsided. It was still happening behind the scenes, right? There's a secret organization. Right, they call it the Pump Protection Team too. I don't know, y'all guys probably heard about this somewhere, and maybe some circles that you might be familiar with. This hush conversation about this so-called Pump Protection Team that works for the government behind the scenes. These shadow bankers, right, fund managers who get together people like BlackRock, quote unquote, BlackRock, and many others, right, Larry Fink, whatever, and those guys come together and they come up with some kind of way of putting together economic, plans and procedures together to give to the government, say, hey, this is what you need to do in the event of an economic downturn, right? With them being the beneficiaries of it, right? This is not like an equal opportunity where other people can benefit. It's like, okay, we're first the ones to implement it, so we want to make sure we get the lion's share to be able to control these assets. If y'all going to distribute any money, put it in our hands, let us do what we need to do. And of course, that happens when you start having asset-backed lending loan scenarios that's happening when the economy, obviously, in terms when the coronavirus really became an issue. With that, the Feds began to disperse money out to certain institutions to now backstop some of the market, right? Of course, they was buying some aspects of ETFs. So they wouldn't necessarily buy individual stocks at that time. They got to the point where it got close to that. I would say some of it may might have, who knows? But they was using these banks and so forth to do the bidding of the Feds, right? And so you had certain aspects of the market that would just, you would wake up like, man, the market was doing this. Next thing you know, it's like way up. Like, who was buying? Like who's buying? Right? People don't got money. And this is like before the stimulus checks came out in the very first. So people didn't really have money like that. But the market was just jumping and jumping and jumping. I'm saying all that to say because now that there's an issue or a somewhat question of the Fed's mandates or their policies with their, the bond provisions, right? Their bond, repurchasing program that they've been doing. Of course, they've been at it for quite a minute here, especially coming out of last year. They've been buying around about 20 billion bonds, right? A bond package, right? The whole idea of the TLT, right? Some of you guys may be familiar with the TLT, understand that's a bond ETF value, right? They've been backstopping the market base. They've been incentivizing debt. They've been monetizing debt, which again, by proxy of it and the nature of it is somewhat unconstitutional, but there are provisions that the U.S. Treasury has granted the Federal Reserve to be able to do in these so-called hard times, right? It's kind of like how they use the Defense Act, right? The Defense Act to kind of commandeer a business so they can, make hand sanitizer and toilet paper or whatever they need, right? We saw that happening, of course, real true story. But they also gave these feds this kind of loose rope to go out there and just spend money. Now, of course, before all those things became an issue, there was already the basic economic disparity that happens with anytime the Fed gets involved with something, they get too much control. Chances are they seem to make things worse. They never seem to really balance things out. And this is historical. You can go back and look at all the scenarios where the Fed had to intervene. They really haven't really done nothing right. It's kind of like how America goes to war and never seems to win a war, right? We never complete one, right? But yet all the money and the damage has been done. The collateral damage is there, right? No one really benefits in the end besides the corporate interests who come behind and get to eat and feed off the ashes, basically, who get to do all the cleaning up in the building. It's just a hustle, right? Let's stop playing. War is a hustle. College is a hustle, right? Debt, incentive value is a hustle. Again, subprime lending crash in 2008. What was that? They were hustling people with these adjustable rate mortgages that were just stupid, right? Big old gigantic, right? Houses, and adjustable rates makes it peanuts for a dollar. But as soon as the real crunch began to happen and the bonds began to really reflect the value of this debt, starting to kind of mature a little bit because people were obviously, getting in over their head, and the economy was beginning to kind of contract and expand at a certain time, and came to what? The adjusting of those adjustable rates, right? Just went from 2 or 3%. To up to like 12 to 9 and 15% overnight. Like, man, are you kidding me? Who gonna pay that? Not me. Y'all come get this house, but let me get my plants out of here first. Right? Let me get my plants out of here first. Let me get my pit bull from out the backyard, right? No, so again, this is why, again, we have these conversations and we kind of go into our little diatribe. We get to talking our little junk, right? We get to speaking our speech, right? Speak your speech, right? Because this is what we kind of, these are the lanes that we kind of we travel down, right? This is the, the information or the data points that we're kind of, searching, seizing, and a way to try to become more, knowledgeable and learning how to kind of make moves when these moments happen. Because again, there's a massive divide of people who just don't know how the system is set up truly. Beyond, mouthing off the typical, I know my rights, and man, the Constitution don't say this and that. Most time, the Constitution don't even say that. People just like to say it because it sounds good to make them seem like they know what they know or think they know, and they don't really know nothing. But again, it's a defense mechanism, right? It's kind of like fight or flight. What you know about this? I know I'm covered under my American citizen rights and blah, blah, blah. Man, look, bruh. Okay. All right, when they get to cut them dollars, though, who get them dollars? Right? Apparently you don't, right? Apparently you don't. Somebody else seems to always get in line before you and get the lion's share of what you perceive to be your rights, right? Or in terms of your money, right? See how that works? Right? Because again, it's a system that's very complex and it's hid under a lot of different, provisions and sub clauses and whatever, right? Pieces of, minute legislature that's hidden. And again, it's a constant thirst trap, right? For those who understand how to play the game, but you got to have enough money to get in it in a way where your lawyers and your CPA and your think tank and your people that you pay, they do all that heavy lifting for you, so you don't have to do nothing but to show up and say, okay, yep, make sure I qualify for that, make sure I get that grant before everybody else do, etc., etc. Leaving you stuck holding the bag because you overwork, overpress, and you don't have time to teach yourself how to be more knowledgeable of these kind of these scenarios. Right? It's enough to have to deal with family and jobs, and it seems like just like a lot, right? But again, this is how the system is set up. Keep you so inebriated in debt and provisions of delusion of thinking that you're going to have the true so-called quote-unquote American dream, not that you can't. But to the tune where once you become, it's only one of you. Keep that in mind, it's only one of you. Now, again, if you got a partner, you're winning. Especially during coronavirus. People figure that out real hard, right? It was really good to have a partner, right? Because two heads are definitely better than one in a situation when that kind of scenario was happening. You realize the strength of a partner, people that you can rub brain cells against and really just, come together and multitask to try to make your situation better than what a lot of people are having to deal with. We saw a lot of the, highly esteemed educational, scenarios where people had a lot of education. A lot of those things end up becoming worthless. They became worthless. Masters, bachelors, EDs, all those things end up becoming worthless to a degree. PhDs became worthless. If their sector of society obviously got drew down because of coronavirus, all that education became worthless. But guess what didn't become worthless? Their debt. Right? Their debt. Their debt did not become worthless. Actually, it became what? Highly prized. Their debt became highly prized. Let that marinate for a moment. It was people sitting around rubbing their hands, doing the Birdman hand rub. Like, yeah, Chuck, I just need you to default. You about 1 more month from defaulting, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Right? Well, I need you to default on this debt because guess who's going to get paid? right? Right? True story. True story. Right? People don't understand the game. Again, we're not being taught this stuff in grade school at the level that we really need to be able to understand it. There are other nations out there that take the time to invest in their children's future to know all these things. Truly. So America's supposed to be the greatest this, and that, and the third, but it lags a lot of the so-called first world countries when it comes to education. There's a lot of people around here just saying they educated and they really isn't. Right? They really are not. Right? We know that to be true. We just, again, y'all live here like I have. We know the deal. Right? Enough with the charades, enough with the hustle. Okay, we get it. It's 2021. People ain't going for it anymore. We are in the age of enlightenment. Right? This is the age of Aquarius, right? Right? We are in the age of enlightenment. People got, figured out how to research more thoroughly now. Connect the dots, right? Break down the data plots, and we get it now. Right? We get it. We late, but we get it. So all the damage that's been done, you got common folk trying to erase all that overnight, literally. Educating the masses properly, without trying to dig in their pockets and make them go deeper into debt. Right? It's a task, guys. It's a task for a lot of people to say, you know what? I need to be able to keep my attention, attention span within, the confinement of me really trying to have a better way of, being able to fight the system. I need to sit still no longer to listen to learn something. Right? You gotta beat back your pride, right? Because there might be somebody that you're like, man, this person got some information now. How this you're gonna try to tell me something, right? This you're gonna tell me no, I don't want to listen to them. Yet they got the knowledge though, but you can't do it because your pride got in the way of you thinking that because it ain't coming from a PhD or a person who don't look like you, or whatever the case, you just can't seem to accept it. Notwithstanding the fact that the knowledge is 100% right and exact, you cannot deal with that. So again, that comes from conditioning. So your economic prowess is limited to that of what you feel like you can get from listening to Mr. Charlie Ill Hustle and them about some real business. Cut on maybe CNBC every blue moon. Right? Relying on the little basic education you might have got from the college institute course if you're not a finance major or data statisticians or some of that nature. Then of course that's not really your main field or math person. That's not your main field, but you can improvise and get your way through life. We get it. Most of us do. But to really sit down and learn something of this magnitude, well, guess what? It's going to require something of you. Right? It's going to require something of you and from you, which is the one thing that is, in my opinion, is priceless. It's time. It's the same thing with a 10-year treasury note. When they lock you in on a 10-year contract, that's 10 years of your life. You have to be responsible for that debt note unless you can what? Hit a lick and pay it off what? Quick. Hit a lick, pay it off quick. Hit a lick, pay it off quick. That might be a little song. Where my rappers at? Hit a lick, pay it off quick. You're going to have to because that's what's happening. Because debt is what? It will follow you to the grave. It's the only thing that'll follow you to the grave. Right? Anything else will fall off with it. But debt will follow you to the grave. Right? And static debt, obviously, well, in this case, when we say static debt, you get 7 years in terms of a bad credit scenario, your credit card, right? But dynamic debt, when I say dynamic debt, we talk about things that you cannot escape, even dang near in debt, right? Student loans, right? Student loans will follow you from every corner of the earth. That's the only criminal federal loan that you can get extradited on. Let that marinate. They can come pick you up somewhere in Thailand on student loan debt. True story. Right? You could probably been to rape somebody and skip country, did everything else, and the laws or whatever kind of get messed up because of paper, and you can get and survive, right? Joker won't come get you because of extradition laws, right? But student loan debt, look at it, they coming to get you, bro. We need all that. Student loan debt, they will come track you down. I couldn't make this stuff up. Man, look. So again, debt. So topic of discussion is the bonds, inflation, interest rate. All these things are preludes to what's coming tomorrow. What's coming tomorrow? What's coming tomorrow? You guys probably already know this or should know it, right? We know what's coming tomorrow, right? We got an FOMC meeting tomorrow with Jerome Powell speaking again. It's like we just heard from this dude the other day. Like, dude, man, every other week we got to hear from you. Well, a lot of it because they're trying to pump the markets. They're trying to keep the morale of the markets, up to try to counteract the value of any kind of particular hard economic data points that are now beginning to be red flags for the markets as a whole. They try to provide this kind of soft landing for equities. Again, they're backstopping corporate interests. Again, how many of y'all own stocks? Well, I know majority of our listeners own stocks, but y'all saying on general, like in general, in terms of your family members or your peers, how many of these people are obviously actively invested in the markets? Well, at least they will be able to benefit from such a scenario, right? Not a whole lot, not on average, right? There's a big divide between Main Street and Wall Street for a reason, right? Because again, if they taught everybody how to shake and bake in the equity markets, well, guess what? That's less of the pie for all the greedy people who've been robbing you through, over debt, incentivizing you with debt and loans and this, that. You begin to take away from their banks or their coffers. They don't want that. So of course they're not going to educate you. They're going to say, well, that's something that you're supposed to be doing. Well, you better go to college and get into debt, learn how to not be in debt. That's the hustle. So if you can learn this without having to go through all that, then what say you not to want to learn? What would be your ultimate reason not want to invest the most greatest commodity that you have is your time into such an opportunity, right? Again, that's the brainwashing, right? That's the brainwashing, right? That's the saying, no, you're doing it wrong if you go that route, bro. You don't want to do that because it's tricky, it's gambling, it's risky, it's this, it's that. Okay, you just went through that with a college education for 4 years, got a mountain of debt, and you still couldn't even get a job day one off the stage. All you have in your hand in that lambskin was a debt note. Your college degree was a debt note. 100,000, 50,000, 60,000, $250,000. Yeah, you may have a skill set or two, some programming, but if you can't put that programming to work, guess what? You got 6 months after you graduate in most cases. 6 months after you graduate before that clock starts ticking for that interest. The interest rates or the interest on that debt start kicking in. 6 months. Let that marinate. So you got the principal, and then you got this interest starting to get ready to kick in and hit you across the head. Right? We talking about these 30-year fixed. Well, not even 30 years, but they're rolling, right? That's why I say in this case they're dynamic, right? They're not static, right? Because interest rates change, and if you ain't refining your student loan, same way you can refi a house, whatever, man, you still gonna get hit across the head. You can forbearance, defer it, put it on the ice. It doesn't matter. It still is going to be accruing interest. It's the first time ever, of course, in a scenario like this where people had a chance to say, "Oh, for once, my student loan debt obviously gets to be interest deferment. The interest get deferred." Keep in mind, it doesn't get forgiven. It gets just deferred. It just gets to compound, and the debtors get to lick their hands and say, "Oh man, a lot of people that come out of this coronavirus more in debt. They weren't working, they weren't able to provide income, and they got all these mountains of bills finna hit them literally when the moratorium's in. When the stay of execution obviously ends, all this debt is finna hit them across the head like a ton of bricks. You're gonna have landlords looking to evict you the very next day, because they're not obligated to you morally to say, "Hey, I know what you was going through. Hey, I need you out of here because I need to get somebody in here that can pay this rent." That's the system. They're not backstopping your debt. They're not monetizing your debt. They're monetizing other people's debt. They're monetizing corporate debt, government interest debt, to the tune where they beat the bond market is down to basically dang near zero in terms of inflation values and print money. We got down to literally, as you see here again, this is raw data. This is off the St. Louis federal website. This is not me making stuff up. This ain't no Fugazi website. This is a primary source. This is the federal, we call it the Fred, right, or St. Louis, right, who tracks a lot of these kind of economic data points, CPI, PM9 numbers, things of that nature, right, mortgage numbers. It's urban disparity number. It tracks all these data points. Here it is. It's a 10-year bond. The 10-year bond literally in August of last year was sitting at, again, literally 0.52% on the 10-year level of what? A debt. Meaning if you took somebody at a 10, of course, on the 10-year perspective, you was paying what? Again, when they hit you with a little inflation on top of that, meaning the purveyor, right? You might have still been paying around about what, 7, 8, 9, right? Keep in mind, if you borrowing 100,000, right? Even if it's 1%, right? What's 1% of 100,000, right? 1% of 100,000. Let that marinate. That's $1,000. That means you only pay an interest on that of $1,000. Let that marinate off 100 grand. So again, I'm all in, right? That's because they drove the interest rates down so low, it made it attractive for people to go out there and do just like that. But you had to be knowledgeable. You had to have your business affairs in order, your credit, all this stuff, in order to even take advantage of certain scenarios like that. But again, at the point where those scenarios were obviously, making it a fair value game, so you can go out there and borrow money, obviously in a no organic growth environment. Because again, if you wasn't doing YouTube content creators or being essential work or producing an item that people can benefit off during the coronavirus, well, you can still make money, aggressively, not necessarily just every now and then, but aggressively. Again, beyond the PPP loan or the EIDL loan, right? That which obviously becomes, a grant at some point, right? But notwithstanding those things, if you just went out there and borrowed money just loosely, whatever, you say, okay, well, it's low interest rate environment, I can bang out a little bit. You better make sure that you could have you have to make sure that money sticks. It has to account for something. Because guess what happens? Once you begin to overprint, and the economy is obviously still somewhat understimulated, and at the point where the balance, the debt to equity balance began to kind of really get topsy-turvy, because you always have that in a 10-year and a 2-year. Those are the two true yields that we watch in terms of, really big issues in terms of recessionary aspects, right? The 2 and the 10, right? They say the 2 and the 10, the 2-year and that 10, right? When those things become a issue, then again, that's when things get a little haywire, and that's exactly what we're dealing with right now. 0.52%, 0.56%, whatever, in August was at the lowest point. After that, it ran dang near 200%. 200% from August, literally August the 4th here, all the way to what? Now February, near March here. It went up 200%. Look here. It's sitting up at 1.62, 1.63 right now as we're speaking. That's a 200% increase on the 10-year Treasury bonds that people are sitting in their backstop debt. Or at some point, all this debt gonna come what? It's gonna be what? Materialized, right? We was talking about this stuff last year. I remember like yesterday. We got the videos. We got them. All like I said, we were doing a live stream going in on this stuff, preparing people. Hey, y'all know when this debt gonna come what? It's gonna come back, right? When it come back, it's gonna come roaring back, right? And everybody finna be in trouble. Who wasn't necessarily prepared, that is. So people were buying the bond markets as a defensive play. It was an offensive move, of course, but it was a defensive play against what? The coronavirus situation, right? People started to say, okay, I'm going to go and hang out in a place where I know at some point it's going to become a big issue. And what was that? Debt. Yeah, you can push, kick the can down the road as long as you want, but you ain't eliminating the debt, then guess what? That means that it's only compiling. That means it's only compiling. You're not eliminating it. Right? And here the corporation was able to borrow money against basically a zero interest rate environment, because we down, basically down there a quarter basis point in terms of basic interest rates. They was able to borrow money basically at zero. Literally take that money, pay back some of the old debt, pay the interest rates down on that old debt and some of the principal, bank the rest of the money, put it in an escrow for whatever reason they claim they're going to need it for, and then sit comfortably. Let that marinate for a moment. Was you able to do that? Here it is, you still had to put food on the table, pay whatever bills that you can, that you had, that you couldn't be without, of course, during the middle of the quarantine, phone, stuff like that, internet, whatever. Maybe some stuff to keep the kids, entertained, even when they had to do online schooling, so you had to get, better, Wi-Fi signal connections and all this, Ethernets and, laptops and whatever. You had to put money to work. Even when you was able to borrow money, you had to put that money to work, right? You didn't get that at leisure to say, I'm going to go pay off a lot of debt, right? Or I'm going to go buy a property because we're in a low interest rate environment because the housing boom is banging right now, right? people escaping the metro areas and running to the suburbs. I'm gonna go buy me some properties, right? See, again, this is the reality of things. So now that the monster is poking his head up out of the what? Up out of the cave, now everybody want to have this fake outrage. The bonds are starting to wake up. The debts are starting to wake up. They have already matured. They literally matured in less than 5 months. This is a 10-year note. Keep in mind, 10-year note. This bond went from 0.52% to 1.62 in a matter of about 4 or 5 months. It then more than doubled. So people gonna say, "Oh, okay, I'm finna ring the register." How else would I have got a chance to make this kind of return in this short amount of time? And it was a given because it was at basically zero prices, rock bottom prices. The bonds, right? The basic allocation of what? 60 what? What is it? 60-40? 60% equities, 40% bonds. Well, we know that algorithm is starting to change now because we got crypto, right? That's another conversation. We spoke on that before. I think now it should be around about 60, 60, 30, 10, if anything, at the most basic level, right? At least 60, 30, 10. 10% allocated towards cryptocurrency, 30 to the bonds if you want to play that game, and 60 towards what? Equity. Of course, I ain't really, whatever, right? But I'm just being responsible in terms of what I'm saying for the listening audience. But, ordinarily, we have a new asset class that's pretty much seeming to be here to stay. Federal government, central banks are starting to move to acquiesce to it. So we know it's going to be here if they start to acquiesce to it. They can't beat you. They got to join you. And you still got nations out there still trying to outlaw it and make it an issue because they don't want the people to have a chance to fight back against these greedy governments in terms of like places like India. They're trying to ban it all together. China tried to do it. It didn't work out. Right? They still kept their miners operational, but they tried to, kill everybody the opportunity to just invest in it outright, right? The ICOs, the big bang and big boom with the ICOs, right? China tried to crack down because they didn't want their people to become wealthy, right? Again, whatever, right? America, been trying, right? RS, right? SEC, they've been trying. Now they starting to realize, all the banks that were putting pressure on them to say, hey, do something about this because they were losing money, right? Transactional fee because people found out they can move money across, entire grid lines, international grid lines without a bank involved. Banks like, how y'all doing this and ain't cutting us some money? We used to robbing y'all. How y'all gonna go behind our back like that, right? Like how you gonna cheat on me like that? Cheat on you? I've been in an abusive relationship with you since I was given a bank account. You ain't done that for me, but gave me some popsicles, an ink pen, and a security guard gonna look at me crazy when I come in the door. Man, stop, right? You ain't done nothing for me. Right? That's see how the hustle is. Right? That's the hustle, right? They're gonna hustle you long as you sit there and let them hustle you, right? So again, I'm just saying, we're all saying, it comes a point where we have to stop, slow down, and realize exactly what are you doing as a sentient being on this planet if you're not trying to masterfully get all the knowledge that you can acquire, given the time allotments that you have to get it, to find better ways to make your life a better existence. You may not be for all this other stuff, and I don't need all this. I'm minimalistic. I can blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. Tell that to people who are really starving. You throw away more food than they'll probably see in an entire year. You throw away more food than they probably will see in an entire year. Right? Oh, but you minimalistic, you frugal. See, it's always different, right? Per the situation, per the person, whatever. In this case, you got one shot in the earthly experience to deal with the system that is obviously that you're underneath, right? We understand the rulership scenario in this place, right? We know that the entire globe is being ruled on this fake, crown rulership, fairy tale foolishness. That's another conversation too. All this, Merkel, Meghan Merkel, whatever. I don't even know the chick name. All right, Merkel and Harris, whatever his name, Harris. All that foolishness, right? This whole idea that people outraged that they found that that the crown of England, right? Was racist. Like, yeah, okay, are you serious? Are you serious? Okay, you've been living on the rock. Okay, their whole ideology was built on racism, conquest, colonialism. That's racism. It's racism. It's becoming institutional racism now, right? They mechanized it, took it around the world as a model, and subjugated the people off of by being racist to them, overpowering them, their resources, everything on the planet, dominating them, stealing, robbing, killing, pillaging, everything, setting up shop in people's houses, their backyard. It's mine now. Deal with it. All that came off the back of racism. All of a sudden, now they're not what? Racist. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Some of y'all just, ain't gonna make it. Some people just ain't gonna make it. All right? They love the Kool-Aid, right? They love the, they love the soap, the propaganda. They love the soap. They love being hypnotized by, TV and all this other stuff. Right? They love being hypnotized by all these, distracting apparatuses, right? All these things that just take your attention away. The same way it's taking away your opportunity to make money, it's taking away your attention. Look, again, I know everybody don't have that level of, discipline, right? Of course, I've detoxed from all that stuff myself personally. That's just me, personally. I don't care about no sports anymore. I don't care about none of that dumbness. I don't care about none of it, right? Because I can't claim nothing that I'm not making money off of. At my age, I can't play that fairy tale game any longer. Oh, that's my team. Oh, okay, let me see a pay stub. Let me see a QSIP number. Let me see, let me see some paperwork on that. Well, you know what I mean? No, I don't know what you mean. You calling it like it's your. So again, you must be getting some kind of dividend, a kickback, or a stipend or something. Why I get a chance to kick back and watch the game, get emotional? Man, look, all right, enough. It's 2021. Bills ain't stopping. Right? Bills ain't stopping. The time you wasting, you could have been figuring out how to figure out to get you some money. Right? To get you a nice little stipend, to get you a nice little bag, to get you some affiliation money, to get in these people's faces on YouTube and try to build up artists, whatever. Not that you probably not doing some of those things, but at the same breath, how much of that stuff gonna keep you what? Again, distracted from the real issues out there. Of course, then that kickback conversation is what? Well, man, it ain't that serious, bro. It is just not that serious. Well, what is serious to you? What is serious to you? Your future, your kids' future, your future kids' futures, whatever, right? What's serious? Or you just gonna hear in the now up till it's over, right? Live it like it ain't no tomorrow, right? Y'all know that saying? Live life like it ain't no tomorrow. Well, guess what? That only applies to people who worked hard to put themselves in a position where they can do that. You can't do that if you broke, right? I feel like I'm still, in comparison to that, I feel like I'm still broke, right? I can make some move, but in terms of, but you feel like you're still broke in comparison to what it's really like. We all working to change that, of course, right? But people who can wake up tomorrow, and just say, okay, yeah, I can go do all these things in one day, fly across, different time zones, do all this, that, and the third, and be back before the kids get off the bus at school. Right? That kind of reality. Well, that don't mean I can go to the club, I can do this, I can run hard, go hard 24/7 and just burning assets that I could be putting to work for me. And then, by, Sunday night, I had an event for week. Now you what? You that much more broke going into the next week. Because now you complain about how you got to go to work and work hard to get all of it back. Right? Like, seriously? So, again, the bond markets are not letting up on you. Because if you borrowed money against those opportunities, credit, all these other stuff like that, and you don't have a replenishing mechanism, a set of skills that can help you pay the bills outside of your job, supplemental income, affiliated value income, entrepreneur, side hustle, whatever, etc., etc. What are you doing? What are you doing? You waiting on something to fall out the sky? Of course, they say what they call it, the Jesus money, or whatever. Right? At my age, I don't, I'm not finna do all this apology. I gotta be, politically correct. I'm not finna do that. I'm just not gonna do it. I remember I used to be stubborn and stupid to a degree. and just really bought into the ideal of what that. No, I'm not going to do it. I seen exactly the horror, even in that perspective, right? I know people are like, man, go in on that one. Now, I'll leave it for another conversation. We're going to talk about these bonds now, but y'all know the deal, right? We saw people that was homeless, hungry, going through it in the middle of a pandemic, and they couldn't even sleep, on the church grounds, let alone inside a mega church. They couldn't even sleep on the church grounds. Stop. Don't come for me. All right, don't even come for me if you're sensitive and emotional, because that's a hustle. It's a 501(c)(3). Get out your feelings. Understand provisions, right? He was not going above and beyond, whatever. So, 10-year yield. 10-year yield is kicking butt, taking names, right? The FOMC meeting is tomorrow. The commentary is as such, is that they're concerned about what? Rising yields. Rising yields signal what? In the event that you was going through economic downturn and you beat back the yields to kind of give people the incentive to kind of work themselves out of a hole. Now that those yields are starting to mature, it seems as if things seem to be getting a little bit more better, quote unquote, by their standard. We would say whose standard? Well, about the pieces of data points that are coming in that are at a point where they're coming from rock bottom. Any aspect of growth from rock bottom seems what? Like an improvement. See how that work? If you at rock bottom and if you grow 200% from rock bottom, is that really an improvement, or did you just kind of gain back some of what you lost at a more higher level? See how that work? You started up at 100. You went down to what? 7%, right? Or 10%. You grew back what? 20% of that. Now you're at 30%. You up what? 200% off the bottom, right? Have you grown? Are you back to normal? Or does that stat or that data point just sound like, okay, yeah, that's a pretty good data point? No, that doesn't reflect the overall aspect of what the economy is going through. See how that works? It's window dressing. Y'all know this stuff again. Y'all know the fam. Us, we the fam, right? We the gang, right? We understand this stuff, but a lot of people don't. They're here there and they're like, okay, yeah, we must be coming back. Everything is coming back. Yet it's still, unemployment numbers are still not reflecting that. It's wishy-washy at best. All the money that was passed out, the real money, that money been invested, been spent, and it's gone. The people that really got bailed out, they out of there. They done took that bag and grew it. They took that bag and grew it. Now you're stuck holding the bag, thinking that you're supposed to get the bag, and ain't nobody tell you how to get the bag, and now you feel like you've been left out from the bag. See how that work? Because the education gap is horrendous in terms of financial literacy at this level. It's horrendous, right? So again, I just I sit back and I'm like, man, this is crazy. I'm so behind, right? I wake up every day like, dang, bro, you behind, bro. You so behind. Man, these folks did not tell you the truth in the way that you needed to hear the truth, to know the truth, to operate, from the truth. Right? The ultimate hustle. Right? The ultimate hustle. Right? It's hustling the system. It's a pool of money that's being drawn every day from taxpayers. A pool of money. A pool of money. And that money is being dispersed to who? Who's being dispersed to? Well, not you. It's being dispersed to everybody else except you. First. Right? See how that works? So the only way you change that dynamic is you got to up the ante. You got to change the game. You got to throw a monkey wrench in the plans. You got to disrupt the cog on the wheel, whatever. And say, no, whoa. Slam on the brakes. Slam on the brakes. Go to disconnect and all kind of stuff that you're paying that you don't need. I'm disconnecting everything. Cable, I don't need this bill, I don't need that bill. Y'all could forget it. Screw you, screw it. I'm out of here. No, let me start holding back and being more control of my money, so I can make the preparatory needs and moves that I need to what? Get myself really in a place of leverage. To work from a place of leverage unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Because you know what? I'm sick and tired of waiting on people. And when I say people, I mean governmental agencies to sit there and slick back talk me. A pimp named Slickback, right? Y'all remember that? Boondocks, right? A pimp named Wait, I'm about to say Slickback, right? That's what the government is, right? Basically what they are, right? Jerome Powell, yeah, Slickback. Janet Yellen, the new treasury, Slickback. Before them, Ben Bernanke, Slickback. Before him, Alan Greenspan, Slickback, right? These people, look, a pimp named Slickback. These people are pimping the average American person who have no clue. They just taking all these dollars and just sending it where they want to send it. Not effectively trying to really build a nation or organized nation to really compete with other empowering nations well into the 22nd century and beyond. Here it is, we 20 plus, right? Here it is, we are at what? 20 plus into this new one, right? We 20 plus into this new century. We are, look, and jokers, look, playing around. Racial aspects about to change in the next, 20 plus years in itself. The dichotomy of the white ethno environment is going to obviously be diluted. They're going to be literally the minority, right? Mesoamerican and other nations are basically about to be number one populace in the country. Between maybe your African Americans can creep in there. Again, things are finna change. And if you wasn't able to really benefit under this wild west system, then imagine what it's going to be 20 something plus years from now if you really can't leverage what's happening now to build something better for what's coming down in the future. A lot of us are going to be well and thriving 20 years from now. Still thriving. So you got to prepare. You got to understand the system. You got to learn how to read the tea leaves. You got to know when they how they move money around. You just got to be about your business. Right? You got to know how to read the tea leaves. Again, understanding these treasures, when they start getting the crying all on TV, and you start hearing it even on your local news. Oh, well, we're hearing on the economic side of the news tonight. We've been hearing news that the Federal Reserve is how it's starting to have a little problem with the 10-year treasury yields. And these bonds are becoming a big issue now in terms of how they're backstopping the economy. Now, it seems that with the idea that we're getting ready to open things back up, they maybe need to raise interest rates because we borrowed a little too much more than we can pay back at a point where we thought things were going to be able to balance itself out and get it back to normal a long time ago. That did not happen, so we're faced with a lot of debt, and the bond market is saying, we're going to work and move without you. Get excited. So either you're going to backstop this debt for a lot of people, everybody, not just a corporate interest, or you finna get hit hard come day one when the moratorium's in. Simple as that. You finna have a gang of debt sitting there waiting on you with a bow tie on it, smiling at you, looking with your eyes fluttering, right? like they talking about the council coach like Pepe Le Pew, how he was on that cat. He gonna smile at you like Pepe Le Pew. Let that marinate for a moment. Besides the fact that you was financially indigent most of that coronavirus quarantine time, you weren't able to produce income because a lot of your eggs was all in one basket. Your job. You didn't have other means of income. You looked at the stock market like an anomaly, right? You didn't have, maybe entrepreneurial endeavors and crafts and drop shipping, all that stuff. Be like, man, I ain't got time for all that. But I know I'm finna watch these 2-3 hours of the basketball game. Fry the wings, man. Let's get at it. Okay, yeah. Good luck with that. So again, hey, sometimes the raw truth is the best truth. Sometimes the raw truth is the best truth. I swallow those pills every day. Right? I don't have a luxury to not. You learn so you can share. You learn so you can share. You learn so you can share. Well, you learn so you should share. A lot of people, don't, right? But we learn to share because in this case, you want other people to be what? In the know, so we can all move in unison. I'm Bantu. I am because we are. Right? Consumer price index up a little bit, barely. Our real gross domestic product, see right there, that 4.1% gain that we got out of the last quarter. Now y'all know that number right there is what? It's hyperinflated. It's coming off the bottom. You up 4% near the bottom. We had a drawdown, guys. Y'all see, I'm finna test y'all a little bit. Do y'all happen to know what was our drawdown on GDP at the worst during the middle of the coronavirus? In terms of our GDP, because keep in mind, we went from a recession to we actually hit a Great Depression during the pandemic. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. We talked about it several times, of course. All right, those who in our little fold, we know what's up. But we had an economic drawdown in terms of GDP. At the worst was how much? See if everybody know. And throw it in the back chat. If y'all remember, what was the worst we were at in terms of our GDP during the middle of the pandemic? Throw it in the back chat. Let me see if y'all been doing your research and remember. Right? See, Brother Matthew, he already popping. Right? He already popping. Right? Right? You got to be on your game. Right? This is why you got to be on your game. And why these things are important. Right? He already popping, right? People may know, well, what's the significance of that? It's very significant. It's the reason why interest rate had to get cut to base to zero. It's the reason why they had to cut up the printing press, cut on the printing press. The reason why they did, I should say, and start printing all this funny money, helicopter money, and sending it down range to people that don't necessarily look like you. It went in the hands of people who already got money. It was the facade of we doing something, but it really wasn't doing nothing for you. Tangibly at a way where you can really hold it, feel it, smack it, rub it down. Oh no, y'all get it. So you're talking about 31 to a 33% drawdown in GDP at the worst. We hit Great Depression status during the middle of the coronavirus. So you bounce back, and keep in mind, that was what? 2 quarters ago? 2-3 quarters ago at best? You bounce back, what, 2-3%, then you bounce another quick 4%. You're praising growth from the bottom. Again, you was at 100%. You dropped down, right? You dropped down to basically 30%, right? Not even that, 10%, like I was saying. You gain back, about 20% off, 200% off that 10%. Now you're sitting at around about 30-something percent. And you praising that as if, everything's back to normal. Bro, you still got 70% more decline. Right? You got 70% more to climb. Stop playing. Stop playing. So, again, understanding those economic readouts, obviously, they do matter. Right? They do matter. Industrial production, we get it. Right? Still at negative 2.2%. 10-year yield, banging. We just looked at the 10-year yield chart. This thing ain't been like this in years. Okay. Y'all seen the chart. It's been years since the joker looked like this. Right? It peaked out around about what? There it is, 2019. See right here? That's when it was banging. Right? 2018, end of 2018, the tariffs began to really kick in. They were starting to kick the behinds of a lot of people and corporations. And so they began to cry to Trump. And then Trump began to cry more to Jerome Powell. Then income what? Let's cut the interest rate. Let's cut interest rates. Right? Then they started cutting interest rate. Then what? Income what? The deluge. All right. At that time, we're sitting up around about a 3.15 on the 10-year. Right? A 3.15. You came all the way down to basically what? 0.5. 0.5. And now you back up what? 1.62. Again, 200%. 200% off the bottom. Right? Again, just going back 5 years, y'all know the deal. Right? 5 years, 10 years, whatever. You see how typically, trades, if they can kind of, keep a lid on it. Again, going back even, subprime lending crash, y'all know what happened with that, right? 2008, around that time frame. Again, obviously you see what's going on here, right? Massive drawdown. Same thing like the coronavirus, basically. You see it. Couldn't make this stuff up. Same thing right there. Right? Same thing right there. During that time frame there. Big drawdown because the subprime lending crash hit everybody, especially that's a big note. That's a 30-year. A lot of that was a 30-year, right? Them housing notes, right? Them 30-year bonds got slaughtered, right? Went from 4, again, it started before that because like anything, it started steamrolling, then it just jumped, right? It went from 5, all the way down to like 2.25, right? And then in come the helicopter money again. In come Ben Bernanke, right? And that crew, right? With Obama them. And they cut them printers on, they ain't cut them things off since. QE3 went straight to QE4, right? With no hitches, right? None, right? But anyway, so a lot of this stuff is coming due today. That's basically what I'm trying to say, right? Y'all see, look at it. Currency exchange all jacked up. People were deflating their currency during the coronavirus. Why wouldn't they? They needed a break. Finna pay these high behind export taxes, taxation. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna deflate my currency so I can get these breaks. And America had the nerve to kind of go after China for that. Are y'all serious? America is the what? Man, it's the poster child for doing that. Anyway, right? Unemployment rate, look at 6.2. It was at around what? At the worst, it was around what? 20-some-odd%. Now it's 6.2, whatever. Kind of beating it back a little bit. See, that's stuff that people are not dealing with. This unemployment rate is what's really driving a lot of the bond market too. It sure is. And non-farm payroll. Them two right there alone. And you can throw, of course, initial claims, but the idea that they feel like there's some growth, the people trying to return back to work, they're trying to do something to get back to normal. Bonds say, hey, y'all, no, we need to raise interest rates now. We need to, right? People like, we got it, And so the Fed said, we got a dilemma. We're in a pickle here. We're in a quagmire here. We can't, let the market fall apart because, damn, we're not doing the duty of what we was here for. Wink, wink. Because we definitely ain't making it better for the economic disparity between those who are definitely in need, in a minority, quote unquote, black, Asian, whatever, or Hispanic, whatever. We're not really, closing that gap. We're just trying to play the trickle down economics game that Reagan tried that never worked. Give it to the wealthy, hope they kind of make life better for those who are underneath them. They ain't cut no interest rate. I mean, look at it, they ain't cutting look. See, that's why again this whole idea behind minimum wage increase is a big topic because they try to make you live off $7.25 an hour, and then they're gonna turn around and hit you with a moral clause. Well, you only work at McDonald's, you don't deserve more than that. It's McDonald's. You're supposed to live in poverty, slinging burgers and fries. You ain't got no real skill set, so okay, a lot of these corporations don't deserve the helicopter money they get every single time we have an economic drawdown. Yet they still in first in line to get the bailout when things happen. You pay for it though. Here it is. You pay for it. Here's the deal. Okay, hint, hint, wink, wink. You pay for it. If you didn't know, now you know. You pay for it. George Floyd just got a settlement. Off script a little bit here. Left field here too. In the right way though. George Floyd family just got a settlement for the killing, right, of George Floyd by the cop Derek Chauvin. Obviously, at this point, going through Chauvin, whatever his name, Chauvin, going through jury selection right now for his case, getting ready to kind of get underway. The state of Minnesota cut him a check, right? Or I say the state of Minnesota, but Minneapolis, whatever. They cut him his family a check for $27 million. It's the biggest wrongful death police settlement ever in American history. $27 million. $27 million. Right? Who paid for that? Did the government pay for it? Did the state of Minnesota pay for it? Did the city of Minneapolis pay for it? Did the officer who murdered George Floyd, did he pay for it? Did the other officers that were standing around watching it all happen that was complicit too, did they pay for it? Who paid for it? Who paid for the police to murder George Floyd and not necessarily have to really bear the whole true burden of it? Who paid for it? See how that works? See how this works? The same way, who paid for American Airlines to get a bailout for $54 billion on the first bailout? $54 billion went to the airline industry. Who paid for it? They bond holders, they senior debt net holders. No. That came a lot later. Who paid for it? Taxpayers did. You literally paid a police cop to murder an unarmed person. You paid for that. You incentivized them to do it in an aspect they can get away through a loophole or some kind of good old boy system in the court system. But you're going to pay for the carnage that they inflict on the people. You pay for it. Did you sign up to pay for that? Did you sign up to be complicit in a murder? I repeat, did you sign up to be complicit in a murder? An obvious murder. No, you did not. But somehow you got to pay for it. Taxpayers pay for it. They come out of taxpayers' money. So where's the punishment mechanism there? Where's the incentive to keep these people from not doing that? Where's the incentive to keep corporations from running to the front of the line to get taxpayers bailout money during the middle of a real economic drawdown? And you need to be the first person to get bailed out because you're going to weather the storm harder than anybody else. Where's the incentive for you? Where's the helicopter money coming for you and your family? Crickets. Crickets. So you got nerve to complain that that some people actually going to the government now and saying, hey, cut my check. Cut me my check. Cut me my money. That's already my money. You got a problem with that? You self-righteous now? I don't want nothing from the government. You shouldn't want nothing too. You should blah, 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 blah. They do enough. If you don't get out my face, you ignorant jackrabbit. If you don't get out my face, you stupid, educated, dumb person. You self-righteous, pious, stupid person. If you don't get out my face, it's the hustle. They're banking on you being mentally, financially indigent before you even become tangibly financially indigent. Civics, jurisprudence, financial literacy, whatever. It's where they rob people the most. It's where they rob people the most. Right? So again, we gotta, we gotta step our game up. We gotta step our game up. Right? Again, everybody's in the quagmire because again, the bonds starting to go up now, and the markets are again spoiled people complain about it though. Only the spoiled people, right? When you're in the market, you can be spoiled, right? That's what they say. You can be spoiled if you engage in the market. Whatever. Doesn't negate that you have to still do your due diligence like everybody else. We say that because again, a lot of people out there don't even have the luxury, or they have it but they don't understand how to leverage it. Let me say it that way. They have it but they don't understand how to leverage it. A lot of people got their stimulus check, going to get their stimulus check for those who qualify. And you know what they're going to blow it on? You know what they're going to blow it on. Now the narrative on the equity side of the house is that, we're going to get a good portion of that money. On the Main Street side, those who didn't convert to understand how to get invested in the market because y'all was the ones that tipped them to it, during the whole scenario of the pandemic. And you got people educated at the best of your ability and say, hey, you need to not make these kind of moves going forward. You need to find a way to have your aspect of a bag that you can acquire at any time without any crazy hard skill sets that put you in the debt. Get invested in the market, learn how to invest in the market. All right, for those people who didn't get converted that are still on Main Street, what they gonna spend their money on? Cell phones, Jordan, liquor, stupid stuff. Because they are still under the impression that they getting ready to go back to work another month or 2-3 months from now. To get back on the hamster wheel, to try to find themselves in a position of leverage to kind of take away the debt that's still compiling on them right now. That's going to hit them like a ton of bricks into July, into September. All these moratoriums are getting ready to come to an end. There's no soft landing. There's no, cushion underneath your feet with your debt. The day the clock stops, that it goes off a moratorium, is the day that the interest kicks in and all of it sitting there compiling, sitting there waiting on you like, yep, here I am. Here I am. I so miss you. I so miss you. This 30-year note house, this 10-year here, this credit card, this, that, and the third. I sure miss you. You gonna like, bruh. Look, I'm gonna need you to not call me. I'm gonna need you to stop sending these letters. Okay. Yeah, good luck with that. Right, so again, the system. Understand the system. Right? Understand the system. Understand that the money being disseminated, kicked down range, which is your money, you're not getting what? A chance to say where it should go. Right? Again, they cut you a little $14 check to kind of what? To kind of what? Get your attention, right? To kind of woo you a little bit, right? They cut you a little check there, right? 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 They cut you a little check there, right? See how that works? As my meme right here says, what? Let me see here. As my meme here says, what it say? Right? Let me see if I can move this stuff off the screen, because I know all this, these flashing banners and all this stuff. Right? Let me see if we can. You guys can see it pretty much, but remember the one Trump? Y'all remember that meme that Trump had out? Right? Trump like, he's sitting there, got a Coogee sweater on, right? Got a Coogee sweater on, count money, right? Or laying on the bed, right? You got your check, baby girl. You got your check, baby girl. Yeah, and the girl like, I still ain't gonna vote for you. But yeah, I got that check, daddy. I got that check, daddy. Now Joe Biden's in the eating ice cream. You got your that check. Check your bank account, baby girl. Check your bank account, baby girl. That $14 should be sitting on there, all right? And if you got about 7, 8 kids, guess what? Everybody finna get $1,400. A drop in the bucket of what they really owe you, though. A drop in the bucket of what they really owe you. Because what's coming, if you ain't putting that money into some kind of form of growth, expenditure, or asset, you finna be in trouble. If you had any kind of moratoriums, any kind of delays, and you wasn't paying, and you said, I'm going to wait it out, guess what? All these bills from the compound hit you like a ton of bricks. That's a drop in the bucket. Again, other nations were paying their citizens every month. Other nations were paying their citizens every month. Every month. And you had to pull teeth to get a dusty little, what, $3,200? All together? What, was it 12, 6, and 14, somewhere like that? See how they do you? See how they do you? Right? The same people y'all be lauding over and getting all excited about, Republican and Democrat. Stop. Me personally, y'all know my opinion. No, I don't do the reindeer games. It's not gonna do it. Right? Just not finna do it. Again, they owe a lot of you guys too much at this point in the game. They owe you too much. I'm just sitting around looking at people like, man, look, I gotta get me some crystals and burn me some sage. I'm like, man, look, these are come to me with all that foolishness. Man, I just need to make sure I'm clear-minded spirit to deal with this foolishness, because you know they're gonna come. Jokers don't want to research. They don't care to research. Again, it doesn't even make sense that they're not researching with all this allocated time on their hands. They can care less. Man, look. Look. Right? I mean, it's a mess out there. Right? So again, we got to get serious. It's time to get serious. It's time to get serious. Right? I'm saying that because we're coming up on fourth quarter. We at the fourth quarter. When I say that, meaning we're at the fourth quarter of all this economic carnage, and these people getting ready to open up the floodgates to get y'all back out there in the world, quote unquote, back to working all this stuff. And here it is. You really didn't have nothing to really backstop you during the whole time of it, this pandemic. And they done threw you a last minute check, this last one on the back door. You think, everything will be peaches and cream. Here it is. All these economic data points are starting to come to a head and finna be adversely now what? Hitting you across the back, worse than it was before the coronavirus. And you sitting there like, man, look, I thought the government was supposed to take care of that. I thought the government was supposed to take care of all that. I thought the government was supposed to make sure you thought. You thought. Oh, okay. Well, I pay taxes. My tax dollars supposed to my tax. Okay, your tax dollars is going to this right here. Now, adversely, if you own homes or assets, equity accruing assets, yeah, they make it benefit you to a degree. But a lot of people didn't have no say so in this. Your money went to scenarios like this right here. Right? Repurchase agreement operation details, right? Right? Repurchase agreement operation repos to support effective policy implementation and the smooth function of short-term U.S. dollar funding markets, as directed by the Federal Open Market Committee. Of course, that's the FOMC. You didn't know what the federal, FOMC. That's basically the Federal Open Market Committee, right? All the 12 governors in America, right? Who obviously look over their jurisdiction and report back to obviously Washington D.C. Fed Chair Jerome Powell, which obviously used to be held by Janet Yellen, who's now the new Secretary of Treasury, right? Another central banker, another banker. People who don't know how you really live your life at a common level, right? These people live in bubbles. Their data points are more skewed towards, their ignorance, willful ignorance, because they don't want to know how other people live, who are not in their pay grade, tax bracket, etc., etc. I go on about that. That's another conversation for another day, right? Don't want to draw this out any longer than necessary, but we're gonna get that work. You're gonna get that work, right? Again, you didn't sign up for this. February the 12th. Look what happened. Every business day from 1:30 to 1:45 Eastern Standard Time, unless otherwise stated. Aggregate operational limit came in 500 billion allocation. That was going to be dispersed from a mandate, right? From the Fed mandate, right? The idea that they got this money, that is your money, taxpayers' money, finna go into doing what? To go backstop short-term U.S. dollar funding market initiatives, mortgage-backed lending loans, bond yields, anything of that nature to incentivize, or in this case, monetize the debt. Not wipe out your debt, but monetize corporate debt. Basically wiping out their debt. Let them having the privilege to borrow money at zero interest rates so they can take that money and then turn around and pay their debt off with it. Right, literally. And you don't have that privilege. You don't have that privilege. You wasn't even given the incentive to do such a thing. But you paid for it. The same way you just paid for George Floyd murdering cop to murder him. $27 million. You paid for that. You paid for that. 2 propositions per eligible collateral type is subject to a $20 billion maximum per proposition. That's $20 billion bond repurchasing program that the Feds put out. Other the last 2 successful mandates that they put out before Trump left office, they was like, oh, we finna really backstop this thing even more. Because bonds were waking up. We gotta wake up, we gotta crank up this bond purchase program even more now. Because we're not back where we need to be. We didn't completely reach our 2% inflation objective quite yet. So we gotta backstop the bond markets again to keep it from waking up ahead of what everybody going back to work. Because somebody gotta pay for this. We done gave out all the money that we need to the corporate interest. So, man, okay, we'll print a little bit more money and buy more bonds. $20 billion every month. $20 billion every month. $20 billion every month is going towards bond purchasing programs. Did you sign off on that? Did anybody sign off on that? I'll wait. Did you sign off on paying for George Floyd's murderer to murder him and not have to deal with the consequences beyond going through this whole fake behind kangaroo court? That's about to happen. Anybody? Did anybody sign off on that? Ober Chris, you didn't pop up in the building. Peace, power, profit. Ober, did you sign off on that? Ober Chris?
Peace, power, profit. Ober, no, I ain't signed off on that.
You gave somebody permission to take money out your tax dollars to backstop bonds and pay for Derek Chauvin and give money to airline industries and all that kind of stuff? And
absolutely not.
Isn't it something that people out there with all this fake outrage saying they don't want to take nothing from the government, or the government, should just whatever? Isn't it funny how they just sit there and give you all this old ignorant kickback of basic ignorance that they don't understand how the system works, but they'll convince themselves that they don't deserve it, right? Or meaning they don't deserve it. That's basically how they come at you.
Yep.
You know, I put myself up by my little, bootstraps and all this dumb stuff. I can't wait to go back to paying my student loan debt. What? How about you eliminate it altogether like you eliminated, everybody else's debt on the corporate side, and let me get a chance to what? Come from under this mountain of debt. Well, that's just morally wrong. Okay, so it's morally wrong for you to pay for people's debt that you didn't have nothing to do with. It's morally wrong for them to take your tax dollars and give it to airline industries and all these mega wealthy billionaire companies dang there, and you didn't sign up on that. To pay for other nations' sex, gender, orientation classes at Amberjack Fish being counted in the Gulf of Mexico and saving. You didn't sign up on none of that. Well, that's the price of doing business in America. Are you foolish? At one point, do you stop the excuse and start saying, where my money at? Where my true incentives are? You're not educating, incentivizing people to become more entrepreneur endeavor. It's always go to work, get a school, get educated, go to work, go get in debt. Go get in debt so we get you by, ball and chain you to death. Again, I'm just convinced. I don't know what else to say. These conversations are relevant because we're getting ready to come out of this thing literally in about the next 2-3 months. That's why it's important. And it sounds like it through my voice because here it is. The market is obviously in this little, brouhaha or uproar because the bond yields are starting to spike again. The USD dollar is actually going back up again. They didn't beat the dollar down basically to nothing since the coronavirus. Now it's starting to catch a little bit here and there, here and there, and people can't slosh around and just do whatever they want, do turn the market code. In this case, like I say, the wealthier got wealthier during this time because they was highly invested in the markets, right? Main Street was not, right? Main Street was not, but they finna have to carry the burden of all this what? All the surplus, these bills. They finna carry that. Main Street finna carry that burden on top of what? Their own individual burdens. They finna carry all this corporate interest burden too. This governmental, just wasteful, whatever. They finna carry all that. And you carrying it right now indirectly. Don't even know it because again, $20 billion going to the bond market every month. Every month, $20 billion. Junk bonds, municipal bonds. I mean, seriously. So yeah. The bond market, or we say that we know of the bond market, yeah, it's spiking right now a little bit. It's saying, hey, this stuff that matured, hey, what's the use of sitting around and acting like we ain't finna collect the bag? It sure is. Look, it's finna get paid. And look, y'all knows well that we ain't in this to kind of what look like we making money. We trying to really what make money, right? That 10-year yield, banging. They beat it down, under the last, not this week's auction, but the previous week's auction, right? They had the auction going on. They beat it down a little bit. Only to be sold into again coming into this week. Ahead of the feds at that. Of the one person that's supposed to be keeping these things beat back into the closet with the Powell and chain. Get back in that closet. Don't you dare come out that closet, it reminds me of the movie The Goonies, right? I'm telling my age level. Y'all remember that old school movie called The Goonies, right? And they had Buddy locked up in the dungeon. They had he was a little messed up and disfigured, right? They had him on, and they used to give him a little candy bar.
Yeah.
They gave him a little baby root boy. That's all you need to give him, a baby root boy. He good, boy. That's all you need to buy. Right? That's the bond market. He coming out in front of the company right now. You out there flossing and flogging. And he done popped up in the middle of your little, fake soiree. Well, what's this? What's going on? Who child is? Oh, that little Larry. He adopted. No, no. The bonds and popped up and now Joker scared again. Because it's a signal of the debt, not people not wanting to hold it at that level anymore. It has matured. I mean, literally years in advance because of the situation that the bond made it so applicable for people to eat majestically off their wasteful spending of taxpayer dollars. People, well, what else would they have done? What were the other alternatives, right? Then they hit you with what? The TINA acronym, right? There is no other alternative, right? TINA. Well, there's plenty of other alternatives. Truly, there's some really interesting and smart economists out there, philanthropists, people who really understand the system. Again, they will never give the people the time of day to really implement some real world reality because they know it's going to include helping what? Average everyday people. They're not giving people the time of day. People like Noam Chomsky, right? They don't want to deal with people like Noam Chomsky. They don't want to deal with him, right? I can name several others too, but they don't want to deal with people like that, right? Because again, these people come from, common sense realities. Some of these stuff might be hyper, but the majority of it is common sense, right? So again, that's why you got people who are not really designed to be in certain positions in those positions. You got people who are sitting over the Boeing's board of directors who have not one of, maybe about one or two of them that may be an engineer. Everybody else is just what? Basically FA, a financial advisor, advising intricate, engineering, technical engineering over such a company like that. And hence, that's why Boeing having a problem now. You got temporary workers coming in to build planes that's supposed to be state of the art, this, that, and the third, supposed to keep you safe in the sky. And you got temporary agency workers coming in those positions with barely enough education. Oh, you used to clean toilets at the Hyatt Regency? Oh, you hired. You can punch a little rivet in this board here and put this wire. You hired. I just call it like I see it. Right? I just call it like I see it. So interest rates are starting to what? Go back up. Right? They're signaling again the fact that they're waiting to what? To unleash the beast, so to speak. Do you really think people really, tomorrow, if they was open to everything back up tomorrow, the same way the Republicans definitely beating that stick, right? They'll be willing to deal with all the other stuff. Everything came, due tomorrow, the same day they open everything up. Do y'all think they're able to handle all that? All your bills and your debts came due the exact day they open the country up. Do you think everybody be willing to deal with all that, ready to deal with all that? Meaning, that don't mean that you're going to come out with a job, too. That means you're going to come out, you have to go to work, find a job, and all that, and their bills are ready to waiting for you right then and there when they open up the country. You think people ready for that? How say you over, Chris? You think people ready for that? You think they can hit the ground tomorrow and make things happen? Right? Anybody in the back chat, y'all think people ready for that? You think they about that life? Truly. Right? So again, this is why these things or these conversations are important. Right? So this is why these conversations are important. Somebody got to be sounding the alarm. I don't care. There's a lot of other YouTube channels out there, content creator people go in on this stuff. Look here. Get knowledge from anywhere you can get it, that you can turn around and research it to make sure you can validate it, to make sure you can be well equipped to deal with things when they come down the pipeline. It's simple as that. Over Chris, he content creator. He built out his YouTube channel. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. People in the back chat, you got a YouTube channel, you building it out. Post it in the chat. Let people go subscribe to it. Let us know so we can get subscribed to it. Again, get serious about putting out information that can help edify people. If you into other stuff, that's fine. Again, I ain't here to tell you what you can't do, but for the most part, make sure you put out some good quality information that people can actually benefit from too. Tangible aspects of that. Right? Because I can almost be for certain to say that let's say about the next 6 months from now, 5-6 months from now, it's going to be a lot of people out there finna get some real hard, ugly wake-up calls. Yeah, they can't wait to get back to so-called, quote-unquote, a norm, right? But there's going to be some ugly wake-up calls going to come right behind it. There's going to be some ugly wake-up calls. The Three Little Pigs all over again. Right? It's like with the Three Little Pigs, right? All over again. What did you build your house with? Reality shows, sports, chilling, or you got serious about your economic gain. You went out there and found other people who think like you, move like you, right? Speak like you in a lot of ways, and got serious about your economic gain. Again, during those, and they say the winter months is when you're supposed to what? You stock up during the summer to get ready for the winter, right? Boy, did we have, man, if the coronavirus situation wasn't the kind of level of a scenario to stock up or whatever, I don't know what else to tell you, because what I saw was, again, a golden parachute being, deployed for people who obviously benefit the most in terms of corporations and this, that, and the third. People who in the know, understand the provision, understand the loopholes, know how the law works. Those were the people who obviously benefit the most, because again, the wealth gap disparity showing you exactly what's happening. You go to these federal websites, they're showing you what's going on here. You keep hearing how even the coronavirus is supposed to be, now all of a sudden the coronavirus is racist. It only adversely affect, minorities and black people more than anybody else. Seriously? Yeah, I know there's some underlying scenarios there, some comorbidities there. I know some, sedentary moments there. But adversely it affects obviously more African Americans than anybody else. Now, granted, a lot of people were not, well, I can speak for some of my African folks. We were out there traveling, all that stuff like that during the thick of this pandemic. But all of a sudden, they are most adverse effect. Okay, so if that's the case, shouldn't they be getting all the economic backdrops to kind of make sure you keep, it from being a big issue? I'll wait. Crickets. You got no more than the next person. See how that work? So what's the interest? What's the special interest in that? What's the idea that you're going to put out this economic data point, but you ain't going to really do nothing to benefit these people the most? Some BS propaganda ads about, yeah, just wait your turn to go get your vaccine and all this, that. Stop. Like, I'm just sick of it, right? I know I'm on a soapbox a little bit, so y'all forgive me. But sometimes you got to call like it is. Sometimes you just got to call like it is. Again, markets are not reflective of, they don't care who you are. Markets don't care who you are. Race, color, creed, sex, gender, orientation, midget, humpback, smurf, broke, no broke, whatever. Crack, cocaine, hookers, heroin. Any of that food, it don't even care. It's like, hey, you got some money to play ball? You got a strategic thesis in terms of getting into the market, getting out of the market? Even if you don't, you still can buy a stock, not even having an ounce of education. See how easy they make it? But to get into, Harvard, MIT, Yale, all that, you got to pull T. Medical school, you got to pull T. You got to have A1 credit day in there. Your parents got to be in the, whatever. Yet still your quality of opportunity offers are much more fortunate to you in the equity markets than that of what you would ever go and get out of giving 8 to 10 to 12 years of through education aspects to get somewhat notoriety and some potential clout off of a job or whatever. Here it is, you can just get in the market, catch GameStop at $4, ride it up to $500. Put your first stimulus check in it, and now that stimulus check worth around about what? $200,000, $250,000, $500,000. Your quality of life just changed overnight. You take a third of that, reinvest it, pocket the rest, put that other into some kind of form of investment that's liquid, a good dividend investment program, and just eat off the dividends alone for the rest of your life. The game is to be, look, they ain't teaching the game what you're supposed to. They're not working you into a position where you can get there. Everybody's working towards that level of stationary opportunity where the money obviously begins to really, really, really work for you. What's going on, family base? Jesus, I see you popped in the building. Peace, power, profit to you.
Man,
how you doing?
No, what up, Emporium? It's Andre. But I was just the reason why I even jumped on because I had a conversation today at my job that was real funny. So a guy who doesn't know any better, so he goes, he just makes like this statement. He was like, and they're gonna raise taxes too. So I'm like, well, I said, well, with the slight advantage that the Senate has, yeah, they might, but I said they're still gonna have to. That's still not gonna be easy because what Reagan did in the '80s is what, like you said, the top 20% will always hold on to, which is those tax cuts. So he said something very interesting. This is why I jumped on. He was like, "Well, I don't really blame them. They worked hard for that." I said, "You have no idea what you're talking about, bro. Who worked hard for what?"
See how that worked?
And I'm looking
See?
at him now. This is a black guy, and he goes, and
Tragic.
they work hard for that. I said, "You mean your ancestors who built this country work hard for that, or the people that's living off this money now? They worked hard for that." I'm just like, yo, I had to say, I said, you are a moron for saying that. Now, mind you, his boss, who works for corporate Ralph Lauren, says to him, "No, we didn't."
See how that worked?
The sickness of us, like you always hear me say this, like we really just don't understand money to the point where it's really a sickness. Like it's a sickness, man. It's
endemic almost.
It's I understand that we have we are like inundated in poverty, and I get that. But now it's really becoming the elephant who finally got the chains taken off, but he didn't realize he was more powerful than the oppressor.
Than the chains.
Right.
Exactly.
And I think, and I see that more than ever now, because it's like for a black man to say, well, they work for it. They don't want to be taxed. And I say, work for what? You working for them. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. I can see your face. You kind of looking at him like this right here.
Yeah, like I'm like.
I mean,
the thing this is what's funny about that statement, though, right? It's like when you listen to some, like, okay, so he'll come to me one day and he'll like show me his like, you know how now the betting apps are big, so he'll show like how he's made like a quick $1,200 on the betting app, right?
And DraftKings and Penn, all that stuff. Publicly traded too now. He probably know they publicly traded. He may not.
He doesn't know that. Next day, he'll come up to me in private like, yo, you got $5 so I can eat some lunch? I'm like, what?
See?
Hold on. Then you just make 12. So it's like, that's when like what's going on mentally within us is just like, it's become crazy, right? This is why I had to take a step back from a lot of it, because it was just like, y'all Looney Tunes, man. Y'all are literally Looney Tunes. Like, I really don't get it. I don't, man. And this is why this is why I had to jump on. I was about to go to sleep. I heard you and Chris talking. I said, man, I had to turn my wives back around and said, look, I got work to do.
Man. You got a little work to do. Just put them on parlay for a hot second, right? Let me get in here and get a fan of some knowledge.
But it's funny though, man. Like, as you seen me say the other day, I know Chris seen it. I'm like, y'all worried about Kurt Franklin cursing out his son and we broke? Like,
yeah. I seen that became a hot button topic for a lot of people who, like anybody, they benefit off of, playing up the tabloid, feeding off some a family man, like again, not putting any food on nobody's table, not making anybody have a better quality of life from that situation, no more than the fact that you want to raise awareness for something that people already know without having to kind of go through this man's, situation. Again, it's just more the fake outrage, right? The things to keep up,
How about Kurt is still coming home to a mansion after y'all finish talking? He's still like, what are we talking about? The man.
What a fifth of Louis and the Bible in one hand, and sitting up looking at think about the sermon he gonna preach this following coming up Sunday to the same congregation that's sitting there like, yeah, okay, I cuss harder than he do when the camera ain't rolling. Right. Because I'm real like everybody.
Right. And that's the thickness of us. Like, we so enthralled with like pop culture, we don't even realize, he's a man first. I don't care what doctrine, deity, spook he celebrates. It doesn't matter if you broke. I don't care. Right.
It's like, that's time you can't get back. Again, I was saying that earlier too. Once you you send it down range, it's gone. There ain't no get back. Ain't no, you can't pull it back. It's gone. You waste it, as people's like, man, I just wasted, 30 brain cells on that. I know I shouldn't even read that or seen it. That's literally what it has become, because again, people are inebriated under the level of being, fictitiously distracted, because you can't be, living a true, I don't know. It bothers me because again, I say, well, people don't really, take the time to really stop and see what's really happening, unless they're really adversely affected, personally. Now, there's already a story that preceded theirs, of course. Some kind of value of suffrage or issue or whatever. There's a database full of things out there that you can pull from. Primary sources say, okay, don't try not to make this mistake. Try to follow this kind of reality, whatever, right? But again, like anything, people are picking and choosing like they do with these manuals and these scriptures and like any other thing. But the reality is the case when you, in this case of the coronavirus, it really again shed light on a lot of different things, exposed a lot of holes in the system analysis in a lot of ways. Not just that, but each like individuals too, right? Individuals too, right? Everybody had to kind of step back like, man, let me see what's going on, because again, it really brought home the idea that it was okay when you ever really wear the real economic downturn, you better have some money put away and this, that, and the third. Man, if Joker wasn't caught, with the pants down and just looking crazy, and the first thing they always say, what? Where the government at?
That's it. I mean, we live in a corporate welfare system. I mean, that's common knowledge, right? I mean, and that's why we have to be more educated just about how the system works, right? Like, I think when we become like, how can I say, I never have I've met. I think me and you spoke about this before. I know me and Chris did, but never in my entire life have I met more people justifying their oppression than I've done in the last like 12 months. Like they just
I agree.
justifying it. Like I'm talking about like saying
literally going to war for it.
Like basically saying, well, God doesn't want everybody to be rich. I said, well, you stay on that side of the street. You could
right.
I never met, because me, I don't pretend that I don't live in a world that I can say money isn't everything as far as like your quality of life, your decision making, from the food you eat to just making sound, being a functional adult, right? And I always tell people that without money in the United States, you're not a citizen. You just like live here, but you can't access America, right? So it's like when I speak to people and they give me like these magical like stories and anecdotes about why it is not built off that, I just say, yo, you like it's gonna be like, I always tell people, right here in New York where it was cold, I'm like, how cold is outside? My man's like 30 degrees. I said, without money it's negative 30.
Facts.
Like, what are you talking about?
Facts.
Yeah, that's true story right there.
Clothes, shelter, and feed. Oh, you gonna weather that whole with a higher level degree.
Right.
Of pain. All right. Your threshold of pain just increased 3-fold or 30-fold.
Yeah, and so it's like when we make up these anecdotes to be like, yeah, it's fine to be downtrodden, then I've never in my life have I met more people this year. Two things that you've learned from this pandemic. One, everybody is selling stock trading classes and use credit to get money classes on the internet. And two, your average friend is just like, like God wants us to be broke. And I'm like, I hear you. Like, I don't even understand the concept of that no more. Like, I don't.
Yeah, this is the pandemic. This is the pestilence and the, this is the they call the inherent sin being. Again, this is again. It's no swipe against those who are in the faith, but I say this with a straight face. At some point, you got to realize that again, this is all mandated. Right? Hint, hint. We mandated. Man caused this, right? Through their actions, and it came to a culmination over a period of time, or adversely, or messing with. And now it's upon you because they caused it. You ain't caused it. I ain't right? And now they want you to, accept this as some kind of, you know, aberration of, outside of our norm, right? Again, this was, again, y'all know what I'm saying without saying it. But again, it has to be an excuse mechanism in place, right? It has to be an excuse mechanism in place. It has to be some kind of, behind the scenes, scenario that no one can see, touch, taste, smell, whatever to blame it on. Besides the fact that, okay, there's other people out there who are pulling switches and testing everything they possibly can to put themselves in a better position so they can hoard more, haul more away, take more, steal more, control more, dominate more, and the drawbacks or the collateral damage to that when you get caught in the what in the cannon fodder and the blowback or the see, that's how the stuff sets up. And then people forget that okay, you gotta not just live day to day to deal with what happens at your job with your kids and no, there's other stuff sitting out there festering, waiting to become an issue, right? And a lot of people are asleep at the wheel, literally, right? Again, have no clue, no knowledge. They're not necessarily, progressively trying to learn more than what they feel like is comfortable for them to kind of live underneath. Again, to be comfortably enslaved, quote unquote, in a lot of ways. And that's just it. They throw their hands back and say, "Man, look, I don't care about all that. Bump that new car to be. Let's get it." Right? Right?
It's not even just on that level as far as like pop culture, like let's just say like the Cardi B. I know what you were saying, but it's more or less like saying like I guess we've gotten to a point, and I'm just saying as far as like we're going with, we're not saying obviously absolutes, but we're talking about a lot of us, right? That you see there's somewhat of a waving of the mental white flag, right? And to the point where they'll say things for conversation, but they don't really mean it. Like the same person was once telling me that, yo, if I do this much in Apple, I'll have 100,000. But the reason why I know he's lying as far as investing, that means today he would have said, damn, Apple went up another 3% today, right? He would have came to me and be like, yo, how much you making on Apple?
Right, I had to increase.
Right, if you really that vested into it, then you would have been like, yo, you understand what I'm saying? So the point I'm making is that I really see the it's almost like a monetary dementia that we're developing. Like we we're just people that's there, but if you talk to them, they don't know who you are. And it's
right.
Like for example, let's be candid, because I always give this example, and black people are the only people that tells me opposite. Now you like to go fishing, right? When you get a chance, right? You take your pole out, you get the reel out, you get on the boat. You know what I'm saying? Catfish and gravy, you ain't lazy, right? Now,
facts.
How long you have if I'm not mistaken, you have a newborn, right? Or similar to a newborn, right? You have a toddler, correct?
A 5-year-old.
5-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you have a 5-year-old, so you have a child. Now we know that you day trade, you spy, you do stock options, right? Let me ask you a question. Let's say you make a year worth of just bad trading. Obviously, you man who does due diligence, that won't happen, right? But let's just say hypothetically, right? How long do you think your wife or your queen is gonna stay there if you flat broke?
That becomes a game of Russian roulette.
Yep. So is.
And I can say that across the gauntlet for anybody. I don't care what nationality you are.
Listen.
Well, because I even know people that's in hard poverty. Because I watch a lot of these little shows like that. I'm National Geographic, all that. You even be in a low economic environment, but guess what? That woman still gonna have what? Ambition. I don't care how bad she does. But at the end of the day, if she bought that life, she still gonna have what? Some ambition.
Listen, if I had $1 for every black man that told me their woman will stay with them, and I literally got a 6-pack from laughing this whole year when they tell me that. Because I'm like, not only are you sick, you're delusional, bro. I said, if you put 10 women in a room, 11 of them is leaving if you fall on your back within a certain amount of time. Now, they'll give you a little tolerance to get
right, a little grace period.
but they
You,
are.
hey, you got that moratorium like the feds or the government gave. You got a little moratorium.
Right. I'm like, yo, bro, eventually they gonna go, and just like a man to an extent, if a man is if he's in a sacred union called a so-called marriage, and he's doing everything that he's supposed to do to try to maintain what he's supposed to do, and said person is not, how long is he gonna stay? And listen, every other ethnicity told me, Andre, I've been married for 20 years. That man don't come with that rent, you can cancel Christmas. They told me that. And I'm like, we the only ones that gonna make up this excuse that I was like, all right, y'all just lost your mind, man.
But again, I know that's kind of it's definitely within the realm of what our conversation topic here is tonight. Because the fact that we're speaking. And what's going on, Ilba Camille? I don't want to overlook. I know you didn't pop in the building too. All right.
Hey, peace, power, profit, everyone.
Peace, power, and it's good to have a woman on the panel too, because you definitely can speak to this as a woman.
Yeah, yeah.
But even more so, the fact that when we're speaking about,
I'm over here. Yeah. I got a big smile on my face. I'm like,
yeah. Again, I know you can speak to this. So
right now,
yeah, this is more aligned with what we conversate on about a lot anyway, because again, we understand the frailties of the human condition when it's constantly in a state of propaganda, right? It has no lucid perspective of reality, right? Because again, it's living this kind of fairy tale, facade, and so you're not making the preparatory moves to free yourself, right, from that kind of level. It's a form of a bondage, believe it or not, it is, because you will never feel like you will have to do no more than what you feel like the next person is already going through, right? Because you can say, well, that person is worse than me, so I got some time, I got a little time. I'm gonna burn a little bit more time being, kind of blissfully ignorant until it really, adversely affect me. And so, but again, when you're looking at the bigger picture, when you have a little more financial astuteness to yourself, you say to yourself, okay, well, now I don't have time because, see, there's things that have been put in place, 10 years ago that are now coming due today. And so, you slept when you should have been grinding and preparing. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with relationships. The same thing with with your ability to be skillfully positioned in a work environment as an entrepreneur, etc., etc. Understand that again how the machine works. We're underneath it. We're subjugated to it, whether we like it or not. You're subjugated to it. You got to find a way to build out your existence on while in it legally is wild, but outside of it in terms of making life be set up on your time and your rules, right? Your rule structure. And so, if you're dependent upon Mr. Charlie, right, any of that nature, again, the government, when you should not to, and when it's time to, you should. That's the other part about it, right? When you should be really going to the government to get what you need, you don't. And then when it really get bad, when things are crazy, then it's like, oh, I need the government, right? Well, again, we kind of working backwards, right? We upside down, thinking we right side up. I think that was Infidel just said that. But a lot of it, that's what it is. So, but definitely, but Sister Camille, again, like I said, you on the panel, you can speak to that. Again, this is kind of within the conversation of the confinement of what we're talking about, right? Because again, that's basically what, even with a marriage is, right? It's a debt, it's a bond certificate, so to speak, right? Look at we here to share each other's debt. We're here to share each other's load, and we're gonna try to work ourselves into this black, right? This positivity aspect of a surplus, so to speak, right? And we're gonna backstop this with good financial decisions. Of course, it comes with up and downs like a stock, right? The greatest thing about it, that the stock market is has so much semblance to everything else it seems like on the planet. Hence my little fishing and finance, right? It's like the same reality. You can probably say that with what you do as a professional drummer, right? It has this, that same thing, peak to trough scenarios, right? Good performances, working on others, good show back. Everything has that level of semblance, so to speak. But so how say you though? But where are you at in that? In terms of understanding where we are,
Well, I mean, it's hard to get people to see their condition, and they don't even realize that they've been propagandized. That you speak truth to power to them, such as the media and television and that kind of thing is just a way of social control. They were looking at you like you're crazy. They're telling you, no, it's not. They don't see that everything has a purpose. I always say that. Why would a group of people that set out to annihilate you in the first place, give you anything that's going to help you. So it's just the way it's dressed up as like it's entertainment, but it's full of all kinds of stereotypes, just anti-blackness. It's just garbage. It's just all of it is just garbage. And a lot of people, when they look at TV, they just don't see that. They don't. They can't critically think. So the messages that are there, they just absorb that stuff. You know, it's like
no blockers at all. No blue blockers. No UVH ray blockers. No Composite blockers.
No critical thinking skill.
Right.
You know, I had to stop talking to people because you know. Then people be telling you think you're smart and blah 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 just because you read it. Anytime somebody tell me that just because I read all those books and you know study don't mean I know what I'm talking about. I be like, okay. I said, yeah, I may not know everything, but the topics that I do discuss, I know what I'm talking about. So, I mean, at least if you're going to have a discussion about something, it's not in. And another thing that people like to do is like take serious topics and things that are factual and have a history, and they like to act like that's an opinion. I'm like, that's not an opinion. It's factual. You don't know the difference between fact and opinion. So, I mean, it's like the education level is just like gone. I mean, you know, the concepts and ideas that when I do decide to talk to people, you know, they just kind of brush you off like, oh, you know, you're just real different.
Right.
Like, really? Okay. Well, I'll stay different because I can see where y'all headed, and it ain't a good place. And your kids can't even think. They all overweight. I mean, it's like crazy. I mean, you know, is that what I mean? And they be laughing at me, laughing at what I'm eating. They be like, what that tastes like? I'm like, what you tastes like? Tastes good. What are you talking about? It's like I'm the one that's healthy here. I'm not the one that's 200 plus pounds. I'm not the one that can't walk up and down stairs. I'm not the one that can't walk 10 blocks. And you're laughing. Yeah, man. That's like so it's like maybe it's a defense mechanism that they have that they've let themselves just deteriorate and that they don't see any way out of it.
Well, the system analysis caused that. That's what it does. It builds up a false sense of security or freeness that you got from an inherent, you know, bias that you naturally have because you like, okay, under this jurisprudence or constitutional law. Now, notwithstanding the fact that natural law is supposed to make you govern yourself according to your other sentient beings on this planet. Of course, the first law of nature is what? Self-preservation. Yep. But it falls within the order of what? The cosmic, you know, so what, you know, an alignment, right? From the skies to the lower, you know, the earth. Everything I had in place. And when they get out of line, what happened? It corrects itself at some point. At some point, it's going to correct itself. Absolutely. Humans, under this fakeness, they go out, like, you know what? They go out their way to try to make sure that they don't get corrected. I'm going to prove that this thing ain't going to. It's that kind of reality.
They get corrected when they're in the hospital having a heart attack.
That's when it becomes, I just to say. Yep.
That's a correction right there.
Yeah, it's always catastrophic. It's always a catastrophic event that causes the metamorphosis within them. Now, some of them go deeper into their hypnosis of their deity, and some of them really have to snap out of it, right? And at the same time, what the sister Camille said is true. Like, but this is another thing that we don't take into consideration is that it's more of them than it's of us. So they are comfortable because they are amongst the ignorant. Right. So one thing that I had to do, even more than ever, is to learn to be the fool amongst the fools. I
Right.
love to do that. I love to be the fool, and I'll never forget it. The same guy made reference to, not the black guy who said the rich work hard for their money. He's a moron. But the dude that works for corporate, Ralph Lauren, he came to me the other day and he said, "You are literally the smartest person I know." And I told him, "You know why I troll y'all?" I said, "I troll y'all to find out what is your mental." So I'll say something so outrageous, trolling you, and once you react a certain way, then I know who you are. I said the one thing I learned in college, my two favorite courses, now that I'm gone out of it, was art history, because art history will always give you a definition of what man was thinking and doing during that time, and they expressed it through art and architecture, right?
That's
And
my lane. That's my business slogan. Listen, it's called art is facts, right? Artifacts, art is facts. Because
right.
again, literally in that moment, this is the expression of that artist, that moment in time. You're 100% right. I don't mean to cut your wisdom, but
No, no, no.
that's exactly why I say art is facts.
Yeah, that's a fact, right? Every day I look back at it. Art history is what enables me to, like, when I'm in Europe or Asia, right? I could look at something and I don't have to ask nobody anything, right? Because all you need to do is study the era and where it was made, what man was doing and what he was thinking, and they express that through art, right? One of the better countries for that is Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, and places like that, right? Because of the different eras, right? The
And of
second
course
class,
Africa, because they all got it from
obviously,
inspiration.
well, a lot of the artifacts are stolen from Africa,
Yeah,
but
that's what I
and,
say. That's
and
Yeah.
prerequisite.
You go to Rome. That's what
yeah,
I
Rome,
like going to Rome.
yeah, all they did, the one thing the Western European did once they got into their artistic side was they like, how can I say, they scaled down what the Africans did, right? They just scaled
Right.
down the actual sizing of the number, right? And this is why you have like a lot of the Jesus pictures, right? I'm sure African
Caesar.
port. Yeah, well, not just Caesar Borgia though, right? I'm just talking about in Western Europe, period, right? Especially
Gotcha. Right, right.
the Rococo and Flemish era. What do you see Jesus doing, right? He's always counting. The index finger is up, right?
Yep.
Because
The pure.
he's
Yep.
counting on his fingers, right? 10
Yep.
Mm.
digits, right? Dita, digit, like Latin, right?
Yep.
So that was man's fascination with number, right? Base 10, right? Where you get the decimal and all that bullshit.
Right.
But the point I'm making is this the second most important class is psychology. Because once you
Yes.
know who you're speaking to within two sentences, then I already be like, all right, I know who to speak. I know how to speak to this person, right? Once you really, this is why my gift and my curse is understanding that. And sometimes I can behave myself, and then sometimes I'll run into a Umar or a Pharaoh, and I can't behave myself because I know I'm speaking to a literal moron, and then my mind goes into another place. And that's the gift and the curse. That's my shortcoming, right? Because for the most part, I could play the fool, but sometimes it overtakes me, right? It really, like, my mind goes into a place, like, for example, then I'll give up the floor. Like, Pharaoh posted something this morning that was like, I had to say something. The man said, "I'm gonna do a whole show breaking down the horrors of public school," and I said, "This man is illiterate, and he's gonna
Right. He's a product of public school. He should
right.
know.
You are
I guess he
literally
would know.
Right. You are literally a man that cannot pronounce Semitism, but made a whole 3 hour show talking about you're going to break down Judaism, but could not pronounce Semitism. Like, what are we talking about? Like I said, okay, so an illiterate guy is going to give you education. Like, what are we
Yeah,
talking?
that's why I don't listen. I had to stop listening to a lot of
You got to stop listening. Like,
I
I had
think
to, like,
it's
and I'm only saying this, y'all. I know this has nothing to do with finance, but I only make this point because it goes back to the people we are referring to. They lack deductive reasoning. When you
yes.
have deductive reasoning, no one could tell you no type of, like, hogwash, because you'll just look at them like, I hear you. That, like, you'll literally be like, I hear you.
Right.
You understand where I'm coming from? I'm gonna give y'all a quick story. I'm gonna just get off. the other day I went against the Malcolm X, the whatever he calls himself, the Prince of Pan Pizza, Umar, right? He's on a radio interview, and a lady says, the lady who interviewed him asked him a very pertinent question, Emporium. She said, okay. She said, Umar, if your school is in Wilmington, right? She says, are you going to be accredited by the state of Delaware? He says, no, I'm going to be accredited strictly by the city of Wilmington. So she asked another great question. She said to him, she said, well, if that's the case, that means you obviously got to collect tuition from all of your students, right? And that means you're going to be, he's like, yeah, we're going to be 100% black owned, 100% black funded, his mumbo jumbo he talked. So she said, okay. So she was like, well, how are you going to do that being a new school? And I quote, he says, yeah, well, what y'all don't know is I have hundreds of emails in my email of parents saying they're going to uproot their life and move to Wilmington, Delaware, so their child can attend my school. So me being the idiot that I am, I said, well, Umar, you've been collecting money for 10 years and you still said you do not have the funds to open the school, but you have hundreds of emails of people who you haven't collected money from telling you as soon as you open the school, they're going to move to Wilmington, Delaware, where there's no money and no opportunity so their child can, what? Does that make, like, if you have deductive reasoning, you are running all types of like crazy fundraising. You got an OnlyFans page, you got a this, that, and the third, and you got hundreds of emails allegedly of parents saying they're gonna uproot their life and move to Wilmington, Delaware, but you can't even find substantial donations to actually do HVAC and like does
funding.
that I don't
Well, no, but it goes back to what you said earlier. It is financial. When you're somebody deductive reasoning, well, it's symbiotic. It is, because you cannot have, well, it will show the lack thereof if you are, mentally indigent in certain aspects of knowledge and common sense, conversation pieces to really understand how the world works, especially when you get over a certain age. Not the age, obviously, is a descriptive of a person's knowledge, but it really shows you the disparity once people get to a certain age and they still are operating under the delusion of delusions of grandeur, so to speak, and they're not really to deal with the real world, right? Because finances are always going to be the main topic of discussion. If you are enthroned in the aspect of a capitalist society, of course you don't have to let that dominate your existence. If you figure out how to live to some degree within the confinements of it, and you feel like you're comfortable, that's all you desire out of it, that's fine. But ultimately, those things are there. And if you're tied to it, you're going to have to be able to live underneath it. And so, just like that, again, y'all, because y'all know my stance when it comes to those things, I say, you know what, we'll let people kind of, move into, live out their existence till it cancels itself out. It's kind of like a bad investment, right? It's either going to become a hero or it's going to go to zero. Right. Yep. And eventually, all that capital that you put into it, like I say, if you are invested in somebody's thesis or their model, their blueprint, their white paper, et cetera, then you have to be knowledgeable enough to understand how to put two and two together, to read that financial report, quote unquote, so to speak, not just by the numbers, but also from a conscious perspective. Mm-hmm. Right, mm-hmm. When people are shooting you, and you're like, nah, that don't sound good. You didn't, like companies do it all the time, right? They inflate numbers. They put out a presser with just copy and paste, information to get you all riled up about it. But there's no tangible product, right? There's no particular blueprint to get you there, right? Distribution, chains and this. So it's a whole lot of pump and dumping. And so that hustle in itself, of course, again, for whatever, how people value and look at that, like you said, your meter goes off instantly because you already know what a person dealing with when they're constantly kind of being the, right. They're basically, the reality is that these people are marketing a bad investment. Now, again, I'm not saying his investment bad now. I'm just speaking from a baseline because I did international marketing, right? That was my last corporate gig before I even moved, 100% online, right? But that's basically what they're doing because product or service, that's the only thing you got. All right, because the product hasn't really materialized. And over, that time period, again, I'm just using it as a case study again. This just a case study, right? So you're buying into the service aspect of it, right? But again, like you said, if you finna make a hard, tangible move, you finna pick your life up and move to a place, and there's no blueprint, there's no white paper, there's no plan of procedure, there's no economic backstop, there's no escrows, there's no nothing. It's just like we're gonna wing it and we're gonna chance it in a 21st century environment, and you don't want no other aspect of help coming from a system analysis. Then yeah, I don't know if that's even. I'm afraid to call what it really is, but I'll let you handle it.
That's how Jim Jones, boy. That's how.
Woo, boy. That's that red dot number 5 and that red dot number.
That's that Jim Jones.
That's the MSG.
Hey, look at our people in religion. It's the same. I look at them the same way. They're able to captivate people. They have they got a smooth tongue. And they're able to captivate people. It's like a microwavable information. If you do your own D&D, you'll know what the truth is. You'll be able to. But for people that don't do any D&D, that's like a quick fix, and they're into a personality. The cats will be dead wrong, and people will argue with you trying to look out for it. For them.
Yes.
So at that point, it's like, that encompasses everything. It's all entertainment for me. And so.
Well, you know what? I'll go further to say this, and I don't mean to cut your wisdom ear, but to me, again, I guess I'm at that point. I don't even see it as entertaining.
Exactly.
Well, it's not to me.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but again, to them isn't. Right, but because I would say this because, how, okay, because you can only watch a segment for so long, right? When like if you binge watch something, right? You done watched it 2 or 3 times, right? You know everything gonna have. Then it becomes the appeal or the mystique of it kind of goes away, right? At some point it gets old, and so now it's like, how can you be entertained by something that every aspect of the situation, right? Then it becomes okay. I'm just whatever. Now you actually in the realm of just burning time. You just wasting. You're adversely saying, I'm just going to give away this time to this producing entity, scenario, whatever, just for the sake of saying my life ain't worth no more than giving it and throwing it away. Productive aspects of your life kind of goes like, no, we don't want to fight with the idea of learning something. My brain cells are comfortable, going through a negation process, right? Because it definitely ain't growing, and that's just it, And I say that because again, using that as a case of like him building on that, that's a lot of our situations across a lot of different spectrums, right? Because the more knowledge I got, the more harder I got on myself. Because like, man, they got me. I kept thinking about how much, number one, all the things I did was self-inflicted, and then number 2, how well they got me. They hustled me, the system, right? The lack of proper true education, monetary, the things that really move the needle on the planet, right? That stuff begins to wear on you. When those things no longer seem to be, not that has to be the only thing in life. What I'm saying, in terms when you get more knowledge, you're trying to, have a better quality way of life, not just for yourself, but others that they can kind of duplicate and share from, and they can build from and do their own thing too. It's a community university, it's a think tank, but we're not even fighting. In a lot of ways, right? It's just like, no, I ain't even look. I ain't finna put on them gloves. I ain't even finna wrap my wrist. Look, I ain't even finna do none of that, right? Just let me, whatever. Let me just go in and eat this little, 3 for 99-cent honey bun. I'm straight, right? I'm straight. Yeah,
way out is the most accessible. When it comes to what the sister said. And like you, matter of fact, let me just say this. It's like you said, it's marketing, right? These people market themselves. And then by marketing themselves, then you get the byproduct is which anything else that they're trying to sell, right? They're literally selling you. Once you bought them, you're going to buy anything they offer because you bought them, right? So they market themselves. This is why most of these con artists are jack of all trades, right? Because what they do is, if you follow me and I'm your Jesus now because you left the church or whatever, I can sell you anything because you believe in me now. Not really what I'm offering. You believe just the person who's offering it, right?
Right.
So I'm sure you heard this term before in psychology called the greater fool theory.
Oh yeah.
It will always be a newer and better fool than the
Right.
last one. And they understand that. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, definitely. They got that silver tongue. And they know how to they know how to push, get emotion out of people. It's like a
And this is
pastor.
why it's such a huge business in our community. You talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars are going into these people's hands, you
Right.
know? And it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me.
What's the stat? It's like it was by excuse me. I want to say around was it 2000 by 2010. It was over 400 billion by since 1988. Somewhere
Yeah.
around it was over 400 billion. And when if we put that on a spreadsheet, a financial spreadsheet, allocation value, capital expenditures, M&A, market advertisement, mergers and acquisitions, whatever. If it was run like a business, like the way a 501(c) obviously is set up in the perspective where it gets these government incentives, the bulk of that money that sits in these institutions and other banks that's going into that, they're now leveraging and borrowing against to go out there making investments through to build their war chest up. But it's the taxpayers' money who's paying into this situation. You would think that because now it's all kind of somewhat, itemized, that money would have a very routine, value to now go back into the community and what? Upgrade it, right?
Right.
Supposedly, right? But we know that's not happening,
Right.
right?
Well,
And so
they can't critically think either, and they don't understand politics or money.
that's exactly where I was going with that, because again, everybody is caught up in in a lot of ways, some kind of form of I got to
Sign
pass
off.
the buck. Charm, or just passing the buck, literally, right? Like no, I can't, right now, not right now. It's kind of like that conversation, right? And I'm saying that from a case study perspective. Y'all know I like to move from a case study perspective because we all kind of somewhat been there, done that, did that at some aspects of our lives, at some aspect of an aspect, right? Of not the totality, right? We've seen things. We might have a family member or personally, whatever. But at some point, a lot of us climbed up out of that, right? The thoughts, right? The wasting of the time, right? The misinformation, right? Not knowing, properly how to research and fact check reality, right? The way it's supposed to. Again, brother Unc, again, a well organized lie defeats a disorganized truth, right? Because that's the worst thing against what? That's the worst, strike against mankind is if he's disorganized in his truth. How can he reach people who are constantly being bombarded with a silver tongue that's been bombarding them with a constant barrage of lies to forcibly force their brain cells to accept that lie as true?
Yep.
You got to cloak it. You got to hide. You got to shield it. You got to dress up. You got to put icing on it. You got to sprinkle more butter on it, right? Throw some garlic in there, right? And entice you to smell, the aromas, the eyes, the touch, the taste, all of it. They appeal to your senses 24/7, right? What they call suggestive marketing, right? It ain't too bad to bear your cross and be without. It's okay to be a little poor. It's okay to not have. It's okay. Somebody out there doing worse than you. It's okay. Don't stress yourself up about it. It's not bad. Don't worry about if you miss a bill or two. It's okay. Notwithstanding that they're not giving you any solution to climb up out of it, progressively though. There's no backstop to after the okay, but here's what you do. Right? That conversation typically doesn't happen. It's just, no, it's okay, and okay. Show up, make sure you add something to our coffers though, for us letting you know that it's not okay. That it is okay, excuse me, us to tell you that, and that's just it. So it makes no sense. So again, we fall and we kind of get, again, we get herd, into the, into the gates. Pretty much. We be again proverbial sheep, as they say, lambs or whatever. But there has to be a change at some point, right? The information has to be able to, hold its weight in gold, quote unquote, so to speak, right? Its weight in water, right? Because knowledge is liquid, right? Knowledge is free flowing, right? It's free flowing, right? You have to tap. You really have to tap into it, though. Literally tap, right? The tap, right? You have to tap into it, right? And you got to get around other people who are destined to not live without it. That's the kicker, right? You have to be around people who are destined to not live without it, who are not always on that progressive train, right? These people, they ain't gonna miss a day, right? No, I need to, let me get right here. Because you can enjoy life and still be what? Be serious. I don't know why people act like you can't enjoy life and still be serious.
Right.
Like you can't be intelligent, reasonable, rational, all these things and still enjoy life. Like, no, people are afraid, no, you can't. Like, no, what do you mean you can't? So that's just, I see that a lot, and I'm like, oh, come on, we have to dig a little bit. We're going to have to dig, guys. We're going to have to dig. So for what we do and what we're trying to obtain here, the things that we put forth is just that. Again, understand the system analysis, understand the technical analysis. Technical analysis is not just, again, subjugated to, an investment chart, right? There's other aspects where that technical analysis knowledge comes into play. The procedural methodology behind it, right? You can definitely apply that into other spaces. Can you not? Of course you can. The fundamental analysis. It's not just, relegated to a financial, order book or a financial report. There's other aspects of you understanding the proper, procedure aspects of understanding what fundamental analysis is. A true fundamental analysis of a particular situation, right? The ebb, the flows, right? The cost analysis, right? If it's taxing or not, right? How much is this tax worth, right? Right? All this stuff is again, it's symbiotic, man. It transverse across different lanes. Again, for what it's worth, a lot of people, again, are still afraid to have those real world conversations. And I say that because we just came out of COVID. 12 months of seeing people scramble around like ants and bugs, and man. But before that, they was living their situation, right? Be it a lie or the truth, however. I leave that up to the person, but they were living what they feel like was, the truth, for what it was. And COVID just gutted everybody, right? And Juggle man, how am I survive? Man, they ain't cutting no checks, they ain't got this, they ain't got that. Man, the government better show up. And government look, you got a QC number? You got the EIN number? Okay, yeah, about that. Yeah. Oh, you have no equitable assets. Okay. Yeah, about that. See, they're playing their game, which it was designed for those who are in the know, or those who want to know, effectively, aggressively want to know. Right. So again, these conversations are very pertinent. They have merit. They have teeth. We're here. We're humble. We're grateful. We're learning every day, right? This is a non-stop knowledge pool. There's no zenith in this. Evolution doesn't have a moment of quote unquote equilibrium where everything just hits a balance and then we're there. People are still innovating, not just in the now, but for the future, right? There are things that were planned 10 years ago that are now becoming into fruition today. So how is your information going to be relevant, if you don't constantly stay in the fold of those kind of realities, right? Those kind of data points. So by nature, it forces us to stay on our toes. All right. It's no other way around it. Entrepreneurs know this. They got competitors out there. Just same way these other companies competing in the markets, All right, currencies and all this stuff, and GDP, nation GDPs and growth, they're constantly what, competing. So they're finding more and more different ways to kind of what, increase their scenario, their reality. So they got to constantly read up on the signs of the time. What's pop. So we don't get to take days off in terms of progressively trying to be better in our knowledge reality, or in our repository of knowledge. But the work that we putting in to get that information is not what a lot of people think. I tell people all the time, investing and trading is not really rocket science. There's a saying that says that it's not rocket science. It only becomes that when you complicate it. When it says when you complicate it, right? That's the key phrase. When you complicate it, then it becomes rocket science. Because by proxy, you just got to learn how to follow the money strategically, and take when they being greedy. It's known your money can't compete with theirs. Apparently, the government showed you that, because when they cut those checks, who got the first dibs? Corporations did, right? But you paid for it, because they figure you ain't, yeah, that part. Like, how dare them? Yeah. Well, how dare them? Yeah, they're gonna keep doing it until you push back, or find a way to get in the game to take your portions too. Get your piece of the chicken, or however. But that's the game. So technical analysis, learn it. Charts, guidelines, grids, oscillators, indicators, perspectives, peak to trough, right? Again, this is not without, look, you can do it, right? Fundamental analysis, understanding, what's the cost basis, the cost analysis, right? What's the, again, the receivables, the payables, what's where we at, M&A, where we at? Where's the competitive landscape, right? What's basically the cost to do business, locally, nationally, internationally. And if your investment dollars can obviously be useful in or around that level of opportunity. If it's peaking, wait for it to draw down. If it's worthy. If not, again, go find something. There's plenty. Opportunities are out there. And it showed because, again, a lot of people were able to be very well positioned coming out of this COVID scenario with a whole lot of skills, and then number two, some capital to now fight with. Right. And number three, definitely, the first thing, definitely some knowledge, right? Definitely the knowledge. Because we didn't sleep when they was dropping those economic data points. What they was doing is exposing themselves at that moment, because at that point they could not hide it, because everybody got hit. Typically those kind of conversations are done off the record, right? And luncheons and cocktail parties and things of that nature. But guess what? Everybody got a chance to kind of sit in on some of this stuff because of the nature of, the snare of the virus. People scrambling, the horde, they finally took a hit, right? So they couldn't help but squeal a little bit and tell on themselves how they've been stealing anyway, right? In a lot of ways. Or just working the system. Right. So again, so really good information. So I'm excited again to talk about this stuff. I'm always happy to have the family come through, because again, we are in Ubuntu. Again, we are on Ubuntu. I am because we're pooling this information. We're pooling our knowledge. We're pooling our ability to be, again, objective the proper way, progressive thinkers, right, and doers, and trying to figure out ways to help, not only ourselves but others too, right? We're sharing what was supposed to be shared to us when we were basically adolescents. We should have got this stuff at the age of what? Basically, man. I just think about it, man, I should have been getting this stuff when I was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should have been loaded with this stuff.
Woo, I wish.
Man, I should have been loaded. Matter of fact, I saw, man, look. I saw a doggone, what was that? Benzinga. It was he was 12, he just turned 13 about a week ago. a 12-year or 13-year-old kid get on there and give a financial breakdown, technical and fundamental breakdown of a stock that will rival any financial advisor, fund manager, go hard, homegrown investor thesis any day of the week. A 12-year-old kid. Let that marinate. Right? And I was like, because obviously y'all not harp on that a lot. Like, man, we got to get serious. We got to get these babies right. Right? We got to get these young folks right. We got to make sure that, our, future is prepared and protected. Right? So this little, oh man, I got to play at least a portion of it, a small portion. I'm going to get the link and post for everybody. Y'all go back and watch it for yourself. I just want you to see it for yourself. It's a case study. I'm saying it just like that for a reason. It's a case study that will take you somewhere like, God, dog, I got to get on my grind. I'm slipping. I'm going to post it here in the group. And I'm on YouTube. But I'm going to play just a little portion of it, then we're going to get off here because I ain't planning to be on long. But it shows you where we are, where we need, how we're, again, locked in this. Obviously, Iba Camille, y'all guys definitely understand it, right? We locked in now. We all in, right? For us, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm already sold, right? Meaning, the idea of the endeavor here, what we're trying to accomplish, right? We done put in, we done put in, that R&D, right? We know the benefits, right? We know what's there, right? We just got to go out there and execute, right? But when you hear this 12-year-old kid go in the way he's going in, and you look at people around you like your peer, like the guy even with, what Over Andre was talking about, right? And you be like, man, how can people be out there, just wasting time at this point? It makes no sense, right? It makes no sense. But again, we understand what they're going through, what they're, how they're being misled purposely, right? We know that they're fighting a battle that's constantly, being displayed to them every single day to keep them keep these sleeping giants, sleeping. Right? But at some point, you're gonna have to wake up. You're gonna have to push back. You're gonna have to wake up, right? So I just got to play this, right? And I'll just show his face, but I ain't gonna play the, because how YouTube is on that, but I'll play the audio, right? But I got to show you this guy's face, right? This little kid's, so you can see who it is. So that way you ain't, we ain't, tripping, like joking ain't tripping when we show you this, like no, for real, right? So if a joker don't want to study, they want to play around, and you trying to give them some game, either Camille or Oprah Chris, and they just ain't receiving it, they acting like they ain't, trying to pick up on what you're saying, like, hey, at some point you got to save your sanity, right? Don't beat yourself into a frenzy, because if Joker ain't ready, they just ain't what? They just ain't ready, right? It's enough that we got to focus on this marketing the way it is, but it's crazy, right? So this guy right here, you guys can see him here. You see this guy? Can you see it, Eva Camille? You guys can see it over Chris, right? You see this kid now? If I didn't tell you his age, how old you probably would have said he is? If you had to take a guess on his age, you would have said what?
10,
about 10,
12.
right?
Mm-hmm.
10, 12. Right? Like I said, he just turned 13, I think, last Sunday. Right? Now, y'all see his face. Right? My Facebook family, my YouTube family. Now, this is like a 16-minute conversation. I sat there through all of it. Right? Yeah, O'Brien said about 8. Yeah. Right? Little kid. Right? Again, now, some of y'all got kids that age. Some of you guys have children his age. Right? So I want y'all to, again, I'm going to play a little part of it, and I want y'all to watch this on your own. Again, this is a case study. I love case studies. That's why I premise stuff that way, because I don't want you to get it twisted. This ain't just no scenario where we just kind of building. No, we want you to really stop and think about what's happening in around these certain aspects of moves, right? These data points of this evolution of information that's being disseminated, through some kind of aspect of growth. So this guy was giving a little breakdown on a stock. Of course, you can see it, the APPH, right? I looked it up, all this stuff too. He given out other stock picks in the past, like stuff that he gave out, and people follow this thesis. And they actually profited from it. Again, at that time, he was 12 years old. Now, he just turned 13 about a week ago. So when you think you get a chance to, to slack and ask questions that you can get answers to and not put in that work, because, again, investing and trading is not a lazy man's game. This is a 13-year-old kid. He's not sitting around going to his parents like most 13-year-old kids and asking a gazillion questions. He's starting to what? Learn how to research like everybody else. So then let that picture sit there, kind of hit you a little bit there. I'm going to play a little bit of the audio here with this guy going in. Again, I implore you guys to go watch the rest of it yourself. Again, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Right? I'm just saying it because, I'm like, man, this is crazy. Right? All right, so let me put it back over here on the futures market. Then I'm going to play the audio so you can hear a little bit of this. And that, again, when that, I want to get you guys, a little bit of your guys' opinion. What's going on, Brother Max? I see you came to Crypto in the house too. I'm going to get you guys' opinion a little bit on some of his data points. And in his presentation, right? That's what's impressive, right? That aspect of that. All right, so hold on 1 second here. So we don't have no issues with Smooth Tube, right? Smooth Tube be tripping. Right? So we can get a little bit of this in, because I really want people to see this and hear this for themselves and see exactly why, the way that I am, right? I'm just, look, I feel like I'm already behind. Right? I feel like I'm already behind. So 1 second. Yeah, oh, wait till you hear this little kid. You feel like, God damn it, man. All right, this is a 12-year-old kid. I'm going to go on camera. He's 12, really. He's 13, he's 12. All right, let me go on roll some of that bean footage. 1 second here.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now. So I'm adding him onto the stream. Our young investor. There we go. Round of applause.
12-year-old kid.
Hello. At it again. What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Crystal clear.
Can y'all hear it clearly?
Yeah. So do you want me to get right into it then?
No, not yet. We got to do a little bit of an intro, right? If anybody's new, that they haven't hung out on the show before, and guys, I see the tickers you're dropping in the chat, so I'll jot them down. But if you're new, you have not been a long-time listener of the show, this is our young investor back at it again. He is 12 years old and smarter about the market than 99% of us out there, myself included. Maybe 99% is aggressive. We'll say 85%. He digs deep. He does research on stocks. He's given us several tickers. I've actually gotten into a couple of them and am up. The last one that he pitched us was created, ticker, what is that, CRTD? Ticker CRTD. I'm flat in that one. I got in that one with you. Here's the live portfolio. We'll look at the live portfolio some more later today, but I got into that one. But all right, that's my intro. Anything to add to it? And if not, then you can go ahead and get into it.
Yep. So if you don't know, I just actually turned 13 on Sunday.
13! Happy birthday, Sunday! Let's go. Happy birthday. All right, keep going.
Yep. So I have a YouTube channel called The Young Investor. On there I talk about stock picks. We get guests on sometimes. I did a live stream yesterday. It was for about 1 hour. So on that live stream, I had Gally from the YouTube channel Hyperchanger with me. I've been on his channel before, I invited him on mine, and he accepted. So basically, Gally is, he runs a YouTube channel called Hyperchange. He's been a tester for about 8 or 10 years now, and his channel's got about 150,000 subs. And I also talk about my own investment ideas, so make sure to go subscribe there.
I've not been invited as a guest yet.
This is a 12-year-old kid, man. You hear me talking?
Yeah, so my new pick is App Harvest, ticker symbol APPH.
All right, hold on. Let me get the chart up here. All right, ticker APPH. Here's a 1-year chart. We'll start looking at that one. This thing has clearly been a wild ride. So get us started.
So App Harvest were originally a SPAC, and they recently went public a few months back. So App Harvest are basically in the industry of farming. They are going to be building these brand new farms. They're all climate controlled, and they are going to be able to get a new 30x yield. So for every acre of normal food produced at a farm, they can get 30x more food.
Wait, how? 30x, right? So you're telling me how?
Yes, it's through kind of this brand new technique called I'm going to really screw up this spelling, this pronunciation, but it's called okay, but basically the way it works is, basically at harvest, they're able to, instead of putting chemicals in food, like a lot of these companies do in the supermarkets, for example, they put chemicals in the food to make it last even longer. At harvest, control the climate in these brand new indoor farms, which they're going to be building. They intend to build 12, they're going to have 12 farms when it's 2025, and they're going to be using 90% less water, and every water they do use is going to be recycled. They can control the climate, and what they do is they put a load of basically bees into these places to really help pollinate it all and able to get that higher yield per acre.
Okay, so to get the 30X in here, I have their website up on the screen again, guys. The company is App Harvest, but basically the way that they're getting 30 times more yield is because it's indoors, it's in a greenhouse, they can recycle the water, everything's controlled, etc. So then my question to you isn't it 30 times more expensive or something along those lines?
No, because obviously they're using this 90% less water, which is obviously making it a lot cheaper. And they're also they are controlling the climate, which means they can grow the crop all year round. So right now they're just going to be focusing on tomatoes, and they've got a really experienced board. They've got Dave Lee, who's the president, and I think is the chairman. He's a former, he used to work at Impossible Foods and was the CFO at Impossible Foods. And they've also got... Interesting. Yeah, they've also got...
Great success story.
Yeah, they've also got Martha Stewart, who's the founder of Martha Stewart Living on the board. She is pretty famous. She has over 3 million Twitter followers, and she's a great support of this company.
Okay, wait, can you clarify this? Did you know who Martha Stewart was before you started researching this company?
No clue.
Okay, alright, there we go. Wait, we're doing a round of applause for that one. Okay, so basically she's famous in the States, at least, for hosting like TV and cooking and kitchen type shows, you know?
Yeah.
She actually went to jail, I think, for like 2 or 3 years for insider trading on her own stock. Spencer Israel saying it was months. Months too long, in my opinion. Just kidding. But okay. Alright, so alright, I was curious if you had known her, but keep going. So you're talking about the CEOs from Impossible Foods. They have Martha Stewart on the board. Keep going.
Yep, so the president Dave was on Spax Attack, I think a week back. I watched the whole interview, so shout out to the whole team at Spax Attack.
Shout out Chris Catchy, alright, there we go.
Yeah, so I think this company...
That's a show that comes on Benzinga almost every day.
You've got quite a premium baked into it, just because it's kind of all kind of this brand new technique, which is going to be really transforming farming, so you do have quite a bit of a premium priced in. I bought this stock at $16 or $17, so it's near the bottom of kind of this mini correction which it had, so I decided to take, I bought it around $16, $17 when I see it was on Spax Attack.
Alright, so
a few days before that.
So if you guys don't listen to Spax Attack, that's the show right before this one. You clearly are losing money because the stock has ripped since then.
So I bought it around near the bottom of the stock, so I'm quite pleased. I'm up about 35% in about a week or two following the stock. I do think in 2025 they're projecting $435 million worth of sales for the company. I do think this might be a bit underappreciating what it could be, especially if they can really deliver and if all these new techniques work out for them, it could actually be higher than 30x. I think that also the company, along with this, their kind of marketing is food which is growing 30x more per yield. It's also going to be pretty similar to organic food with no chemicals and no kind of pesticides in any of the products. So they obviously like to try and hold themselves to quite high standards. All workers which are going to be running all their factories in all greenhouses in Kentucky, and Kentucky is also a very strategic location. 70% of the US population is in a 1 basic drive of Kentucky, and they're also going to be getting support from the local government there, as they really want to kind of get these companies into their state. So I do think this just shows how the management team is very calculating, and they're also trying to get their workers getting paid they're quite a high wage, so around the living wage. They're also going to be educating people in Kentucky. They'll give some money to charity as well. So they're trying to take all this kind of charity into it as well. So it's going to be kind of a high quality company with kind of high models and that's what I'm all about, investing in companies that are going to be making a positive impact on the world.
13-year-old kid breaking
So I
out
think
in
the
pieces
stock
like
right now is
that.
at around a maybe almost $2 billion valuation. I originally got kind of 1.6, so obviously that's a pretty good value, 1.6, so you might have a bit more of a premium baked into it. I think in 10 years down the road, this stock could maybe have, I don't know, 30, 40 of these greenhouses across America, maybe in Kentucky, and I believe that could make the stock 5 or 6x till then. And I do have full faith in the management team, what they're doing. I like how the board is very experienced, and I also like how they're really transforming an old sector which isn't very sexy, but they also have a shout out. And this can be a trade as well if you're into this.
Alright, I have follow-up questions, but you want to go on to the next one?
Yeah, so I'll just quickly follow up.
Alright,
It was featured on Jim Cramer. So Jim Cramer was talking about SPACs which had real chances, we're going to have real revenue, and he said to AppHarvest, we will give you an open invitation live on Mad Money. We would like you to come on Mad Money for an interview, and they obviously retweeted that and said that we would love to come on, so I'm pretty sure that's in the works. So if there was a big announcement for a Mad Money interview, that could also pump the stock higher.
Okay, and so they have not been on Mad Money yet, but you're saying that Jim Cramer said, hey, open invitation, whenever you want to come on, you're good for it.
Yep, he said, no, that's an open invitation for you, and then AppHarvest retweeted that and said that they would love to come on, and they said our teams are in contact.
Okay, so that's great, and especially in a smaller market cap stock like this. What did you say it was? 1 billion?
Yeah, well, almost 2 billion.
Okay, all right, yeah. I mean, the Mad Money bump is absolutely a real thing. So it's interesting. And another fact you taught us is that 70% of the U.S. lives within 1 hour drive of Kentucky.
1 day drive.
Oh, a 1 day drive. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. An hour, that surprised me. 1 day I can see it. So there's Kentucky on the map, guys. All right. And like, how established are they? Are they generating revenue? Do they have the greenhouses set up already? Is this something that they're planning to do in the future? What does that look like?
Yeah, so they're just finishing up their main facility right now, which is in Kentucky, obviously. So this year, while they're still in the next 5 years until 2025, they're going to be really doing that ramp up, building those brand new greenhouses across Kentucky. So this year they're expecting $25 million in revenue, and that'll be scaling up all the way to around $435 million by the year 2025. Do take those projections as a grain of salt. Yeah, so it's obviously a SPAC presentation, so they can be really inaccurate. I mean, I've been in lots of SPACs before.
Yeah, shout out Lucid Motors. Just kidding, I didn't say that, they're going to murder me.
Honestly, Lucid Motors is a different story, but yeah, I do think there's some SPACs out there with some really ridiculous revenue projections, so we're taking all the grain and salt, and really look into these companies and figure out how much they can produce per greenhouse.
Okay, alright, there we go. I like it. And valuation you're not worried about, because even if they get to $400 million by 2025, which is a long ways away, and like you said, is ambitious, that's still, 5 times sales for where it's trading at now? So valuation concerns, yes or no?
Yeah, so this is good. You're not buying it at an AT&T kind of price right now. It is quite a steep premium to what the company is right now. I do think that they are still in 5 years they're in a rapidly growing industry. The world needs 50% more food by the year 2025. So they are still going to be rapidly growing in 2025. So I wouldn't expect while a company's still in hyper-growth mode, and there's usually a premium priced into that. I saw a quote the other day from somebody I know who said, if people aren't saying a stock's overvalued, I don't usually look into it. So I think that's a reference, obviously, growth stocks right there. But I do think this stock, 2025, hyper-growth, you're still going to have this premium priced in, as people still want to see where they're going to be in 2030, so that's 5 years in 2025, as people are behind that 5-year view these days. They still have a 5-year view, sometimes they might be looking for that Mad Money pump. But I do think that all of it together, 2025, this stock will be substantially higher than it is now, and 2030, I think this could be an $80, $100 stock if that team does deliver and that management team does execute on what they said.
Nice. All right, so shout out to Mad Money, right? If there was no Mad Money, there probably would be no Benzinga soundboard. Did I borrow the idea? Yes, I may have. Okay, we'll just get that out there in the open now. For better or for worse, I think it's a pretty divided crowd on that one. But all right, guys, we're throwing this one out to the chat. If you guys either love the stock pick, again, that's ticker APPH, you have it in the bottom left corner of your screen right there, or you love our young investor, throw the one in there, so it's a little bit different. If you don't like the stock, throw the two. Let's see where everybody's at. It's definitely an interesting one. Again, we were looking at the company's website just a minute ago. I'll pull that back up. You can get a sense as to here's what their indoor greenhouses look like. Kentucky is within a one-day drive of 70% of the U.S. population. And then last question for you, what did you do to celebrate your birthday this weekend?
So what presents did I get?
Or presents? Did you do a special activity? Oh, you're in England. You're still so locked down.
Oh, yeah. So we're kind of coming out of lockdown a bit right now. So I've been back at school for about 2 weeks now, and you have to get tested twice a week right now. So on Sunday, I basically got, so what I'm recording on now, so if you remember, I used to record on my phone. I'm right now on my brand new Apple Mac. So I'm recording on that, and I got a microphone, which is right here. So that should hopefully be improving my sound quality for you guys. So that's really what I got on that end, and then I got some money and some other little presents from friends and family.
There we go. All right, that's a good birthday. Enjoy it while you can. Per my math, you have about 6 more years while you still get birthday presents. I know it seems crazy having a birthday and not getting presents. It was a rude awakening for me. But all right, man, that's awesome. I love the stock pick. I love that you're now 13, officially a teenager, and still coming on and hanging out with us, especially, when you just say in the chat, you say, I've got a new stock. Others are like, let's do it. This is the Trade Idea Show, so let's get it going.
That's what I love about you guys. You just had all your callers in right then. It's all about the community here at Benzinga. I haven't seen Mad Money or any other show cut out that from those phone numbers and just invite anyone onto the show. And that's what I really love about what you and Benzinga do. I don't know how many likes you're on right now. The last time I checked, it's 44 likes. And,
Pretty bad, right?
I mean, it is. I think you deserve way more likes and way more views.
I do too.
This is basically, in the sense of this news station, they've got a whole team behind the scenes. They've got a producer, they've got everything. And obviously 74,000 subs. This is at least a 500,000 sub channel in my opinion. I mean, as YouTubers, with 2 videos a week, we've got 150,000. This has 6 shows a day. They hire 4 people to go full time on this. So I think everyone should just smash that like button and share it with anyone who's interested in the stock market.
Yeah. All right. Editors out there watching, producer Rohan, we need to take that clip. All right, well, we will put the clip on the APPH pictures. I love that. Young investor, thanks for coming out and hanging out with us again. We're going to get the links to the YouTube channel and to your Twitter there in the chat. I love it, man, and thanks for having fun.
It's always a pleasure to be here.
There we go.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's a 13-year-old kid. What is your 13-year-old kid? Not that he's supposed to be the pinnacle of any other child out there.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying at the time that a lot of kids were home, they had a lot of ample opportunity to really engage knowledge from a perspective where they wasn't necessarily distracted by their peers and this, that, and the third. You had a chance to really connect with your kid, right? If you didn't already have arts and crafts and things like that you set up for the child, that's fine. But to leave them to their own devices and not give them some kind of thing to construct the value, that would have been like just crazy. In this case, you can obviously tell what this little kid was doing during that time. Now ask yourself this question: what do you think he's going to be 6 years from now? When he's getting ready to graduate, where do you think he's going to be? That's the kind of stuff that we're trying to not just share with other young kids, but other adults who's even pushing back on something like that. Well, investing in trade is not my thing. Okay, there's other things. There's entrepreneur endeavors. There's opportunities to kind of go out there and get acclimated to the affiliation pipeline and get some of this kind of by way of promotions that people sitting around making money off of anyway. Just within the lanes that you're hanging out in, go out there and try to push that stuff. Again, find a way to get a check, but not necessarily have to deal with all the overhead if you don't want to especially get into the investment game. But this is a 13-year-old kid. It just broke down a thesis of a company from top to bottom. Better than some of the best of them. The vernacular, the the wit, the capability, the whole of conversation, a fluid conversation. A 13-year-old kid. So, yeah, better learn these bonds. Better learn these interest rates. Better learn how to deal with inflation. What those things mean. How to translate them into opportunities in or around the equity market, the forex, crypto, options, whatever. Again, these financial vehicles, the companies that are doing all the heavy lifting. If they bought that life, it'll show. If they're a bunch of smoke and mirrors, it'll show. You have to be comfortable in learning where and how you should put your money into these vehicles and let them work for you. That's the name of the game. That's how wealth is created. It's not a labor-intensive environment where you feel like you got to slave your way into it. By the time you get it, you won't be able to enjoy it under that perspective. Makes no sense. So that's why we stress due diligence over here. That's why we stress discipline over here. We don't do that fly-by-night stuff. We ain't finna be just giving out tickers and handicapping people and pumping their heads with delusions of grandeur. And no, you ain't finna get that here. Investing in trading is not a lazy man's game. You're gonna have to work, but the work is not what you really think it is. That 13-year-old kid did that from the comfort of his cell phone, laptop, or computer. They said that he sat there and just read, listened to some other people, see how they was analyzing stuff. This is again the typical stuff people do when they sitting around watching a basketball, football game for 2 or 3 hours, getting fed all those data points, stats. Investing in trading is a culmination of a lot of different stats, evolving stats, stationary stats, static or dynamic, with the ideology that they're going to progress, obviously futuristic, perspective, but that's all it is stats and data points and pie charts and bar graphs and stuff that's not hard to read once you realize the purpose or the perspective in which they're outputting certain points of interest that you need to be aware of. Inflow, outflow, ROE, ROI, whatever, ROA, whatever, price to book, price to cash, cash to sales, PE, FE, forward PEs, outstanding shares, right? Basic share structure on the float, percentage gains, etc., market cap, dividends, etc., etc. Just understanding the different levels of the money. So again, that's a 13-year-old kid. I'm gonna keep saying that. It's a 13-year-old kid. Yeah, he can pretty much tell a majority of people, get your weight up, right? And you be looking at, man, get out of me, little kid, get your little behind. Yeah, okay, that little kid, look at bank account, look, play with it. Knowledge brings power. Knowledge brings power. Knowledge brings power. Power leads to profit. Knowledge brings power. He's accruing and mastering the ideal of how to obtain power through these financial vehicles by the knowledge that comes along with that. Dude didn't even know who Martha Stewart was, but he knew from reading about her the importance of probably her being on that board of APPH, the significance of that. He know nothing about her, but that was enough. Like, oh, now he got another data point. Oh, that's who she is. So she must be important, huh? She must be famous. Beyond what I read about her. 13-year-old kid. Yeah, it's time to step the game up. Right? It's time to step your game up. So that's why we go hard. Right? That's why we go hard. Right? That's why we're not distracted. And you're not finna get us distracted. We don't care about any of the things that are leading us to nowhere, because we've heard it all, seen it all. At this point, if you are willfully distracted by a lot of just whatever, average everyday chatter, then you ain't about that life. You just around people who are about that life, and you just saying that, okay, that person about that life, and that's all you can say. Well, why aren't you about that life then if they about that life? Well, see, then it becomes, well, see, whatever. No, I don't have time to waste. The government getting ready to open this thing back up. Well, guess what they also finna open back up? Your debt. Right? Your debt finna open right back up along with all those other things that they're getting ready to open back up. True story. Yeah. Your debt finna get opened up too. And are you prepared? Right? To deal with that? Do you have a war chest ready to rock? Right? Do you have a skill set that you was able to obtain during the lockdown or the quarantine that can help now put you in you can fight from a place of leverage finally, as opposed to always on your heels? A lot of people found a lot of ways, to make money during the coronavirus pandemic, quarantine. And they're not going back to work willfully. They don't have to put themselves in harm's way to go back out there for them little, whatever, little checks. Yeah, there's never a time when you should not be trying to reinvent yourself. I repeat, there's never a time when you should not be trying to reinvent yourself. People do it every day. People live their whole life going through ups and downs, and they become millionaires when they get like 60. Right? 60 and 70. Guess what? It ain't never too late. Right. Again, that's a 13-year-old kid. Yeah, he'd be there by the time he get like 16. The way that he's laying out thesis and really putting in that work, that due diligence like that, yeah, he'll probably hit that before he gets 16. Yeah, about 16, he'd be close to about that millionaire. And he got time to make these hyper-aggressive, high-risky trades and investments. Life is serious, man. Jokers better get serious. That's all I'm going to say. Hey, what's going on, family? Anthony? Yeah, man. Tomorrow's going to be wild. Again, we already kind of, and we'll end on that. So, the understanding, of course, is that they're going to somewhat, matter of fact, let's go over there real quick. Right? Brother Matthew, Sister Camille, Chris, y'all got anything to say about that video, though, that little 12-year-old kid? While we setting up this economic data point before we get ready to close out, you guys got anything to say on that? Y'all probably like, man, look.
I was going to ask you if you could put the link in the in the room. I mean, it was a little distorted as far as what I really couldn't understand everything he was saying, but I would like to check it out.
He said the same thing I need to be doing. I need to get my audio right? He was like, next time I come on, I might have my audio right. He talking like, God dang, this joke finna go. This is a 12-year-old kid. You can get a YouTube popping.
Yeah, it's what you put in them,
Facts.
It's what you put in them. Leave them to their own devices and doing what everybody else does.
For him, it's sad thing because he want to be left to his device. Like, no, I don't want to go out and play today, Mom. I'm just gonna read these financial reports. God dang it, Timmy. Why don't you go outside and play with other kids? No, I don't want to get dumbed down today, Mom. I'm good. I'm going to read this 8K form real fast. God dang it, bro. I was watching that live stream earlier. There were people in the chat saying this boy possessed. He a demon. They were that serious. They would call him a demon. Like, how do you know all this at 12? People were just sitting there dumbfounded. They'll call him a demon. They call him omen and all that. I was like, man, these people wilding out, but they wilding. They wilding in the chat. Because he runs circles around a lot of their work, a lot of their thesis. Their work ethic.
Yep.
Intimidating to a lot of people.
They gotta minimize you some way.
Yeah. It's like, God, dog, but I got to get to work.
Like, this guy's a demon. That's how they minimize you.
Yeah, because they can't deal with that because they already know he's going to run circles around their kid. They probably going to employ their kids. Yeah, I got a job for him waiting over here. Come on, get over here. I got it. But again, just go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was disagreeing with you.
Yeah, it just reinforces what we've been talking about. Again, just the idea that we have to, again, we don't have a luxury to have a luxury. As I like to say a lot, and I speak about, the youth and that aspect of how kids need to get engaged in, the financial market. They need a leg up now. They cannot wait till they get hit with economic hard winds and get crunched up. They need to learn this stuff now. Don't feel like it's too young. They're too young. They're too young. No, they need to learn now.
Right.
Kids are a sponge at that age. They optimistic. They wide-eyed and and ambitious because that's the best time. If you don't indoctrinate your kids, somebody else will.
Yep.
Simple as that.
That's what propaganda is for.
Exactly what it is. If you don't brainwash your child, somebody else will gladly. So you can complain later that your kids ain't listening to you, and this is the reason why, because they were brainwashed. But no, you sat there and allowed it to happen. You're complicit in their ignorance. That part of the game. And it hurts you too because you're like, God, dog, boy, oof. Yeah, probably, yeah.
Right. Yeah, and especially when you get older and you done raise some dummies.
Yeah, because we got family, we got friends, we got people who've gone. Again, it ain't hard to look around and see those things happening. That's why you're like, God, dog, boy, we got to do something to save. Yeah, we got to save somebody.
Yeah, for real.
Somebody got to get saved. Hope it's more than one. So that's the energy. So again, tomorrow, of course, big day again. We're going to close out here. Again, I just knowing that this particular FOMC meeting is going to be a little bit more critical than a few of the other ones that came in the past, because we're at an economic turning point. A new fiscal calendar getting ready to start in terms of the market value, that is, going into Q1. This idea that we're getting ready to open back up, the idea that Americans finna have the ability to have, to be vaccinated by May or June, at least the ability that people that want to get, the idea that these things are now looking to be, pretty much set up in a way where, they're going to have the ability to put people back in spaces that they have been out for basically a year. Right? And see how it all unfolds at that point. Then it becomes the game of herd immunity. Right? But again, companies have been well off in some cases with having people stay at home, whatever, and other ones just like, we don't even want you to come back, and because of this, that, and the third, is just whatever. But ultimately, you got people and businesses that are going to be pretty much starting dang near from zero. So you still got to think about, if the hours are going to be cut back, or what's the timetable going. All this stuff. It's like cranking the machines up that's been sitting cold for a moment. It's a lot of different things you got to think about, right? So, of course, you want to put all those thoughts on the table before you walk back out there thinking it's going to be, like cut on a switch. It just doesn't work that way. It takes a lot to cut on a big behemoth of a machine,
right?
Of an economy, So you got to have other contingent plans, backup plans to the backup plan. And look, understand that you are a businessman, right? You are a businessman, right? Right? You are it. Simple as that. So find a way to get about that life. Because not that little 13-year-old kid going to be employing you. When he hits 17, he's going to be employing you. You're like, God dang it, man. This little snotty-nosed joker. What? Yeah, he's going to be employing you.
Yeah, what happened to X-Men?
Right. So, yeah, the crypto stocks getting beat across the head. Bitcoin pulling back since the all-time high, and this is right within the playbook. This is I love this stuff. This is peak to trough trading. We played the peak, the trough off what? Ride last week when it was at 38. It bounced and went all the way back up to like 68. It's a 30-point move. The $40 again, the $40 strike calls at that time was $1.20 for last week. If you'd have bought them into this week, it would have been like I think we're about near 2 and change. But you didn't even have to wait this week. It hit 68 last week. Monday? Like Monday or Friday? So it went up 30 points from that Tuesday. I think it was like Monday, Tuesday, when I dropped it in the chat last week. It was at $1.20 for the $4 strike call. You would have been up roughly 28 points in that premium with a delta around about 80 to 90. Would have got bigger because it was the way it was gapping up. It would have been in the 90s plus. So up near $1 a point. You'd have been you'd have walked with that trade around about $2,500. Basically about a dollar would have brought you $2,500. $100 would have brought you $2,500 basically. And now what is it doing? Now the Bitcoin peak is pulling back, is rebalancing like it always do. What's happened to these crypto stocks? What are they doing? They're doing the same thing. They're going right back into the ebb and flow of how the markets work. Peak to trough. Peak to trough. Peak to trough. What do we keep saying? Peak to what? The trough. You playing the bounce. And so we getting prepared because the option trader, this is what we look for. This is our opportunity to what? Front run what? These moves. And not have to deal with that every day feeling like you got to what? Trap the market, right? And day trade and all that stuff, right? This is how you eat. And the aspect of that is minimalistic in terms of the work that you putting in. When I said it, because you set the thesis in play, right? Same way like your little young kid was just doing, right? You set that thesis in play and going out there, right? Going out there, let the trade or the money work his way, do what it do, right? Work his magic. Right? X-Nick on here on the daily, or this ride, excuse me. This is clearly, you see what's going on here. It spazzed out when we got in it or called it. It was right at the demarcation line. Down here, as at 20 moving, it was like $38. $38 a share. Right? Let me come down here so I can show it. Right? It was right here. Right? Well, it came down to 35, but we got positioned on it right here on 38. Right? On the 8th. Right? On this candle right here, because that was clearly the reversal candle. Outside of this one here, this guy right here was the reversal one. Right? So we lined that bottom up there off the bounce support. Right? We saw the gap fill right here, clear as day. Clearly saw the gap fill right here. Not really worried about this one right here because again, there's historical context. At least this little wick, if you want to call it that, right? That technically filled that gap. All right. Even this little one here somewhat came and tried to touch this area up here, but this little wick here filled this little gap here. This was the real meat gap that was waiting on here, right? It did that, right? That day, and then turned around on this day. It definitely, came down and kind of closed it. See right here?
Right.
That was your bounce. That's clear as day. That means your risk on aspect was minimalistic. Your risk management was minimalistic. Right? Your threshold for pain was what? Minimalistic. Your stop loss would have been anything, not even really a whole lot, because you was basically at the point of the gap closure. If you want to be stingy, you could have set it real tight. It still would have been good because it didn't have no drawdown after. It just caught out from after that. It basically went from, again, on this candle, the low was 37.62, and it topped out up here, as you can see here, over 67.66. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Basically, how I say it, about 5 days. 5 days.
Wow.
5 days. That's $100 turned into $2,500. Somewhere around there, $2,500. And obviously, Bitcoin was bouncing. So what is it doing now? Bitcoin is pulling back. That's all you're doing here.
It's pulling back.
Yeah, to get ready to bounce. You got 20 moving average here at the base support. That's around 46. Obviously, that's a higher low than where we just came from. Right? That's what an uptrend is signified by as what? It's higher lows. Right? Not as higher highs, but it's higher lows. That's why we always say that. An uptrend is always signified by its higher lows. A downtrend is always signified by its what? We went over this in training. I don't know if y'all remember. No. On the downtrend. Lower highs. That's it, Eva. It's a downtrend is always signified by its lower highs.
Lower highs.
From here to this area, right? Those are the resistance points. Right? That's the backstop in terms of what the market has to prove itself to get back to some kind of level of equilibrium. So if it stay downtrend, then guess what? You play off those higher highs, especially if you shorten into it, because you got to short at the what? At the peak points to get maximum profitability. That always just makes sense from a natural understanding. I don't want to short in the middle of the move, right? That's a tug of war there. That's a theta killer. That's a premium killer. I need to be shorting that peak point of profitability. That way, even if they try to theta kill, at some point, risk aversion is going to cause people who paper handed to go on ahead and start selling, because they ain't liking the movement. They already feeling fearful because they're kind of pulling back. They'll end up selling. That's going to cause the expansion. That thing drip down. Let them puts print. Either you selling calls or you buying puts outright, buying the premium. That's the kind of thesis that we're dealing with. Right? So the drawdown is often to happen in this case. Of course, you even see it on the squeeze momentum here. It's kind of the selling kind of trim it down a little bit. You got another day or two of selling. I'm pretty sure if we go look at Bitcoin right now, I don't know where it's at, but I'm pretty sure if the equity market's down, yields are still banging up to the upside. Crypto caught a little bounce the other day, but it gave back some of those gains. It went up today, actually went up to like 56,700, somewhere around there. Okay, now it's back down to what? 55,642.
Right.
It's in its what?
It's at 56,000.
Yeah. It's starting to it's consolidating all over again, right? To build this next phase, but what is it doing? It's doing the same thing we just talked about. It's building what? It's building higher lows, right?
Right.
Stronger support, right? To make his next ramp up, right? Clearly here, right? We won't just be talking, right? We can come back it up by the data. Again, this stuff we just talking about. Now, you just heard that 13-year-old kid break down the thesis of an entire company from top to bottom. We ought to be ashamed of ourselves, right? Now this stuff, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, boy. They're Richard Pryor, they're old school. Look. So this is how we trade this stuff. That's how we was able to trade this bottom piece, this 44. I was calling this little area here. Like, this is your bounce area here. I bought a lot of my little altcoins. I bought more added to my altcoins in around this area right here, between 45,000 and 44,000. I added to my position because I'm playing the trend band. I'm playing the degrees of separation off the moving average on the 20, moving average on the daily, right? And any surprise moves in that, my risk aversion obviously is very minimalistic, right? Because the thing has still been in the uptrend since it's been in the uptrend, right? Since its breakout above that little pivot point of 20 grand, which is clearly that lead up until the breakout. Look how that thing like a filter. Man, if that ain't a chart or Joker want to be in right there.
That's an uptrend like a mug.
Beautiful. Look at the peak to trough. Ramp up. Pull back to the bottom of the trend band. Ramp up. Pull back to the bottom of the trend. Ramp up. You know what I'm saying? Pulling back a little bit. This actually right here ain't complete this because guess what? It still had aversion to other aspects of the market. It's been trying to trade somewhat in unison to equity. It's up against the bond and the USD dollar right now too. It ain't hurting it as much as it's hurting equities right now though, because tech getting gutted. Tech also dragging that sector down because those bonds are just more adversely affected against those highly inflated assets that was defensive trades. But it ain't really affecting Bitcoin no more than guess what? It's just kind of playing off the RSI. In more cases, anything. Look at it. Look at the RSI. Off the 70, bounce off of it here. It rode it for a long, pull back, and that's what it's doing. Right? But it's still holding its uptrend. It can come all the way down and tap the 20 moving average here. Anywhere from 52.7, 52, obviously even in this case right here, 53.89, 54,000 base, and still be a solid added trade. Even if you buy in early at around this point. Because your bottom risk aversion to the bottom of the band is still sitting at around about 51,000. And you still going to be in an uptrend because you still have a higher low from this peak point, this point right here, which is 42,000. It seems like a lot with Bitcoin because it's traded at a high multiple. Of course, it's a $50,000 product, right? 10 grand or 5 grand ain't nothing for a $50,000 product.
Yeah.
You don't believe me? Go look at Berkshire Hathaway Class A. Now it don't make these kind of moves. It ain't that volatile, but it still have drawdowns about $2,000 and $3,000, $5,000 in a day. That's a $300,000 ticket though. This one here is 50,000, but this is more liquid. What liquid? It's more, it's highly aggressively more traded.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Again, so it's not within this understanding to see these things happen. Like, okay, I see what's going on here. It's very liquid, and it's constantly trying to what? It's making higher lows because it's get new money getting it pumping into it every day. You got again mass inflow institution now starting to come in. Coinbase getting ready to go IPO too. It's finna really get cracking. Grayscale Bitcoin Trust finna be popping. All the OTC stocks dealing with blockchain or orientation and infrastructure stuff like that. Even the miners, they finna start popping. All that, it's going to zero. Down here at 20,000, it's going to zero. Down here at around 10, it's going to zero. Okay. Right? It's going to zero. All back down here, 4,000, 5,000. Oh, it's definitely going to zero. Okay. Now all we doing is kept adding down here, way down here, $3,300, $3,200. We just kept adding, all the way back down there. We just adding all down this area here. Where we at? Over here. We were adding up, man. We were getting at it. I was beating the drum too, boy. I was like, it ain't going below that 3,200. I don't care what y'all say. And it sure didn't. It sure didn't. It bounced right at 31.81. Okay, $20 under my projected level of support. All right, I'll take that L. And we rolled out ever since.
Exactly.
So I mean, as you see the notes, you see all the, we serious. Again, we ain't just started then, cause we old school. We come way back from D-Days. All right, this is in the Urban Economic Empowerment Show when I got with Brother Garfield. This when I came on speaking about all this stock investment and crypto stuff. And hey, this thing called crypto and called Bitcoin. Yeah, right now it's $1,900 a token, and $2,000 a token. Like Litecoin, Ethereum around about 60, all that stuff. Man, look. I'm buying too right here, so I'm in the game too. I'm with you. We wrote the first out plan. Again, y'all get it. But and joking to it's going to zero because it went 20 grand and came all the way down to 2. It was still in the uptrend, even from a place where it took off the previous year. Because I couldn't make this stuff up. There's always a bigger picture. Sometimes you got to get out the micro to see the macro, right? Understand?
Yeah, dig it.
Yeah, so man, look, what we know now. And what we gonna know in the future, it should scare a lot of you guys. It should scare y'all. If y'all stay actively, aggressively increasing your knowledge, it's just information. You ain't breaking no legs. You ain't losing, a nail and nothing. You reading data. You doing this when you at the gym, when you drive, you chilling. Cut on the audio aspect. Let it read the article out through the audio through your Bluetooth in your car.
Yep. Stop
making excuses to find excuses to be under excuses. Right? You got to be about that life. That's how, again, information is, man, we ain't really working. We ain't really working. Be honest. It's jokers out there that's really working. We ain't really working. And we have all this opportunity afforded to us. Any day could be a 10 grand day, a 20 grand day, a 30 grand day, a 5 grand day, a $200 day, a $500 day. Any day. 100,000, a million.
Yep.
People don't want to deal with that because to them it just seems like it's just larger than life. To them it just seems like it's unobtainable. Like what? You must be scared of money then, because your ambitions ain't leading you to be that hungry. You want to be looking at things that way. Especially again if you really take the time to look. All right. Again, that 13-year-old kid kicking y'all behinds right now. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. A little snot little 13-year-old kid kicking jokers in the teeth right now. And you just sitting around reading the same stuff, breaking down, financial reports, all this. All right. Right, so yeah, let it downtrend. We'll let it come on down a little bit more. Let it come on down a little bit more. Let's play the 20 moving average. It'd be great if they let it come down there, but it'd be great. We came close here on this wick right here. All right, we had a wick down by about 56,900. No, excuse me, 53,221. All right, but yeah, 51, 52, let them, Because keep in mind, when that happens, then that's when you're going to get that what? That ride bounce. See that same 20 moving average? See right here? See how they play, how the games they play? Look at the 20 moving average sitting right there at $50 or $51.
Right.
See how the games they play? You got to be patient. The same way I was patient to watch this here. Sister DeShonda actually caught this trade, right? Sister DeShonda and a few other people caught it. A few other people I know that's in my little trade, they caught it. All the way up to $79. Some of them people didn't write down how they sold way up here. Cause again, who wouldn't after this kind of spiking? Look at that. That thing was stretching out. But I said, okay, it's going to come back down. Bitcoin going to like always. And as soon as it hit 38, I was ringing the alarm. I was ringing the bell. Here you go right here, guys. Here you go. Here you go. Quick little bump. 30-point move. A 30-point move. This thing went up 30 points in 4 days dang there.
Dang.
You definitely know what I'm talking about, Camille. That's, man, look. Now that y'all, especially y'all learning options too like this, deep into it, man, that $100 again. Man, look. You get spend $100 to make $2,500 and you have to do no work. Literally no work. You just buy it and sit and just watching and monitor it. Right? That'd be equivalent to how many pips, right? And you had to work for them pips if you were trading it, right? But this case, you just letting their money work. Working that little time extension.
Yeah.
So it's awesome. Again, it's awesome experience to see it happen. Understand again what what these things means. Of course, you can clearly see this inverted hammer here. It could be a shooting star or the evening star if you want to call it that. And, the reversal, obviously, that clearly see Bitcoin stalling out. It just obviously consolidating. Let this consolidate. Even if it come down to the midline here and hit like 53, and probably bounce around there. It's still a solid, scenario. Right? Of course, it'd be more attractive down here. Go ahead.
I try to. I gotta look at the SPY again. I think the SPY. Let me see what the little SPY is doing.
It's coming off their top trend, being rejected. Hit all-time high, of course. Obviously hit the all-time high today. But again, it ain't doing no more than what we planned for it to do when it was bottoming out around here. When we was talking, okay, here's your uptrend. Right, getting back inside the penalty box, it got back inside the penalty box and just rolled back to the top of the whip. This resistance kind of, see how I played that line? Couldn't make this stuff up. It played like a fiddle. People that be like, no, look how, man, all right. Jokers don't want, Jokers don't want to get paid. You get to trade the SPY alone if you learn how to trade it thoroughly and just I trade it and other stuff, right? And other stuff. These my SPY puts, these my SPY call, but I'm also hitting this. I got contracts on this. I got whatever.
Yeah, as I get better, I can branch out. So right now, I'm just kind of on the SPY.
Yeah, it's the most liquid ticket in that perspective, which gives you the most effective, almost one of the most effective deltas out there. Besides like a Ford, how when we broke down Ford that day, Ford got one of the most best deltas on the planet.
Ford the other day, I was like, wow, look at these options.
We called the top. We were sitting right at the top of the top.
Yeah, my money hadn't put.
Yeah. Got no brother Matt, like it ain't going no higher than that. It's gonna pull back as it has to pull back. Of course, that's natural. You want that. That's healthy, right? And so that's all they're doing, just rebalancing. It was just easy. The puts at that time, even the $13 puts at that time, like $12. I think if that, $12, $16, somewhere around there maybe. Right? Well, guess what? Them puts now worth what 80 some odd bucks, somewhere around there, give or take, 90, 12, somewhere around there maybe. Ford came all the way down to like what, 1260 something. All right, so all you had to do is just play the peak draw. Look there, 1250, yeah, 1240 something. Easy money, and it was at 1340 there. So again, that's a full point. That's $100 you made off what, 12 to $16.
Yep.
With a delta that Ford delta is around about 96, 98, whatever. So again, give or take. It was at the top. Look at the peak. It's sitting right there.
Right.
I told people that even with Boeing, same scenario. People like, no, you crazy. Break it out fine. Man, stop being emotional. It peaked out. Look at the peak. Look at the RSI. Even RSI kind of person. Look at the volume tapering out. Look at the top of the trend band. Look at the extension away from the moving averages. Y'all know moving averages act like magnets. The farther you move away from it, the more it acts like a what? Like a magnet. It's gonna pull you back down to it. That's all it did. All that separation degrees from that moving average. Let's go. Right? Let's go. Bottom puts up here anywhere above 274, 275. Buy those puts. Trust me, you're gonna thank yourself later. I told a lot of people that too. hit it myself and told people to get it. I got the receipts. Look, okay, somebody eating now. That's a 25-point drop. 23 to 24-point drop in 2 days. Not one. I mean, not 5, but 2. 2 days. That means that's a premium what? A premium overload. No theta burn. No, that's straight dropping. Woo, drop it like it's hot. How the song go? Drop it like it's whatever. I go. That's option trading. Little piece of chain, do a little something strange. You caught the peak, playing back down towards the what? The trough. Even if it again, look out. Even if it don't come all the way back down to the moving average here at 234, which it still can, right? Which it still can. But if you just kind of take out some of these little little gaps here, right? Gap here, come down at least to 245. Still nice bag. The selling obviously seems like it ain't tailed off yet. I'm gonna take this thing off, right? Because look at the RSI, look at the volume here. The selling volume is just kind of barely giving you that. Now you got 4 aggressive days of going to the upside. You can have easy 3 to 4 days of downtrending, and at the bottom out around about $15 million rebalancing of the volume, and then money will come back into it. Obviously when it kind of thins out, maybe fill the gap at 245 possibly, right? 250 anywhere around there, bounce, and then you can kind of go on back up about your business. Now if you come all the way down here again, 234, 235, oh, Gravy Valley Biscuit Wheels. Gravy Valley Biscuit Wheel. It's just Wednesday, guys. This is just Wednesday, right? 2 days, you're already down 25 points. These are weekly expiring. That's this Friday. If you still sitting there without, look, all right, but we sat there, saw with Riot, Boeing, Ford, a lot of these stocks. You gotta learn how to read those tea leaves. Be patient. Let the money come to you, right? Cause big money doing their mandate. They're gonna do their mandate regardless, all right? With or without you. If you kind of try and trade them, they just gonna run you over. And think nothing of it.
Right.
You all in your emotions.
You're not even a thought.
Yeah, you're like, oh man, they're supposed to be doing that. This is wrong. This is manipulation. They're supposed to do drop because they got an offering. Okay. You believe that you want to. Right? They look at you like,
Depends on the company.
Yeah. Tell the Joker, man. Yeah, so I think we got. I didn't say I think. I know we have a strategic, set of skills that is just phenomenal, guys. We really have to, again, take this thing, to the next level that I know we can. Right? We got it. We have it. We have it. We truly do. Right? We truly do. Right? So, hey, whenever you feel like, you think you ready and you know it all and you don't have to study, just put on that little video of that little 13-year-old kid and get corrected and then get back in the game. That's all I'm saying. Get back in the game once you hit that little 13-year-old kid, right? And then, that part. That is it, that part.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because he just he makes some of these 5 to 10 to 12-year-old veterans, 30-year-old veterans feel like they got to step their game up. You see what I'm saying? So again, it's exciting to see all this stuff unfold. I'm happy to be in this fight with you all, my peers, right? Again, I have it no other way. I'm excited, for what we're accomplishing here, where we're going. I mean, this is just the beginning, right? I keep saying that, even though a lot of us been in this, some years, but it's still just the beginning. To me, it's just the beginning.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we have a lot to be grateful for and thankful for, and we're gonna keep grinding. I'm just excited. All right, so
I'm about to do my analysis.
Yeah, y'all gonna get off here. Yeah, but no doubt. Thank you, Ilba, too, for being patient. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in the back chat. Any last words on the way out, Ilba, Camille?
Oh no, just I'm gonna hit these books a little bit and wait for my setups, London, and yeah, just do some more studying. About
Nice.
another hour or so. Grab me something to eat and do my analysis. Watch some videos.
That's it.
I got some homework to do. So
My type of
trying
not.
to get better at the, yeah, trying to get better at all fundamentals, the whole bond market, futures market, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, expand the horizon. That's what's going. Again, I applaud you guys every day because I see it. I see it. I guess one thing about us, we know these lanes because we all done been in them, right? And so when people are definitely well on their way, really in terms of expansive growth, because you see that there's a no quit agenda, baked into their whole, modus operandi, and obviously you definitely represent that up and down the board. So I get excited when I keep saying things like that because I just say 5 years from now, I can only imagine, and I say, even from 2 years because that's what this stuff does for you. It really, if you really about to like it, it draws you in, and you're gonna get better and sharper just by proxy of being in it. It's gonna cancel out a lot of your mistakes by not wanting to make those mistakes after you done made them. It forces you to change. Unlike a lot of scenarios where if you riding the clock on the job, you can play within the confinements of all the little, hooking and booking and crooking enough to not to get fired, right?
Right.
But because you're only gonna make so much, and they ain't gonna really no incentive to kind of do anything extra unless you really pushing the up the ladder. But in the market, no, that's not how this works. It's like, no, you make a mistake, you don't want to make that mistake again because guess what? It's costly, all right? It's costly mentally and financially. So you say, okay, how can I curtail this next time? So you get better and you get hungrier. You read more, economic data points. You read up on more, the aspects of being able to dissect the chart better, just, price action and peak the trough or just, whatever's going on for the mind of these market makers, the banks. And you reading all the dynamics, the psychology all the way down to the, minutia, the technicality of how things are, unfolding, with the buyers and the sellers. So it draws you in. It forces you to be better by proxy. So salute to you. Keep grinding. Right, you know what I'm saying? Seriously, not just look like you get money, but you gotta go out and work. You gotta go out and work. So I'm excited. So everybody in the back chat, thank you guys. I'm indebted to you guys the same way I say that. I salute Ubuntu. Brother Matt, I know you kind of came in late. You got any last words? You don't lay out like a lot of us. Y'all be up late. They're addicted this stuff, ain't it? You got any last words, Over? On the way out the door?
Nah. I'm soaking it in. I'm trying to make me something to eat at the same time.
And see, y'all just eating late this here. See? Y'all just be burning that midnight over, boy. Just gonna be eating late. I do it like I do. I hate to say it that way because, of course, but for me, it's the same reality. And, man, sometimes 2 a.m., I have to get me a little bowl of fruit, something like that. Hey.
Market.
Yeah, watching all this stuff unfold. You just record. It's like your mind's a recorder. You just recording all these things happen, and just like I say, memory. The charts have memory. That's been my whole thesis for this whole entire last month and this month, especially this month, because this is the most, opportune time for markets going to pull back. It's going to happen now because what happened during this time last year? It was what? It was pulling back, right? Egregiously, all the way to it bottomed out around 218 on the S&P 500, 30% drawdown plus on and that the SPY. A lot of sell orders, again, just machines and human error and emotion, all that stuff. And the markets ain't forget that. Markets did not forget that. You can say the combination of the bond market, all that stuff not coming to fruition too. That may be causing it on top of that. But that's how this stuff is set up. Markets have memory. So if nothing else, you playing a cautionary tale knowing what happened last year this time. No matter how gravy it looked like it may be a month or two from now. What is the market saying today? Right? And so we're playing off that, and we're eliminating our implicit bias. We're saying, okay, I need to make sure I'm prepared. My preparatory, seeing what's going on with some of these high flyers that move the markets in a lot of ways too. These Boeings and these tech sectors getting drugged through the mud, right? Whether bonds spiking or not, or the USD dollar spiking up or not too. That's a combination of other things. When they was beaten down, now they rallying. Just funny how things work, right? They play out within the 52 weeks perspective. These people knew what they were talking about when they said, "Look at that 52-week chart," right? Who knew? Right? But that's just actual economic data. That's how season over aspects of the markets work. Cyclicality, as we spoke about that last week in training, the cyclical nature, right? And it actually had something to do with what I was going to talk about tonight. As far as that, I didn't get to go deep in that. It always happens, right? I start out, and then it happens, right? But if you look down, even in my description box within this particular session, I was kind of hitting on that a little bit, right? Understanding where we're at in the market, right? This cyclical nature, right? From growth back into value, right? Value is just more playing against, those that were highly ballooned up because of, the gravy that was good for those stocks that had bigger moats, and people ran to them because they had bigger balance sheets. Right? They feel like they can weather the storm, and they did with the help of your tax dollar, right? So man, might as well play the game, because if not, they're gonna play it without you, right? That's what they do, And so this is the idea of coming into the first quarter of Q1 of pretty much, and this by the book value, Q1 of any market are always kind of one of the weakest markets, right? Because that's when they go through again the R&D. M&As, right? They do restructuring to get ready for the next fiscal calendar, right? And so out of that fourth quarter readout in terms of what you did for the last month, you celebrate, you pop your champagne if you did well. If not, if you did poorly, go to the drawing board, playing hard, spend a little bit more money to make money for the upcoming session. So that first quarter is always going to be kind of it's going to be shaky, right? A little bit, right? So of course, on this case, we got a coronavirus pandemic scenario that happened within that too. Yeah, even worse, right? Compound effect. Right, so February weakness was weather related. We're likely to prove temporarily saying that, but guess what? There's still more data points that got to come out, right? So things happen, right? So, but I'm excited. Hope you guys enjoyed the bill. Look at Marquis. Oh, Marquis came in all late. He old late night. Look at you, even popping up all late over. Yeah, see you came in the building. What's going on over?
I done came in here super late, man.
Talk to my weekend. Hey, Joker trying to run to their little zooms and wham right now, boy. Joker. They gonna get them little oatmeal bars and fruit roll-ups and chicken and everything gonna eat. They had a good deal though. But see, again, I'm excited too, because I was saying this too. Again, that 13-year key, I don't know if you saw that segment or you heard it over, but we broke down the little 13-year key. He broke on Benzinga today, breaking down this thesis about a stock. Again, gave a phenomenal thesis on how you feel about this little stock, whatever. I mean, like a professional. And I say that because, again, this guy's building out the YouTube channel. You think people ain't going to subscribe to that boy channel? It's going to be flooded. Just because he, 13 years old, he's speaking like that. All right? Mm-hmm. Here it is. Y'all got that same knowledge, right? And with a more, adult perspective to it, too. We got to get you guys going. I'm going to keep stressing it. We got to get y'all channels popping. We got to get y'all built up, right? I know y'all probably in the back, building up behind it. But, yeah, we got to get you guys popping, so we can start building them out and getting those subscriber counts up, and because you guys got a story to share. You guys have knowledge to share, right? There ain't no way in the world you can convince me just a little 13-year-old kid can do it. No, no, right? So this is it, So for a lot of us that kind of check out this time, guess what? A lot of you guys, especially coming in on that late session, that London session, y'all come right on and fired up. Y'all know people sit on YouTube from 24/7. Because they're different time zones. You're definitely right about that. I ain't lying. I've been on here 3 o'clock in the morning, Joker going live about Bitcoin, a Forex setup, a technical analysis, get ready for the market to open at 4. I'm not lying. I said I've done it 7 nights. I be sitting right in the church right along with him. Like, yep, right? Yep. True story. And money being made round the clock in this perspective. Right?
Especially when the sun come up on you. I be like, oh.
Yeah, you made a whole night. You gave all that time away. You say, man, I hope it was worth it. That's all you can say. I hope it was worth it. It won't be groggy this day. During the day out, it better been worth it, right? And so
Man, I hate when
Yeah, I
something
just
comes
been
up for me.
Yeah, that's the love,
yeah, I just been trying to like just really get the hang of the whole streaming thing, and I finally got my Surface tablet, and I'm just waiting on my pen now, so I can really get it in.
Yeah, we got you. Well, you already know. Yeah, 'cause like I said, once you get going, of course, like I said, I need to upgrade all my stuff. I just been waiting to do. I'm not gonna say I'm just lazy. It's just that from other stuff I got going on, I really can use it as a somewhat of an excuse. But I am going to do the same thing because again, at some point, of course, you want to be able to, and it's not so much for the bells and whistles because that's not what we do. We actually work, right? We're workers, right? So
Yeah,
at least we should have at least have good sound quality because it's for us it's not all about the bells and whistles and soundboards and guns popping off and all that. No, this ain't no this ain't that. This ain't a go-go session, right? We trying to actually put out some knowledge, right? Some quality, clarity aspects of information people can utilize and use to make some money with. And so if nothing else, we'll have at least that. And so I'm going to do the same thing, Vince, to get a little soundboard, clean it up. Of course, when you get there, need some help with that, let me know because I know people are already there. I just need to go in and do the same thing with them copy they set up. Brad, all of them guys over there, even at Retrade, and many others. So the rest is
yeah,
history. So just be honest, seriously. You just trying to make sure you give people some clarity so they can come feed off the information. Outside of that, it's game on. Right, it's game on. Right,
yeah.
so
That's facts, and that's why I definitely watch other people's lives and stuff, and try to take from them those good ideas and stuff put together. And I've been in a lot of spaces lately, you know, kind of teaching people who are pretty experienced, and so I know if I can teach them, you can get popping definitely on YouTube with a
yeah, well,
wider range of crowd.
we always got something to add. That's one thing again about the community. You always can, like anything, like this. You can always see you building, right? We building, right? That's what it is, like a Lego environment, right? Right? We always can build on to make it more proficient. You see what I'm saying? From both sides of that spectrum, right? From behind the mic and in front of the mic. You see what I'm saying? Because you see the intent, you see the experience, the purpose. It's solid too. Of course, we want everybody to be successful in their perspective because we're all benefiting off the experience, right? No matter who
Yeah.
leading it. And so that's how we get a chance to be that, that kind of extra layer to help people see things in some cases. Because it's the same way with me. I'll get going. I am from the South. I know how my mouth works in terms of my mind. My mind be moving like 1,000,000 miles an hour, but my mouth would be like, okay, yeah, slow down and make sure you get it all out,
And that's
right?
that Florida boy. That's
That's
that
that
Florida
Florida in me.
boy.
Exactly. And it's just, it's cultural differences, that too, language and whatever. But ultimately, of course, what we're dealing with, information, the impressive value is not so much the fact that if your voice is a certain way, it's really the information because that's what leads to the conversation, right? The visual, the optics of the technicals, the fundamentals of you breaking it down or leading people to those areas to get it. So that's why I say for what we really do, it looks very intricate when you're looking at it for people that don't understand. Well, this stuff is some nerdy stuff. It really is. It's just bar charts and pie charts and then some fundamental data, right? Some publications and filing forms. And so we just got to learn how to compartmentalize it and deliver it, because we know what we're looking for once we see it or what we're trying to get out of it. You see what I'm saying? That much is really easy. So we don't have to go out there and really, bells and whistles a person to death to keep them entertained. We're not here to entertain. We're here to educate or share or learn, right? One way or the other. That's what makes us unique. So we have an advantage, right? We're not trying to impress people with, lipsticks and makeup and all that. Truly, just be honest. Like people like, man, but is that information you dropping popping? Can I make some money off of it? All right, run it, run it. Then that's all I just like, run it, right? Because I'm gonna go get paid right off of it. So
And definitely what I feel like makes us a benefit too to other people, because one thing I realize, a lot of people are, they're not willing to do the work that it takes to be able to educate somebody. With our boy Anton Crew, breaking it down, how a lot of people, they just want to use their marketing skills to get people to do this and do that, but they don't want to take the time to really learn it well enough to teach it to somebody.
just aspect of their range. That's why I always say for us, like I said, just according to that reality, your range of knowledge it's going to supersede you if you are really progressive and really about that life. Because you again, like like when people come to me like off the script, right? I know I'm on live, but off the script, I will get some emails and message people that hit me up like, man, I never thought about that. I'm happy you broke that down, or at least you're intrigued, piqued my interest in that. I never thought that would have been a analytical aspect of knowledge that's worth looking into. Okay, now they're looking into stuff like that. Again, that's why we hitting up the bonds, right? Just kind of piquing the interest. You can go dig a little bit deeper. The relevancy of it in terms of the markets, right? Seeing why now it's a force to be reckoned with. You can't overlook it, because if the media peak media's on it, that means it's already a problem, right? The problem began before the media even picked it up, right? So you need to be on top of it even back then, right? Before it became a problem, right? But this on the tail end, at some point, once they kind of die down, from them kind of spazzing out about it, and then get ready for the next scenario. So we play into these different data points for a reason. We're trying to learn it for a reason. Understanding the monetary system, what moves the market, what moves people's lives, literally. It's what? Commerce and trade, literally. Products and services. That's the life. That's ubiquitous. That's as simple as, whatever. Right? The most simplest thing out there. That's what's moving our everyday existence. So, we move from these lanes. We're learning it, right? And we're understanding these things because it just impacts us even outside of the markets. All these things are, again, symbiotic. Housing, if you own property, again, if you got a job, if you own a business, it's all symbiotic. Right? So it's just strengthening your business acumen. Simple as that. How is that a negative? Right? That's all I'm saying. I look at this of everything like, how is it a negative not to learn this? Convince me that it's a negative for me learning this. If there's no pushback there, I'm like, okay, again, it's a good data point. Right? So that's how I look at it. So again, I'm always excited that we have that kind of level of intricacy, because a lot of people, again, they don't value the things that we kind of break down. Because people like, man, I don't want to talk about that, man. To talk about, just break down me a stock, show me a stock to go trade. No, it ain't about that. You need to learn. Look, no, we unorthodox over here. Right, we're very unorthodox. Well, I know I speak for myself, but I know most of you guys, how y'all roll, man. Y'all ain't no slouches in this. Y'all trying to increase y'all knowledge like everybody else. So these kind of data points are important, right? Learning the interest rate, understanding the importance of inflation, and how the Feds are setting up the marketplace for what they consider to be I guess an ease of value to be able to kind of come in and out of it. But the more so, they're speaking to people who understand it, at the levels that they kind of speaking on it about, right? The average American, when they're hearing these people 2% inflation levels and all this stuff, and like, man, look, is it gonna cut me a check or is it gonna reduce my bill? They kind of like that with it, like, hey, man, with like, I mean, of course it makes sense, but yeah, no, it's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to learn, take a little step further and deep dive and learn some of this stuff. It ain't gonna hurt you. Right? It's only gonna make you more thorough. All right. So again, I'm empowered. Again, get y'all channels pop. I know y'all again in the wings. I get it, but when you do, let us know. We're gonna keep so we can advertise and get it out there. Like I say, YouTube still cutting these checks through this algorithm, and these little kids sitting around here coloring, making hundreds of $1,000s every month. Man, look, either this stock market stuff gonna work, or I'm gonna start. I'm gonna dress up like a little kid and color and get me 1 million views. It's like a joker say, what? I'm gonna become a pastor. Oh, I'm tired of it. I'm out just going to get paid. A lot of people get paid. One or two, I'm gonna become a pastor, or I'm gonna color all day and get 1 million views, one way or the other. But seriously, so I'm excited. So stay at it, man. Stay hungry. Stay hungry, brother Matt. Over markets, of course, you already get it. I know you guys doing the bad chat. Thank y'all again for tuning in. I'm gonna get on, pop off here.
Oh, Marquis, you still got them puts on SPY?
Say again?
Over Marquis.
What'd you say, over?
You still got them puts?
I still got one put left.
Yeah, I held mine. I didn't get to cash it out earlier. I still got it.
Yeah, I had took a trade. I actually took 2 trades because that one was more of a swing, but I took the day as well when it near the open. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all on it.
I can't wait till tomorrow.
Teamwork. See, that's how it works, man. So yeah, hopefully I get a chance to add a little flavor to tomorrow because again, this typical FOMC meeting, but this one's a little different because the scare is that much more applicable to a lot of these asset managers in terms of how they just overplayed their hand in the tech sector. So it's domino in effect the bond market strength of the yield value. Of course, they're being dumped, but the strength of it is scaring a lot of these little algorithms and so forth. Right? It's just an excuse for them to sell because that's how it always end up being. It's an excuse for them to sell, right? Because the fund manager just showing into the pops. That's all they're doing, right? And they washing traders out, or they stalling the market out so they can kill you. You got intraday puts and SPY and stuff like that. It's just the overall hustle that they always do. But at some point, something's going to give. You bang it up against a $400 strike price that everybody just dying to get because it just makes them feel good to hit a whole dollar mark like that, a benchmark price. So you got people that's believing in that. That's just more principle-minded investors who are just moving on emotion, but they got capital, so you can't beat even on them on that perspective. So it's a lot, when you're trying to make it all make sense. But again, nothing else fall back to what you know how to do better, right? You know how to read a chart, you know how to play the peak to trough, you know how to stay within the threshold of risk management. Play it, right? Don't get outside that thesis, right? Know what you're willing to spend to play ball. Of course, speaking to the trader in us at this point. If those things materialize, you trade it methodically. Right? All this right here was planned. We planned this trade, man. We talked about all this, and it did just that. I ain't making this stuff up. Y'all was a part of it. Whether you got out soon or didn't get out. If you made money, you made money. If you lost a little bit because you might have got into it, but again, it's still the overall thesis. Obviously, set up the way it was supposed to do, and it did that. And then you just peaked out up, up around this course at this point, right at the line. Like I said, just almost like a surgeon. And so the trend obviously still shows you that it want to roll a little bit, but if anything, it's gonna kind of man, you'll be forced to get 3 to 8, but it don't mean that it can't, because again, if I seen crazy things happen. If he say anything tomorrow, because this is actually, I will say this. Let me say this, and I'll leave this cheat code out there now and go to bed. Tomorrow. All the other ones up until today seem to be kind of somewhat priced in because they was able to kind of bounce the markets out into it. This one's a little bit different because this is a quadruple witching week. You had some rebalancing, things like that happening. You had a couple of auctions that came out this month. So that's causing a lot of problem because again, people had a chance to cash out and obviously try to get back in some of the, I say get back in, meaning the idea that they cashed out some of the yields at the peak point. And letting the yields come back down. Now they're dumping them again to get ready for another trade, but it's causing a lot of inflationary, it's causing a lot of risk off to be perceived as the right thing to do, right? With the idea that people are trying to get a better readout on what's really going to come in the months ahead. So if nothing else, you can go to cash and sit on your hands, right? We rode the gravy train, we built all-time high. Yeah, it'd be great if we hit 400. Of course, we right up near it. It ain't far. Right, it ain't far. You talking about 400? It's literally right here, right? But it's gonna be a dog fight. It ain't gonna be as easy as people thought it was gonna be, right? So yeah, you got time, right? You got time. Even if if it just trend on a basic movement on a daily basis, the cross line. We see it called crosshair old school, but cross line still puts you around about March 22nd, right? That's basically what next week. Because I think the next week started 23rd. So Monday, you have potential to probably be up 400 unless something superlative news come out between tomorrow, Friday, and Thursday and Friday. What news could that be?
Fed.
Well, guess what? We already gonna know what he's gonna say to a degree, right? And his goal is that he actually in a more adverse moment right now because he didn't say what he needed to say the last meeting. Remember I talked about that? He's supposed to implement the operational twist project. He did not. That upset a lot of people. It upset Wall Street. He did not implement that operation twist. That's what got a lot of people even more scared now because they're trying to say, he's really trying to be responsible to the idea that the yields are going up. So that means that the markets are getting ready trying to price in now people actually going back to work and producing operational growth, organic growth to equal that at the level of inflation that they printed it into its economy at this point. At some point, some of these bills got to get paid for, right? The market is trying to read that, right? The Gravy Valley biscuit wheel and had its place. At some point, you have to produce, right? They let 2018 slide. They let 2019 slide. They let 2020 ain't had no choice because of coronavirus. Now it's like, okay, bro, how many chances we're going to give you so much again? Retail is sitting at what, 50, about 56 on a FPE, 4 PE. Discretionaries are sitting at around about what, 30 to 40 something PE. The SP 500 is sitting at about a 28 PE, 4 PE. Price to earn is priced in an additional, aspect on 12-year trailing forward market at a 27. The SP typically trades at around 18 to 17 to 19. Right? Could make this stuff up. It's way up there. Go look at this 4 PE. You're like, God, dog, it's still up there. Only because it's been backstopped by what? The market. Quelling the bonds, adding money, killing the dollar, making these assets great again. Because they ain't making no real money organically. Right? So you got to make them feel good, to make people want to spend money with them, to make people want to work and get these people excited. Again, just being backstopped by people tax dollars. That's all it is. I mean, it's the ultimate hustle. We know that. Ain't nothing new under the sun in this perspective. But, okay, fund manager going to milk it for all it's worth. They always do. That's what Wall Street do. They have no chill. They're the ultimate greed indication. That's y'all tip me to the little show Billions, right? Because I already kind of know what it's about without even probably watching it. But that's what it is. That's American greed. Good old-fashioned American greed. Right? That's why you can never call it a bubble, right? Everybody knows it's a bubble, but can you call it though? See what I'm saying? Because the if was a fifth, we all be drunk. You can't call that right bubble. We know it's a bubble, but can you actually call it though? See what I'm saying? So yeah, you can sit there. Bubble is a bubble, but give me a date. Give me a roundabout time frame. Well, see, it don't work that way. Well, then guess what? You can't compete with Wall Street greed. Stop trying to. Either sit on the sideline or get in the game, right? That's how this stuff works, right? These people don't care. Some of you people pension monies are tied up in this stuff. They 401k, they feel like they're doing what? God's work. True story. I'm saving people pension, man. I'm making somebody make some money during this time. Yeah. See how that work?
Yeah.
They mindset is like, okay, yeah, you say what you want to say, yeah, whatever. I'm trying to protect my clients. Yeah, you getting handsomely paid for them too, though. Yeah, but yeah, whatever.
Hey, have you ever used the tick chart before?
Yeah, I came up on the tick chart. I do 133, but they got different levels of it. But I came up in the game on the 133 tick chart. You mean on that level, or what do you mean like
the index?
Oh, in itself, not necessarily. Not within my wheelhouse to that perspective.
Yeah, there's this other trader put me on it, man. It's been working good. It's been working well. It basically looks at the amount of the difference between the ticks on the up. I have to look at the definition again. Of course, familiarize myself with it, but it works similar to like a RSI in a way.
Yeah, but that's what it is. You get the mark. It's like the micro. The micro tick I ain't gonna say probability, but the price action, price action, microbility price action of every aspect of incremental value of the market, right? Because again, when I was talking about the 133 tick chart, that's what you're getting, right? Because more people that was really about that life to trade, day trade, momentum trade, you got to trade on the 1 minute, right? If you really about that life, right?
Yeah.
5 minute. All right, yeah, you momentum trade. You got to really be directional bias though, but you got to really pay attention to every little tick mark basically, or draw it within that minute, because in a minute it can roll on you, right? So if you have momentum trade, you're using a lot of shares, you're more risk on inversion, right? So you got to be very thorough in watching that any fluctuation of change, right? And that's just basic 1 minute. The 133 gives you, down to the minutia, right? So I started out trading all the biotechs like that. Yeah, using that tick chart. And I remember Stockguard and Tyson Batts, a lot of them guys like, man, I don't know how you do it. Hey, boy, you on that there. Miss Lord is like, man, I don't know how you do it, man. You just go crazy with this. Man, I don't see how you do it, man. I can't stand. My eyes can't take it. I like it. I like that price action at that level. That thing be moving like an equalizer, boy. My eyes be able to catch it. They don't have it on. Well, I don't have the paid version here on trading.
No. If you just type in tick and where it says spot in the type in tick.
Yeah, I'll do about the tick chart. I mean, like the gauge in itself. I was gonna show like the gauge.
Yeah, go to all.
Yeah, I was gonna do
Yeah,
the
that
cumulative.
one.
Yeah,
And go to the like the 15 or the 5 minute.
yeah, it's gonna be a little bit more rampant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Mm,
once it gets to that 800 level, minus or
hmm.
plus, you get a nice reaction.
Yep. And I mean, you clearly see this range. It ain't hard to see it even here. I mean,
Yep.
you literally peaking up around that point, and then you bottom out in around, anywhere around this point here, right, six, or even if you want to say down here. But this is on the negative side, negative to the positive integer
Yeah,
aspect of it, of course. But it's
exactly.
within that window. Um, kind of like if you was reading the like the VIX or whatever to a degree. This is more stationary, but this is kind of like within the chatter, right? This is all the market chatter, right?
Yep.
So it's a lot of expansive value. But again, when you trade it on in itself, of course, you see now it comes down to those seconds. So this is the part when I was talking about I was trading like it's called a 133 tick chart. So you got to upgrade to have it on. See,
Yeah.
have it on here unless you pay it, sir. But of course, you get it free on TD Ameritrade. Right,
Exactly. Yep.
you
I
get all this
saw it
stuff
on there
free.
too.
Yeah, it's all free. So, but yeah, that's how I really, learned how to pay attention to all that digital, expansive value within that. And obviously it's horrendous on the 1 minute. In terms of how people are like, well, hey, that's crazy. How this thing just kind of fluctuating like that, flux, 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 flux.
Exactly. Because I love that cyclical, that peak to trough. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the
Yeah,
day, and
yeah,
it just really, you know what I'm saying? When I'm sometimes I'm trading those runs of liquidity, of equal highs and equal lows.
yeah,
And it just really frames that change of momentum really well with the time. Because I'm trading the
yeah.
1 minute chart too on the spot. you know.
Yeah, volatility box. Of course, now at this point, I used to trade it like that. People are like, man, you don't trade no spot in 1 minute. I say, you'll lie. It depends on who you hit. Don't trip, because some people got more, aspect or leverage value that they may be dealing with. So of course, they want to capture that, those those reversal pivot points structurally wise, because they don't want to be sitting there babysitting all day. So of course, yeah, you
Hmm.
need a shorter time frame in that perspective, because you're going to use a little bit more higher, leverage margin or whatever to kind of get what you need and get on out the way. It's already a liquid instrument, so get on and get out the way. But even now, so that you, obviously when the person start trading, obviously, uh, especially options gives you that that viability, right? You got a chance to, okay, I can dust this joker here now, because I can just
Yep.
play, with a more refined window. You can play the 15 or the 5, and because you already got a time premium stamp, right? And your implicit buys are already pretty much there in terms of the call or the put that you bought, or the sale, or the call, or the put that you got. But nonetheless, you just need things to kind of move within that methodical nature, trying to read all that, that price action, anticipate what those buyers and sellers going to do. Ultimately ending up with the kind of play or thesis that you chose. Again, like y'all was talking about this earlier. I think I was beating the drum a little bit in the back chat, like, yeah, it's easy. What happened? This is a rising wedge. They played it like a fiddle. I mean, it was easy to see what they was going to do here. They came into
Yep.
Monday in a rising wedge. I spoke about it, and they did the typical pullback like they typically do. So it was a quick little trade. I posted in the group. I'm gonna play these little puts real quick, right? These little 395, 394 puts. It daggered it all the way down to what? 391, right? You don't sit in it just the rest of the whole day. You play your peak to trough. That's your greedy straight line drawdown. Net moves in a straight line without having a snapback. This ain't rocket science. Even on the
Yeah,
five
and
minute.
those equal highs got ran out right there where the moving average at, right on top of
Yeah,
that
yeah,
moving average.
yeah.
Yep. So they got
So
ran out. That was a beautiful bullish move.
yeah, just straight drawdown, straight line down. Nothing going for the give me 90-degree angle. It's whether you think it's gonna go low or not, you just go ahead and cover, take the profit. Go, bird in hand be one of the bush. So again, that was a solid little trade right there. Quick little $300. You know what I'm saying, 200-300 and change. You get on out there. Then you get the great thing about this market, you play the what? The snapback, right? So that's what the market, the spot gets you. So that was instant turnaround. So you had a 391 drawdown that came all the way back up to what? 396, then 397. right, until the close. That's a quick little 200-300 down and a quick little 400-500 back up. People sit around and do that all day. Stop playing, right? You got to get paid and learn how to see how to play this stuff. And then you see the combination of how it really mapped out on a longer perspective. A day and a half, you want to call that, and even that. This is your drawdown, right? Ran back to this area over here, consolidation. And you chopped up and made your all-time high. Greed. It was already set. They was going to try to do that anyway. It wasn't not rocket science, right? Because they, front running the opportunity when the Fed's going to speak. So they got what they wanted, milked it. Now that's even a more of a what? A bigger rising wedge, right? And your drawdown just came down and made basically just a new higher low. Nothing egregious, but that's money. 97 down to what? 395 in this day, of course. That's a couple points. It was just a chop day, really. For the most part, the day was ugly. They grind up everybody premium all the way out to at least about 1 o'clock, near 1 o'clock. They just grind it up, everybody a little money. Right? But you had to be strategic because I bought my puts up around here, right? 397 and change. I got my puts right around this point, right around here, about 397.30, 397.40. That's when I bought my puts. I had to see the confirmation. I had to see this here, and this double top. Clearly, when you look at it on the 5-minute or even a bigger, it's just double top. See right here. There you go. All right, I'm good. I'll play it. I play this 20 moving average here. Let's go. And as soon as it gave me that little flash on this calendar here, off that level there, I said, okay, I'm getting it. So I got feel around about 397.41, maybe 39, 337, 397, 39 in those puts. So, and waved through all this kind of tight rope in the 20, then it just gave me a little flush down here on the back end of the day. Right? And then it kind of snapped back. So just knowing how the markets is, again, it's still an uptrend, obviously. Right? It's a SPY. Right? But, again, there's that but, and of course the 5-minute. Tomorrow, again, it's going to be abnormal because, for one, the ideal of what he's going to say, even though they're trying to front run what he's going to say, is not priced in. Because too many things are now starting to kind of unravel that they can't necessarily quantify enough to keep saying the same thing for if they ain't gonna actually fix it, right? Because if not, the markets are gonna start trying to fix it for it before they can get a handle on it. And then that's what they don't want to do, because now it makes them look like they don't know what they're talking about, right? So what's the use if you're gonna pump $20 billion into the bond market every month to backstop it, but bonds yields are what? Rising. What service are you doing for people that still ain't going back to work quite yet? You finna put them in a world of hurt. And they got bills that's gonna come due with all these moratoriums when they come to the end, right? You're not making it any better. So market's gonna say, okay, all right, we use this moment, right? I know we want 400, but we just hit all-time high. Okay, let's pull it back. They can actually pull this thing all the way back to basically what I don't know, let me see, to around about 390 and still be solid, right? Or even if they want to play the gap fill down here, right? Down here to about 390, it still be solid. It just look like a lot on the 5-minute chart, but it's a lot.
I'm not going to complain if they pull it back that far.
Yeah, it's a lot for greedy people, because greedy people saying, no, I want 400. There's more people that want 400 than they want 390. See how that works? These people greedy. So you got to not lose your emotions in this. You got to stay strictly by the price action. And so let them dictate it. So if they ground halt this thing tomorrow, meaning if the Fed see a shadow tomorrow and they play this game, okay, yeah, bring it down to the bottom of the trend band and give me 394, 395, right? Give me 394, whatever, 393, right? If you really want to get at it, okay, dust it. If not, you're gonna either trend back up toward the break of the double top up around here. You take out this because you're basically sitting right there. I mean, it's 396.66. It ain't much. You take out this 397, and then you just do price discovery. Go in price discovery mode above that, because no highs up there. Beyond that, everything at that point is level 2. Yeah. Level 2 is straight price action. That's all you're watching at that point, because there ain't no previous support or resistance on the left. So you playing the price action. So clearly they want 400. So. But that's it. So that's how I said. But tomorrow gonna be odd. It ain't gonna be the gravy train. So right now they're playing fool's gold. Now everything else throughout the week was kind of stretching out. Meaning last week into this week. Now you see them hover behind this old pathetic behind 23 on the 30, 3 on the 5. I mean the 5 US 500 and 33 on the 10. It's been that way all night. So you know what they're doing. They idling it up. They trying to trap some bearish traders. They call it what it is. They bait you in, and they just looking for any glimmer of hope that the Fed's going to try to say something, so they can prematurely, bang off on them. Like, okay, yeah, see, no, but this really meant this. What they were trying to say then. But no, actually, what they were trying to say after that, the damage is done. Same how they did with GameStop when they cut the liquidity on it. They knew exactly what they're doing. They kept the momentum. You can't get that back. Once it's done, it's gone. Right? Marcus knows that. So this thing been like this all night. 20 points, 30 points, no expansion whatsoever. Like, as if it is no volume. This is a future market. You don't even barely see it even moving. See what I'm saying? That's lethargic as all outdoors. Stop. You know what they're doing. Seasonal people know what's going on here.
So when the dude from the central bank in Germany, when it spoke, didn't the DAX shoot up last time?
Come on, Draghi.
Yeah.
Well, between him and Christian Lagarde, of course, he took his old position, but he actually doing that for Italy now. He became one of their little whatever, but yeah, but they going through their rate adjustment scenario too right now. A lot of people are actually. Japan, a few others are going through their rate adjustments. If you following economic data, because this is the time of the year when people
go mess. If I'm not mistaken, I think they said they're not gonna mess with it till they get like 2%, 2-3%.
Yeah, but a lot of the yields are getting popping up because, like everybody, see, that's how global markets work. It all still works in tandem, no matter what your currency level is. So it's trying to price in people going back to work, because that's the time frames they kind of put on a lot of this stuff. So those now indicators, these bond yields and this, that, they are boom yields for European market. Now they say booms over there, like it's in a different, right? boom yields. That's not all part. It's boom yields. Man, you just talking about a bond. Stop. All right, but yeah, boom yields for them is kind of the same scenario, right? So, yeah, actually, see right here, it's a European boom yield. That boom right there. That's what it is.
Wow.
Yeah, so but again, same way. Look at it. Okay, if we pull up, I got
They actually say that.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. Yeah, y'all know I'm into this old nerd stuff. Boom yields. They know boom yields. Yeah, mate, they're the boom yields, and I'm like, all right, I ain't going in on my European fan, but y'all know the that's the bonds, man. It's the bonds. Say it with the chest, man. It's the bonds. No, but seriously. So again, 1 week, you had the breakout, right? Obviously, from during that time, like we saw with the rest of them, right? We mapped out ours only happened around what? July, August when it bottomed out. Theirs on was kind of, before that because it was already struggling, in some cases, but it caught a bid. Right? Theirs made a massive move, right? Off this point here, 165, 169, pull back, double top, pull back, chopped out, made some equal to what, or some higher low. It's still in the higher low, even down at 171, right? It's still above, its lowest low. And it's just setting up again, getting ready to what? It's trying to get, ideally open it back up. And see, theirs was agreed to be crazy because they were trying to open up and all that kind of stuff, and they were trying to do a lot of stuff last year. Well, not last year, but in 2019, going in after the COVID. After COVID, of course, in this case here on the drawdown, and then it bounced. Right, this is around the same time for us over here. It was around about July, I think, for July, August for us. But anyway, it bottomed out around 169. It tapped up 177, excuse me. And it's been doing the same thing. Now it's back down here. Their booms are trying to price in again. They're opening up. They've been having more problems than a lot of people, though, right? I mean, think about it. The European market as a whole. They already, was sitting at dang near negative interest rate. We just did make that move. They were already down in the areas before COVID. So that's why they scenario look even more, wild. But again, I'm saying it because a lot of other nations too, their bond scenario is now trying to be reflective of that, right? If you think about it from the world government bond sites, everybody's little scenarios is just all over the place, right? Some of their yields and what they're dealing with. Australia, of course. It's interesting, and this is all their debt, basically. And long story short, short story long. This is the world's debt, right? Basically, what it is, everybody's debt allocated into these little yields. Right, Botswana, even Botswana on the map. Get it, Botswana. Right, Brazil. I mean, everybody. This is it. Seriously, this is everybody. China, Chile, Colombia.
How did you get to that category? Where did you go?
This is world government bonds.
Oh,
Yeah, see right here,
and they
you see the top
showing
right
the
here.
and they showing the yields.
Yeah, this is the world government bond here. Yep.
Oh, I didn't know you can go there and do that.
Yeah, 1 year through whatever how they debt structure set up. Okay, every nation got different debt structures, right? Obviously,
Wow.
some of them don't even have 30 years. They only go as high as 10 because they know that people can't afford 30-year worth of debt. They already got to impoverish, right? They can't. You be lucky to get 2 or 3 out of some of them jokers. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They just ain't got that kind of economy, and so see that's why you see some of them type nations like that. They have what only up to 15, 10 on Croatia, 10 in Chile. Right? They may have great, resources, but they just ain't built like the infrastructure yet to kind of hold such a debt note. That's why
Do
Canada
they have
obviously got the 30.
do they have like some like Puerto Rican bonds?
Yeah, if they well, even though they're an independent state, but I no, I don't think they have a one because they're not a registered nation. You know what I'm saying? Like that, they kind of like
Gotcha.
a subsidiary of the states. They just ain't unionized them, so that's why they kind of still playing underneath our system. You know, as a whole. But yeah, this is everybody. See Namibia, everybody, Netherlands, Pakistan. I come on here every day. I go to some of these points. But
Wow.
yeah,
Nah, good look over. Like I didn't. I was thinking like I want to start watching. Some of these, especially when I'm trading. Forex and just trying to gauge. You know how the world is doing. This definitely helps. This definitely
yeah.
helps.
So definitely, if y'all in that London, UK, here it is. Seen UK, you know, see how they got stuff go even go out to 50 years. They got a weird system over there, but it is what it is because they dealing with a lot of everybody else money. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, they can afford to sit on
Wow.
a 50-year year over there. They dealing with a lot of other people's resources and so forth. But yeah, so yeah, this is it, man. So even that in the spreads, if you into the seeing that kind of cross comparison aspect of it, where they sitting at
Mm.
between their booms and the T notes, what I'm saying that's our the treasury note up against the booms, right? So you see versus boom versus T notes, because those are gonna be the top the top tier rated boom or debtors is basically United States and who Europe, basically Britain, right? They
Wow.
control all the world, real debt. To be honest, everybody indebted to them, but we indebted to most of them than everybody else because we just, you know, giving them funny money and they giving us raw resources. We giving them stuff that ain't worth the papers printed on, and they actually giving up their real raw goods. You know,
Yeah, and it seems like this would be really helpful too for like trading forex as far as like kind of gauging which ways these different economies are going and finding pairs that pair up with that.
but that's basically what it is. I mean, that's what is a currency? No more than the strength of its what nation's
Yep.
debt or equity, right? Equity value or growth of their economy. So it's basically what it is in a lot of ways.
But I never
So
heard nobody talk about this specific tool. I would think more people would be looking at this.
yeah, but we unthought, man. We retarded over here. We real retarded over here. Now, for lack of a better way of saying it, but y'all know how we are. We go do stuff that most people ain't gonna do. Now you ain't ever had nobody again. No disrespect to all those other little YouTube channels. They be going in about this, but no, they ain't talking about this stuff. To them it's like you know, if I came in the money off of it, I don't care about it. Well, we're doing what we were supposed to have got when we were a lot, younger.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting a crash course on a lot of things that are, kind of already, within our scope, but just not necessarily day-to-day things that had we got a lot younger, it would have been more perspective to why, how we could have been making moves in or around certain things possible. Even doing business with other economies if they're at a boom or bust cycle. How important is that, right? You coming in, right? A boom cycle offers being able to catch them at the bottom when yields are basically what? At peanut price, when interest rates are basically at peanut price, that means you can finance at what? At dirt cheap pricing and even get a surplus and build out a great economy. And then when things get to inflationary aspect and the interest rates goes up, all that profit value is what? Now magnified, right? That's the purpose of a boom and bust cycle. Right? R&D out, you spend it out, expenditure out, right? You're going through that aspect of the bust cycle and spend to get ready for what? For the boom. right? And so it just rebounds and go all over again. You know what I'm saying? Think about it, yeah. And that's what they do. They did peak in the trough in the Joker's economy in a 5-year window, a 10-year window. That's why every 10 years of industry changes over, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's anywhere around, even around the world in most cases, especially if they first world, quote unquote. That 10 years, you better be ready to rock, right? What you got? Because if not, you're gonna leave you behind, right? They could be on to the next, right? So, but yeah, so that's it. So yeah, just little stuff like that. There's so many data points out there that they're saturated in the market. That's all this complexity stuff that they just know people ain't gonna take time to learn about. Whether it's helpful or not. To me, it's yeah. So you hear German booms, yeah, the Euro boom market. Yeah, Joker. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but so it's interesting. But yeah, so that's why I look at him. I'm an old fight, investing.com. That's why I'm hanging out at. Yeah, free. Get all that good information. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's right.
Build from it and learn just by proxy, just hanging out on this stuff.
I'm about to go put this on the homepage.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that's your future market for the rest of the night. Again, if you're going to get any kind of movement right now, this future's going to be at 2 o'clock when European market come online. So as of now, they playing this old fake market. It's fake right now. I mean, it just be like that all night. You know what they're doing. Again, people know what's up. So I ain't getting excited. I'm waiting for the fireworks to cut off. You know what I'm saying? So they can play this old, we're only going to, throttle the market down to negative 27 to make people feel like, we kind of know that we kind of scared. Nah, yeah, whatever. Anyway, but now, so that's it, man. Let me get off here. Get me a little, I can see some breakfast or dinner, brunch, whatever they call it. I don't even know if you can call it brunch.
Peace over.
Yeah. All right, and y'all get ready for it, because I know y'all live. Some of y'all probably still rock out another little bit before y'all fall out, but be prepared tomorrow. Don't be emotional. Just understand it's part of the market. Best thing you can do if you don't want to deal with all that, sit on your hands, just watch, paper trade it, get some skills underneath that, right? And be ready to rock. Once all the commotion subside, just be ready to rock. Again, so all relative, again, worth the information and knowledge that we're putting out that you guys are also getting. So let's get it. All right.
Peace, power, profit, man.
Yeah, peace, power, profit, everybody in the back chat as well.
Marquise.
Peace, power, profit, brother Matthew. Peace, power, profit as well. Over Marquise and Camille, over Chris, everybody that came on this evening. There's everybody in the back chat. Over brother Ramsey, family of Blue Cousin, everybody. Over Brandon, everybody. Over Caesar, everybody that came through. Family of Anthony came through. A little bit of everybody. I know I missed some people, but y'all know I did. Late night. Our sister, Queen Cheetah came through this evening, right? But Angie, our brother Joe Smo, everybody, right? Everybody that didn't necessarily type in, but showed support tonight. Appreciate you guys. Right? And this is what we do. So yeah, we work, right? We're on here working, right? We working. So yeah, tax right off it. Hey, we look working, man. We were working. That's it now. But y'all enjoy the evening. I see you guys back in the group, man. See y'all back in the market tomorrow, man. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Ready to rock and roll come tomorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna do the London session, but I'm gonna go and get some shut eye so I can, be in full gear in the morning,
Yeah, y'all got tandem options up lately. I seen them. I came in lately. I saw you and Stock guard, politicking. I said, yeah, them jokers, they getting them jokers come out that forex marketing. Tearing up the auction too now. Yeah, here it comes. I just ready now. They finna take it to the next level. Again, put in that work that it took to get you even saturated in the forex market. You just translate it right into the auction market. That's all it is. Now you get a chance to really let the market work for you. Not that you haven't been doing it, but how just when you trade momentum badge, because that's what you're doing when you trade forex, trade momentum, right? Price pre the trough and whatever. Same way we did when we all started out trading what momentum stocks and equity, right? Biotech breakouts and all kind of craziness. Right, it takes a lot, but once you get into the option game, now you can kind of drive that Cadillac, right? Now you're driving that Cadillac, that Fleetwood, that long one, that long joker. Because now you got a little bit more what? It takes a little bit longer to turn that curve, right? As opposed to a little short, little 2-door coupe with a small chassis. Now you got some time now, boy. You got a week, 2 weeks, a month. that thing don't act right, you get on out the next day and retrade that thing, right, or reset up, so you can get back and chill a little bit. So I already got in my mind, I'm gonna be done, or have everything that I need to have in play before the Fed speak, and so yeah, I should be out on the boat no later than about 2:30. I'll be out on the boat by 2:30 if the weather ain't bad. So that's my goal for tomorrow.
I know that's right.
I'm gonna chill. I ain't gonna be sitting there fighting the rest of the market. I'm gonna have what I need, and you know, I like to play the prequel. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We'll let everybody do all the other stuff. That's it, guys. So, thank y'all for tuning in. Thank everybody again. Thank the family here. Thank all the family that watched as well. See y'all back on the next one. And peace, power, and profit. And matter of fact, let's see if there's anything. I ain't got nothing queued up tonight because I just want to go and talk about something. I guess we'll lead out on like we do last time. I hope if we hit that lick tomorrow, this is how I want to look tomorrow. And that call kick in. That call kick in tomorrow. That guy will be. I hit that lick tomorrow.
I know that's right.
Hit that lick, boy. Yeah, boy. Got him. All right, guys. Get out of here. Good night, everybody. See y'all in the next one. Peace, power, profit, everybody.
Profit.
Peace, family. Peace.